and yet so perfectly fitting for the universe of Warhammer 40,000 that it could only exist in the twisted logic of the 41st millennium. Picture the moment when the oldest race in the galaxy, beings who walked among the stars when humanity's ancestors were still learning to make fire, discover something equally ancient in their own sacred tombs. Not an artifact of their own making, not a relic from the war in heaven, but something altogether different. Something that breathes, after a fashion, something that dreams, in its own mechanical way. A space marine dreadnought of the Black Templars, silent and still in its stasis sleep, resting in the very heart of a Necron tomb world. This is not a tale of immediate violence, though violence will surely come. This is a story about two forms of undeath meeting in the darkness beneath alien soil. It is about the collision of technologies separated by 60 million years of history, yet eerily similar in their fundamental purpose. It is about what happens when the Necrons, those beings of living metal who sacrifice their flesh for immortality, encounter a human warrior who made a similar bargain, trading a broken body for an eternal prison of adamantium and ceramite. The irony is almost poetic. If poetry could exist in a universe where such horrors are commonplace, before we can understand the magnitude of this encounter, before we can appreciate the cosmic joke at play here, we must first understand the players in this strange drama. We must delve into what the Necrons truly are, what drives them, what they fear, and what they desire. We must explore the nature of the Black Templars, those zealous crusaders who have waged war without rest for 10,000 years in the name of a god who never wished to be worshipped. And we must comprehend the dreadnought itself, that walking tomb that is neither fully alive nor truly dead, a consciousness preserved in metal, like a fly in amber, forever frozen in the moment before death. The stage is set deep beneath the surface of a world whose name has been lost to time, or perhaps was never known to begin with. The planet orbits a dying star in a region of space that the Imperium of Man has marked with grim efficiency as a dead zone, a place where ships do not venture and explorers do not return. It is a world of ash and silence, its surface scoured by radiation from solar flares that occur with increasing frequency as its star enters its death throes. Nothing lives on the surface. Nothing can. The atmosphere is thin and toxic. The temperature swings from freezing to boiling, depending on proximity to the star's unpredictable eruptions. It is, in every sense, a dead world. But beneath the surface, in chambers carved from living rock and reinforced with technologies that predate human civilization by epochs, something stirs. The tomb world has been dormant for millions of years, its inhabitants locked in stasis sleep while the galaxy changed around them. Cities rose and fell, species evolved and went extinct. The Eldari Empire reached its zenith and collapsed into darkness, birthing a god through their excess. Humanity spread across the stars, fell into barbarism, and rose again under the banner of the Emperor. Wars raged, planets burned, and through it all, the Necrons slept. They slept because they had no choice. Their transformation from flesh to metal, from the short-lived Necrontyr to the immortal Necrons, had come at a terrible price. The Khaten, those star vampires who promised eternal life, had delivered on that promise in the most literal and horrifying way possible. They gave the Necrontyr bodies that could not die, but in doing so, they hollowed them out. The souls were consumed, the passions were dulled. The very essence of what made them a living race was stripped away, leaving only the will to endure and the capacity for war. When the war in heaven finally ended, when the Old Ones were defeated and the Khaten were shattered into fragments, the Necrons faced a galaxy that no longer had a place for them. The Eldari had risen to dominance, young and vital and numerous. The Necrons, depleted by millions of years of warfare, chose to retreat. They would sleep, their leaders decided, and let the younger races exhaust themselves. When they awoke, the galaxy would be theirs to reclaim. It was a plan that made perfect sense to beings who measured time in geological ages rather than mere centuries. The tomb worlds were prepared with meticulous care. Each one was a marvel of technology, utilizing principles of physics that the Adeptus Mechanicus would call heretical and impossible in equal measure. Vast stasis chambers were constructed, capable of preserving millions of Necron warriors in perfect dormancy. Command systems were installed, artificial intelligences of staggering complexity, tasked with monitoring the tomb's systems and initiating awakening protocols when the time was right. Defense mechanisms were put in place, from simple mechanical traps to weapons capable of reducing a tank to its component atoms. And most importantly, Canoptech constructs were left active, mindless servants of living metal, programmed to maintain the tomb and its sleeping occupants for however long the Great Sleep might last. The tomb world beneath this nameless planet had been constructed according to these specifications. It had been a minor holding, not a crown world where dynasties ruled, but a garrison post, a way station on the great webway-like network that the Necrons had once used to traverse the galaxy. Its defenders numbered in the tens of thousands rather than millions. Its nobles were of minor houses rather than great dynasties, and its strategic importance was measured in terms of its location rather than its resources. When the time came to sleep, the tomb sealed itself according to protocol, its inhabitants settling into stasis with the expectation that they would wake to a galaxy cleansed of the Eldari threat and ready for reconquest. They could not have known that their tomb would malfunction. None of them could have predicted that a cascade failure in the command systems, triggered by a seismic event some 30,000 years into their slumber, would corrupt the awakening protocols. The damage was subtle, not enough to cause immediate catastrophic failure, but sufficient to delay the resurrection indefinitely. The tomb's artificial intelligence, its tomb mind, found itself trapped in an endless loop, unable to complete the awakening sequence, but also unable to determine why. And so the tomb remained sealed, its defenders locked in dreamless sleep, while the galaxy continued its violent evolution around them. The Black Templars came to this world by accident and necessity in equal measure. Their crusade fleet, one of dozens that roamed the galaxy in perpetual war against the Emperor's enemies, had been engaged in pursuit of a greenskin warband that had been raiding worlds in this sector for the better part of a decade. The fight had been brutal, as all fights with greenskins were. The creatures had numbers and ferocity on their side, and their leader, a particularly cunning beast that the Black Templars had dubbed the Red Fist, had proven frustratingly adept at avoiding decisive battle. The Black Templars were not a chapter that accepted stalemates or indecisive engagements. Since their founding in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, they had maintained an unbroken crusade that had lasted for 10 millennia, refusing to establish a permanent homeworld, instead roaming the galaxy in their fleet, bringing the Emperor's wrath to every corner of the Imperium. They did not believe in the Codex Astartes, that grand treatise on warfare and organization that Rabut Gilliman had written to prevent any single Space Marine force from achieving the kind of power that had allowed the War Master Horus to nearly destroy the Imperium. Instead, they followed their own path, organizing themselves into crusading forces that could range from a few dozen warriors to several hundred, each dedicated to a specific campaign or region of space. This particular crusade had been ongoing for 17 standard years, a hunt that had taken them across 8 sectors and involved engagements on more than 30 worlds. The greenskin leader they pursued was unusually intelligent for its kind, capable of strategic thinking that went beyond the typical greenskin approach of charging headlong into battle and overwhelming opponents through sheer numbers. It had learned to use hit-and-run tactics, striking quickly at vulnerable targets, and then withdrawing before Imperial forces could respond in strength. It had gathered to itself a warband that shared its cunning, creating a force that was both numerous and tactically sophisticated, a combination that made them far more dangerous than typical greenskin threats. The Black Templars had pursued them relentlessly, following every lead, investigating every report, gradually narrowing the search area until they cornered the warband here, on this dead world, at the edge of known space. The greenskins had thought themselves safe, assumed that no Imperial force would bother investigating a planet so obviously hostile to life, so far from anything of strategic value. They had been wrong. The Black Templars did not abandon a hunt simply because the terrain was challenging or the location inconvenient. They had tracked their prey across half the galaxy. A little radiation and a dying star would not deter them now. The pursuit had led them to this dead world. The Greenskins had established a crude base on the surface, using the ruins of some ancient civilization as shelter from the solar radiation. The Black Templars had descended upon them with righteous fury, their drop pods screaming through the thin atmosphere like meteors of judgment. The battle had been fierce but short. Greenskins, for all their savage strength, could not stand against the disciplined wrath of the Emperor's chosen warriors. The Black Templars had carved through them like a power sword through flesh, their chainswords singing hymns of slaughter, their bolters speaking the Emperor's final sermon to the Xenos filth. But victory had come with a price. Brother Captain Godfrey, a warrior who had served the chapter for 3 centuries, had been mortally wounded in the final assault. A greenskin power claw had caught him in a moment of overextension, crushing his torso and shattering his spine. The apothecaries had done what they could, but even the advanced medical science available to the Adeptus Astartes had its limits. Godfrey would die, they declared, unless more drastic measures were taken. The decision to inter him in a dreadnought was not made lightly. It never was. To become a dreadnought was, in theory, a great honor. It was a way for a fallen hero to continue serving the Emperor even after their mortal body had failed. But everyone who had witnessed the process, who had spoken with the Ancient Ones, who had endured centuries or even millennia locked in their armored sarcophagi, knew the truth. It was not an honor. It was a curse dressed in the language of duty. It was a prison sentence that would last until the Warwalker was finally destroyed in battle, or until madness claimed whatever remained of the pilot's mind. But Godfrey was a hero of the chapter. He had led successful campaigns on a dozen worlds. He had slain enemy champions in single combat. He had earned the respect of his brothers and the fear of the Emperor's enemies. To let him die when the technology existed to save him would be to waste a resource that the chapter could ill afford to lose. And so the decision was made. Godfrey would become a dreadnought. The process took time, more time than the Crusade fleet had to spare in one location. They needed a place to work, somewhere secure where the Tech Marines could perform the delicate operation of extracting what remained of Godfrey's body and installing it into the dreadnought chassis. The surface of this world was unsuitable for such work. The radiation made it dangerous for extended operations, and the risk of additional greenskin presence was too high. They needed somewhere underground, somewhere shielded, somewhere they could work without interruption. The decision to enter a warrior in a dreadnought was always heavy with significance. It was presented as an honor, a way for a fallen hero to continue serving the Emperor beyond the normal limits of mortality. But those who had witnessed the reality knew the truth. Godfrey had known it too, even before the process began. He had spoken with the chapter's ancient dreadnoughts, those venerable warriors who had endured centuries, or even millennia, locked in their armored sarcophagi. He had seen the weariness in their mechanical voices, heard the faint echoes of barely suppressed madness that colored their words, sensed the profound isolation that came from being neither fully dead nor truly alive. But he was a Black Templar. Duty came before personal preference. Service to the Emperor transcended concerns about comfort or happiness or sanity. If the chapter needed him to continue fighting, if his experience and skill could still be brought to bear against the Emperor's enemies, then he would accept internment regardless of what it cost him personally. This was the oath he had sworn when he first took the Black Cross of the Black Templars. This was the commitment that had defined his 3 centuries of service. One more sacrifice in a lifetime of sacrifices. Their Auspex scans revealed the entrance to the Necron tomb. At the time, they did not know what it was. The readings were confusing, showing vast empty spaces beneath the surface, but no clear indication of what had created them. Some of the more experienced members of the fleet suggested it might be a natural cave system, expanded by ancient volcanic activity. Others theorized it was the remnant of whatever civilization had left the ruins on the surface. None of them guessed the truth, because the Imperium's understanding of the Necrons in this era was fragmentary at best. Some members of the Inquisition knew of them, Some chapter masters had encountered them, but to the average space marine, they were just another Xenos race, no more or less threatening than the Eldar or the Tyranids. The Black Templars descended into the tomb. They found corridors of black stone, perfectly smooth and geometrically precise, in a way that suggested advanced technology rather than natural formation. They found chambers vast enough to hold entire companies of warriors, empty and silent. They found no signs of life, no indication that anyone had been here in centuries or perhaps millennia. It was perfect for their needs. The Tech Marines established a temporary workshop in one of the deeper chambers, a space large enough to accommodate the Dreadnought chassis and all the equipment necessary for the procedure. The rest of the strike force established a defensive perimeter, though they expected no trouble. The greenskins were dead or scattered, and this place felt as dead as the surface world above. Some of the Marines reported a strange unease about the location, a feeling of being watched despite the obvious emptiness, but such sensations were dismissed as the product of overactive imaginations or the lingering effects of combat stress. The operation to transfer Godfrey into the Dreadnought took 3 days. It was a process that was part surgery, part mechanical integration, and part religious ritual. The Tech Marines worked with the precision of artists, carefully extracting what remained of Godfrey's body from his ruined power armor and installing it into the life support sarcophagus that would become his new home. All the while, the chaplains chanted prayers to the Emperor and the machine god, blessing the process and asking for divine guidance. Godfrey himself remained conscious throughout much of it, his pain managed by drugs, but his awareness maintained because the integration process required his active participation. He needed to learn to interface with the Dreadnought's systems, to think in the machine's language, to make the Warwalker's body his own. When it was done, when the sarcophagus was sealed and integrated into the Dreadnought chassis, when the weapon systems were tested and the neural links verified, Godfrey stood for the first time in his new body. He was no longer a man wearing armor. He was a walking tank, a towering engine of war that could crush enemy vehicles with its power fist and reduce infantry to smears of organic matter with its assault cannon. The Tech Marines declared the operation a success. The chaplains offered prayers of thanksgiving, and Godfrey, himself, speaking through the mechanical Vox system that now served as his voice, swore that he would continue to serve the Emperor until the last enemy was slain, and the galaxy was cleansed of all who opposed the imperial truth. But the operation had exhausted him. The neural integration, the trauma of the transformation, the sheer psychological shock of finding himself locked in a metal box, all of it had pushed even his superhuman endurance to its limits. The Tech Marines recommended that he be placed immediately into stasis sleep, to give his mind and what remained of his body time to adjust to the new reality of his existence. This was standard procedure for newly interred dreadnoughts. The first sleep helped ease the transition, allowed the neural pathways to stabilize, prevented the madness that could come from too sudden a realization of what had been lost. The Black Templars prepared to depart. They would take the dreadnought with them, sealed in stasis and secured in the transport holds. But as they were making final preparations, a priority astropathic message reached the fleet. Another greenskin horde had been detected 3 systems away, heading toward an Imperial mining colony. The Black Templars were the only force in position to intercept them. They had to leave immediately, with no time for the careful loading procedures that transporting a dreadnought required. The decision was made to leave Godfrey behind temporarily. He was in stasis, safe and secure in the depths of this dead world. They would return for him after dealing with the greenskin threat. A matter of weeks at most. The chamber where he rested was deep within the ancient structure, protected by layers of stone and the strange black metal that lined the corridors. Nothing would disturb him. He would wait in his sleep, dreaming whatever dreams dreadnoughts dreamed, until his brothers returned to collect him. They marked the location carefully, recording the exact coordinates and leaving a locator beacon that would guide them back. They sealed the chamber behind them, activating the dreadnought's internal systems to maintain the stasis field without external power. And then they departed, their ships burning hard for the transit point that would take them to the next battle. secure in the knowledge that they would return for their fallen brother soon. They could not have known that soon would become months, and months would become years. The battle against the Greenskins proved more complex than anticipated. The enemy had a weird boy among their ranks, a psyker of surprising power who managed to tear a temporary rift in reality, scattering the Black Templars' fleet across several systems. By the time they regrouped and dealt with the threat, new priorities had emerged. A chaos incursion in a neighboring sector, a Tyranid splinter fleet detected on approach vectors, a distress call from a chapter keep under siege by traitor Astartes. The crusade moved from one war to the next, as it had for 10,000 years, always following the path of greatest need. Years became decades. The coordinates of that nameless world remained in the fleet's records, but the priority of retrieving Godfrey dropped with each passing year. He was not forgotten, exactly, but he became one more task on an ever-growing list of responsibilities that the chapter never quite had time to address. The Marines who had been present for his interment were reassigned to different crusades, killed in battle, or elevated to positions where their immediate tactical concerns took precedence over historical obligations. The knowledge that he remained there, sleeping in the depths of an empty tomb on a dead world, became one of those things that everyone knew, but nobody felt an immediate urgency to address. And so Godfrey slept. His stasis field kept him in perfect suspension, his consciousness trapped in that strange state between awareness and oblivion that dreadnoughts knew well. He was not awake, but neither was he truly unconscious. He existed in a kind of limbo, aware on some level of the passage of time, but unable to mark its progression. Days, weeks, years, they all blurred together into a single eternal moment of waiting, waiting for his brothers to return, waiting for the war to call him again, waiting for anything to break the monotony of the perfect silence that surrounded him. Below him, separated by mere meters of stone and ancient metal, the Necrons continued their own sleep. Their stasis was different from his, deeper and more complete, but the principle was the same. Both were forms of preservation, ways of storing consciousness and memory against a future that might never come. Two forms of undeath, separated by the thinnest of barriers, each unaware of the other's existence. The years became decades, and the decades accumulated into nearly a century. And then, as if the universe had decided that this particular cosmic joke had marinated long enough, something changed. The tomb world began to wake. The process started gradually, as it always did with Necron tomb worlds. The first stirrings were not the warriors themselves, but the automated systems that maintained the tomb. Canoptek scarabs, those beetle-like constructs of living metal programmed to perform maintenance and repairs, began to activate in small numbers. They emerged from their own storage alcoves and began their endless tasks of patrolling the tomb, checking systems, repairing damage from age and seismic activity. The reason for the awakening was unclear even to the tomb's own systems. Perhaps it was the natural progression of the damaged awakening protocols, finally resolving themselves after 30 million years of computation. Perhaps it was some external trigger, a signal from another tomb world, or a change in the galactic background radiation that the sensors interpreted as meaningful. Perhaps it was simply time, whatever that meant to machines that measured duration in geological epochs. Whatever the cause, the tomb was waking, and once the process began, it followed an inexorable logic encoded in programming older than most of the galaxy's current civilizations. The scarabs went about their work with the mindless efficiency that characterized their existence. They found corridors that had collapsed, and they rebuilt them. They found power conduits that had degraded, and they replaced them. They found stasis chambers whose seals had failed, spilling their occupants into dust, and they catalogued the losses with neither emotion nor judgment. They were machines doing what machines did, following their programming without question or hesitation. And in the course of their duties, they found the intruder. The chamber where Godfrey rested had remained sealed since the Black Templars departed, but the tomb's awakening brought new attention to every corner of the structure. The scarabs detected the anomaly almost immediately. There was something in that chamber that did not belong, something that was not stone, not living metal, not any material that existed in their database of known substances. Their sensors detected heat signatures, energy readings, electromagnetic emissions that suggested active technology. Something was there that should not be. The scarabs did not have the capacity for complex decision-making. Their programming allowed them to recognize anomalies and respond according to predetermined protocols, but they could not analyze the situation or determine appropriate action beyond basic responses. An intruder in the tomb was a threat by definition, even one that appeared to be inactive. The appropriate response was clear: report the anomaly to higher functions, initiate defensive protocols, contain the threat until more sophisticated systems could assess it. More scarabs converged on the chamber. They did not have the capacity to open the sealed entrance, but they could monitor it, surrounding the door in a living carpet of clicking, skittering metal. They broadcast their findings through the tomb's internal communication network, sending the alert rippling through systems that were slowly coming online after millions of years of dormancy. The tomb's central intelligence, that artificial consciousness known as the tomb mind, received the alert. This was a system of vastly greater sophistication than the scarabs, capable of analysis and decision-making that approached something resembling genuine thought. It had been dormant along with everything else, its processes reduced to the bare minimum necessary to maintain awareness of critical systems. But the awakening of the scarabs had activated a cascade of subroutines, bringing more and more of its capacity online. The tomb mind analyzed the data the scarabs had gathered. It recognized immediately that this was no minor anomaly. The energy signatures were unlike anything in its database. The material composition was wrong, suggesting alloys and composites that should not exist, at least not according to the technological baseline of the races that had existed when the Necrons entered their long sleep. Most significantly, the readings suggested an active stasis field, a technology that the tomb mind recognized because it was fundamentally similar to the fields that maintained the Necrons themselves in their sleep. Something was sleeping in the tomb, something that was not Necron, something that was using technology sophisticated enough to maintain long-term stasis. This was not a simple intruder to be eliminated by automated defenses. This required investigation. This required the awakening of higher functions. The tomb mind initiated the next phase of the resurrection protocol. Power began flowing to the stasis chambers that housed the lowest ranks of Necron warriors. These were the baseline troops, the former citizens of the Necrontyr Empire who had been transformed into mindless automatons, retaining just enough consciousness to follow orders but stripped of everything that had once made them individuals. They were the infantry, the expendable masses who would form the bulk of any military action. The process of awakening them was slow, measured in hours rather than moments. Each warrior had to be carefully brought out of stasis, their systems checked and verified, their neural engrams loaded with current tactical data. The tomb mind coordinated this with the efficiency of long practice, though it was hampered by the degradation its systems had suffered during the long sleep. Some chambers failed to activate. Some warriors emerged with corrupted consciousness matrices, their minds scrambled by millions of years of interrupted stasis. These were catalogued as losses, and their bodies recycled, their living metal harvested for repairs to more functional units. The awakening process followed ancient protocols established millions of years ago by cryptechs who had long since been destroyed or gone mad. Each stasis chamber was connected to the tomb's central power grid through redundant conduits, ensuring that even if primary systems failed, secondary and tertiary backups could complete the resurrection. The chambers themselves were marvels of dimensional engineering, utilizing principles of physics that made a mockery of conventional three-dimensional space. From the outside, each alcove appeared to be barely large enough to contain a single warrior, but within the folded space of the chamber, entire legions could be stored, compressed, and layered in ways that human science would have declared impossible. As power flowed through these ancient systems, the living metal that composed each warrior's body began to respond. Necrodermis was not simply an alloy or a compound in any conventional sense. It was a programmable matter, capable of repairing itself at the molecular level, of adapting to damage, of maintaining its integrity across spans of time that would have reduced any organic material to dust. The tiny machines that comprised it, those billion-strong swarms of nanoscarabs began to activate, checking connections, repairing damage from age and entropy, preparing the body for consciousness. The consciousness itself was stored not in any single location but distributed throughout the warrior's form, encoded in patterns of energy and matter that defied simple description. It was not a soul. The Necrons had lost those during the biotransference, consumed by the Ketan, or perhaps simply annihilated by the transformation from organic to mechanical. What remained was more like a recording, a pattern of thoughts and memories and basic personality traits, frozen at the moment of transformation and preserved through technology that bordered on the miraculous. When a warrior awakened, that pattern had to be loaded into the necrodermis framework, distributed through the body's systems, integrated with the sensory inputs and motor controls. It was a process that took time, and during that time, the warrior existed in a state of partial awareness, conscious but not yet fully coherent, aware of existence but not yet capable of organized thought or action. It was, in its own way, similar to the emergence of consciousness in organic beings, that gradual transition from sleep to wakefulness, but stretched across hours instead of seconds. The tomb mind monitored each awakening with patient attention, its distributed intelligence capable of tracking thousands of simultaneous processes without confusion or error. It noted which chambers were responding properly, which showed signs of degradation, which had failed completely. It calculated casualty rates and assessed whether the available forces would be sufficient for defensive operations. It prepared contingency plans for various threat scenarios, running through countless simulations in the microseconds between each actual observation. This was what the tomb mind had been designed for, this careful orchestration of awakening, this measured approach to resurrection that minimized waste and maximized combat effectiveness. It had performed these duties before, during earlier partial awakenings, when threats to the tomb had required temporary mobilization. Each time, it had learned, refining its protocols, adjusting its procedures based on what had worked and what had failed. The damage to its higher functions had not impaired these basic capacities. If anything, the endless cycles of maintenance and repair had made it more efficient at this fundamental task. But enough warriors awakened successfully. They rose from their alcoves, skeletal forms of gleaming necrodermis, articulating with mechanical precision as ancient joints and servos activated for the first time in millions of years. Their eye sockets, empty in repose, began to glow with the eerie green light of their consciousness awakening. They reached for their weapons, Gauss flares that had been in storage alongside them, energy weapons capable of stripping away their targets at the atomic level. They formed up in orderly ranks, waiting for commands from the tomb mind, with the patience of beings who had no concept of impatience, no capacity for boredom or frustration, or any of the emotions that might make waiting difficult. The tomb mind directed a squad of warriors to investigate the anomaly. 20 Necron warriors, moving in perfect synchronization, marched through the tomb's corridors toward the sealed chamber. They walked past walls decorated with hieroglyphs in languages that had been dead longer than some stars had existed. They passed through halls that had once hosted great dynastic gatherings, now empty and silent. They moved with the mechanical precision of clockwork soldiers, each step placed with perfect accuracy, each turn executed with mathematical exactness. They reached the chamber and stopped, forming a perimeter around its entrance. The scarabs parted to let them pass, their simple programming recognizing the authority of the warriors. One of the Necrons stepped forward, interfacing directly with the door's locking mechanism. The technology was not Necron, but the principles were universal enough. Lock, unlock, open, close. These were concepts that transcended specific technological implementation. The warrior found the release mechanism and activated it. The door slid open with a hiss of escaping air that had been sealed in for nearly a century. The stale atmosphere of the chamber mixed with the tomb's own recycled air, creating a brief swirl of dust and particles. The Necron warriors filed in, their glowing eyes illuminating the darkness. And there, in the center of the chamber, they found him, brother, Captain Godfrey, interred in his dreadnought chassis, locked in stasis sleep. The Warwalker stood silent and still, its massive form dominating the chamber. Its weapons were powered down, its systems in minimal operation mode, but even in sleep, it radiated a sense of suppressed power. This was a machine built for war, designed to deliver death with brutal efficiency, currently dormant, but never truly harmless. The Necron warriors regarded it with their empty metal faces, incapable of showing emotion or surprise because they possessed neither. They simply observed, their sensors gathering data, their consciousness matrices, processing information and comparing it against their limited databases. They did not recognize what they were seeing because nothing in their programming had prepared them for the concept of a dreadnought, but they recognized danger when they encountered it, even dormant danger. One of the warriors stepped closer, extending a hand toward the dreadnought's armored surface. The necrodermis of its fingers made contact with the ceramite of the warwalker's hull. There was no immediate reaction, no alarm, no sudden activation. The stasis field held, keeping Godfrey locked in his dreamless sleep, unaware of the metal skeletons examining him with their cold, mechanical curiosity. The warriors transmitted their findings back to the tomb mind. Visual data, sensor readings, material analysis, everything they could determine about this strange object they had found sleeping in their tomb. The tomb mind processed the information with growing confusion, an emotion that it had not experienced in millions of years, and that it did not have the capacity to recognize as such. This object was clearly advanced technology, clearly a war machine of some kind, but it did not match any known design in the Necron databases. The materials were wrong, the power source was wrong, the architecture was wrong. Most puzzling of all was the stasis field itself. It was using principles that the Necrons recognized, concepts that should have been exclusive to their own technology, or perhaps to the ancient work of the Old Ones. But this field was neither. It was similar, sharing fundamental characteristics, but implemented in a completely different way. It was as if someone had independently discovered the same mathematical principles, but approached them from an entirely different angle, arriving at a solution that was simultaneously familiar and alien. The tomb mind needed more information. It needed someone with the capacity for true analysis, not just the algorithmic processing that it was capable of. It needed a higher intelligence, one of the Necron nobles, who had retained enough of their original consciousness to understand complex situations and make sophisticated decisions. It initiated the next phase of awakening, focusing on the tomb's command structure. The process of awakening a Necron noble was significantly more complex than awakening a simple warrior. The nobles had been higher-ranking members of Necrontyr society before the transformation, and their consciousness matrices were correspondingly more sophisticated. They retained memories, personalities, something approaching genuine thought and emotion, though all of it was filtered through the cold logic of their mechanical forms. Awakening them required careful calibration, ensuring that their higher functions activated properly, that the neural engrams loaded correctly, that the personality survived the transition from dormancy to activity. The tomb's ranking noble was a lord known as Trazak the Unyielding, a title earned through centuries of warfare before the Great Sleep. His stasis chamber was in the tomb's deeper levels, in a section reserved for the nobility where the architecture was more elaborate, the chambers more spacious, the decorations more ornate. When the awakening signal reached his chamber, systems that had been idle for 30 million years began to activate. Power flowed through ancient circuits. The stasis field began to collapse in carefully controlled stages, and within the sarcophagus, consciousness began to return. Trazak's awakening was not immediate. Unlike the warriors who simply activated like machines being powered on, his emergence from dormancy was gradual, almost organic in its progression. Memory returned in fragments. Awareness filtered in through layers of dormancy. Identity reasserted itself against the void of non-existence. He remembered who he had been, what he had done, why he had entered the Great Sleep. He remembered the war in heaven, though the details were fragmented, corrupted by age and trauma. He remembered the biotransference, that moment of transformation when flesh became metal and mortality gave way to this eternal half-life. He remembered the decision to sleep, the expectation that they would wake to a galaxy purged of the Eldari threat. And he realized immediately that something was wrong. The awakening was too early, or perhaps too late. It was impossible to tell without accessing current astronomical data. The tomb's systems were reporting damage, failures, degradation that spoke of far more time passing than the planned duration of the Great Sleep. And most concerning of all, there was an alert, a report of an intruder, something foreign in the tomb that required his immediate attention. Trazak rose from his sarcophagus, his necrodermis form articulating with the smooth precision of living metal. He was taller than the warriors, more elaborately constructed, his form suggesting the aristocratic bearing he had possessed in life. His skull-like face was more detailed than theirs, capable of suggesting expression through the positioning of its mechanical features, even though true expression was beyond him. His single eye socket glowed with the same green light as the warriors, but brighter, more focused, suggesting greater awareness behind it. He accessed the tomb's data network directly, interfacing with the tomb mind through protocols that were part of his fundamental programming. Information flooded into his consciousness, status reports, damage assessments, the alert about the intruder, visual data from the warriors who had found it, analysis from the tomb mind, tentative and incomplete, acknowledging that this was beyond its programmed capacity to evaluate. Trazak studied the images of the dreadnought with fascination. This was unprecedented in his experience. In all his years of war, in all the conflicts he had participated in before the Great Sleep, he had never encountered anything like this. It was clearly a war machine, clearly sophisticated technology, clearly designed by an intelligence that understood the principles of armored warfare. But it was not Catan work, not Old One technology, not anything that should exist according to his understanding of the galaxy's technological hierarchy. The stasis field suggested a level of advancement that should not exist among the younger races. The Aeldari had been primitive when the Necrons went to sleep, barely capable of warp travel, millennia away from the heights of power they would eventually achieve. The other races had been even less developed. But this technology, whatever it was, spoke of knowledge that rivaled the Necrons' own achievements. Not in scale, perhaps, but in sophistication. Someone had learned to maintain life in stasis, to preserve consciousness across time, to blend the organic with the mechanical in ways that the Necrons themselves had pioneered, but through completely different methodologies. Trazak made his way through the tomb toward the chamber where the dreadnought waited. Other warriors joined him as he walked, emerging from their own awakening alcoves to form an honor guard around their lord. They did not speak because they had nothing to say. No capacity for the kind of casual communication that the Necrontyr had once enjoyed. They simply walked, their footsteps echoing in perfect rhythm through the empty halls, moving with the inexorable patience of beings who measured time in epochs rather than moments. When Trazak entered the chamber, the warriors parted to let him pass. He approached the dreadnought slowly, circling it, examining it from every angle. His advanced sensors probed the Warwalker's structure, analyzing its composition, mapping its internal systems as far as the stasis field allowed. He reached out, placing his hand against its surface, feeling the vibrations of the power source that kept the stasis field active, sensing the faint electromagnetic signatures that suggested organic processes preserved within. There was something alive inside this machine, not alive in the conventional sense, not the vital energies that the Catan had once harvested with such terrible hunger, but something, a presence, a consciousness maintained against entropy, preserved through technology, waiting to wake. It was eerily similar to the Necron's own situation, different in execution, but identical in purpose. This machine was a tomb, just as the chamber around them was a tomb, just as Trazak's own body was a tomb, for whatever remained of the consciousness that had once been a Necrontyr named Trazak. The irony was not lost on him, even filtered through his mechanical psychology. They had found a sleeper in their sleeping place, an intruder who was not intruding so much as existing in the same state they had existed in for millions of years. It was, in its own way, amusing, though Trazak had long since lost the capacity to express amusement in any conventional sense. The best he could manage was an acknowledgement of the incongruity, a recognition that the universe still had the capacity to present unexpected situations. But amusement, or its mechanical equivalent, did not change the fundamental problem. This thing was here, in the tomb, and its presence raised questions that demanded answers. Where had it come from? What race had constructed it? Why was it here, sleeping in this specific location, in this specific chamber? Was it a weapon, a trap, an accident? The Tomb Mind's analysis suggested it had been here for a relatively short time by Necron standards. Mere decades or perhaps a century, a blink of an eye compared to the millions of years the Necrons had slumbered. But that still left the question of how it had arrived and why. Trazak commanded the Tomb Mind to attempt communication with the device. This was a risky decision, potentially dangerous, but necessary. If this was a weapon of some kind, waking it could trigger an attack. But the alternative was to remain ignorant. And ignorance was its own form of danger. Better to know what they were dealing with, even if that knowledge came with risks. The Tomb Mind reached out, probing the Dreadnought's systems with careful electronic tendrils, seeking any interface that might allow communication. It found ports, connection points, data channels that suggested the machine was designed to receive external input. The protocols were alien, completely different from Necron systems, but the basic concepts were universal. Binary states, voltage differentials, electromagnetic pulses. These were the fundamental language of all technology, transcending specific implementations. The Tomb Mind attempted to establish a connection. It sent carefully crafted signals, probing for responses, trying to determine if there was an intelligence on the other side that could be reached. And slowly, gradually, it began to receive responses. Not coherent communication, not yet, but acknowledgements. The Dreadnought systems were recognizing the attempts at contact, responding with automated protocols that suggested its programming included contingencies for external communication. But the stasis field was a barrier. As long as it remained active, the Dreadnought's higher functions were locked away, its consciousness trapped in that state of suspended existence. To truly communicate, to determine what this thing was and what it wanted, they would need to wake it. And that was a decision that Trazak was not prepared to make without more information. He commanded the warriors to establish a perimeter around the chamber. No other systems should be activated in this area. Nothing should be allowed to disturb the Dreadnought or interfere with it in any way until he had determined the appropriate course of action. He needed time to think, time to analyze, time to determine what this strange discovery meant for the tomb and its awakening. As he left the chamber to return to the tomb's command center, Trazak found himself experiencing something that might have been called curiosity in a being capable of such emotions. This Dreadnought represented a mystery, and mysteries were rare things in a universe the Necrons had once dominated so completely. It spoke of a galaxy that had changed in their absence, that had evolved in unexpected directions, that had produced technologies and civilizations the Necrons had not anticipated. It was evidence that the younger races, those primitives who had been barely capable of making fire when the Necrons went to sleep, had achieved things worth paying attention to. The question was, what to do about it? That would require more awakening, more of the tomb's systems brought online, perhaps even more nobles roused from their sleep to offer counsel. This was not a decision Trazak could or should make alone. It had implications for the tomb's security, for its strategic situation, for its understanding of the current galactic state. It required careful consideration, detailed analysis, consultation with those who had the capacity for sophisticated thought. The tomb continued its awakening, more systems coming online, more warriors emerging from stasis, more of the command structure being activated. And in the chamber below, Godfrey slept on, unaware of the metal skeletons examining him, unaware of the debate his presence had sparked, unaware that he had become an object of fascination for beings who had seen the birth of empires and the death of stars. He dreamed, if dreadnoughts could be said to dream, of war and duty and the Emperor's will. And around him, the Necrons watched and waited and decided what to do about this unexpected guest in their ancient tomb. The decision about what to do with the dreadnought required more than just Trazak's judgment. As more of the tomb's nobility awakened, each brought their own perspective to the problem. a cryptech named Zarneth, one of the tomb's technological specialists, who had once been a master craftsman among the Necrontyr, was particularly fascinated by the Warwalker's construction. He spent hours examining it, his enhanced sensors probing every aspect of its design, cataloging each component, analyzing the principles underlying its function. What he discovered both impressed and puzzled him. The dreadnought was crude by Necron standards, built with materials and techniques that were primitive compared to living metal and molecular manipulation. Yet it was effective. The armor was thick and well-designed, capable of withstanding tremendous punishment. The weapon systems were powerful, perhaps not at the level of Necron Gauss technology, but still formidable. The life support systems were sophisticated, maintaining biological processes in a way that showed deep understanding of organic chemistry and physics. But it was the stasis technology that truly caught Zaneth's attention. This was not a simple freezing, not a crude suspension of biological processes. This was genuine stasis, a field that held its occupant in temporal suspension, preventing decay not through preservation, but through the elimination of time itself within the field's boundaries. It was similar to what the Necrons used, similar enough to suggest either parallel development or some form of cross-contamination between technologies that should never have met. Zaneth reported his findings to Trazak and the other awakened nobles. The dreadnought, he concluded, was not Eldari work. The design philosophy was completely different. The implementation too direct, too brutal, lacking the elegant efficiency that characterized Eldari technology. It was not Khartan work either, obviously, since the Star Vampires had no need for such devices and would not have constructed something that preserved organic life. That left one of the younger races, and given the tomb's location, in what the Necrons would eventually learn was Imperial space, the most likely candidate was humanity. This conclusion sparked debate among the awakened nobles. Humanity? The primitives who had barely mastered fire when the Necrons went to sleep. That species had achieved this level of technological sophistication. It seemed impossible, a violation of the expected order of things. The younger races were supposed to remain primitive, manageable threats at best, irrelevant vermin at worst. They were not supposed to develop technologies that approached Necron capabilities, even in specific areas. But the evidence was undeniable. This was human technology, or at least technology created by something that appeared to be human. The neural interface systems suggested a biological template consistent with humanity. The power source, while different from Necron systems, matched theoretical models of what an advanced human civilization might develop. The weapons were the kind that humans would favor, simple kinetic and energy weapons, rather than the exotic physics-bending armaments the Necrons preferred. The realization forced a reassessment of the tomb's strategic situation. If humanity had advanced this far, if they were capable of producing war machines of this sophistication, then the galaxy the Necrons were awakening to was very different from the one they had left. This was not a universe of primitive tribes to be easily reconquered. This was a universe that had continued to evolve, where the younger races had achieved things the Necrons had not anticipated. More nobles were awakened to weigh in on the decision. A destroyer lord named Vral, who had been corrupted by the madness that sometimes claimed Necrons over extended existence, advocated for immediate destruction of the dreadnought. It was a potential threat, he argued, and the only certain way to eliminate a threat was complete annihilation. They should dismantle it, harvest its components for study, and then obliterate everything that remained until nothing but dust remained. But others counseled caution. A royal named Nemeth, who had been a diplomat before the biotransference and retained some capacity for nuanced thinking, suggested that the dreadnought represented an opportunity. They knew almost nothing about the current state of the galaxy. They had no intelligence about the civilizations that now dominated it, no understanding of the political landscape, no awareness of the threats and opportunities that existed. This sleeping warrior could provide that information, if they could extract it, without destroying him in the process. The debate stretched on for what humans would have measured in days. For the Necrons, locked in their timeless perspective, it felt instantaneous and eternal simultaneously. They were not bound by biological imperatives like hunger or fatigue. They could discuss and analyze without the need for rest, without the pressure of deadlines, without any of the constraints that limited organic civilizations. But they were also not particularly good at reaching consensus, their mechanical psychology making compromise and negotiation difficult. Eventually, Trazak made the decision that was his right as the tomb's ranking noble. They would wake the dreadnought, but carefully, under controlled conditions, with every possible precaution in place. They would establish communication if possible, determine what it knew about the current galactic situation, and then decide what to do with it based on the information they gathered. It was a calculated risk, but all meaningful decisions involved risk, and the potential value of the intelligence they might gain outweighed the danger of awakening a single war machine while the tomb had hundreds of warriors standing ready. Preparations were made with typical Necron thoroughness. The chamber was cleared of all non-essential personnel. Defensive positions were established. Warriors with Gauss flares positioned to have clear lines of fire on the dreadnought from multiple angles. Zarnath prepared systems to interface with the Warwalker's technology, to attempt communication, to shut it down if necessary. Trazak himself would be present, ready to make real-time decisions if the situation developed in unexpected ways. The process of deactivating the stasis field was delicate. They could not simply turn it off all at once. That might cause catastrophic system shock to the occupant. Instead, they needed to lower it gradually, allowing the dreadnought's own systems to wake naturally, to transition from stasis to active operation in a controlled manner. Zanith worked carefully, his mechanical fingers manipulating controls that had been designed for human hands, but were universal enough in their principles that he could operate them. The stasis field began to collapse. The shimmer in the air around the dreadnought, invisible to normal perception but obvious to Necron sensors, started to fade. The Warwalker's systems began to activate, power flowing through circuits that had been dormant for nearly a century. Lights flickered to life on its hull, status indicators glowing softly in the chamber's darkness. The hum of generators and motors became audible, a sound that the Necrons recognized as the mechanical equivalent of breathing. Inside his sarcophagus, Godfrey began to wake. The transition was gradual, consciousness filtering back in stages. First came awareness of existence, the fundamental knowledge that he was. Then came memory, fragmented and confused, recollections of who he had been and what had happened to him. The battle with the greenskins, the terrible wound, the decision to enter him in this metal tomb, the operation, with all its pain and terror, the final moments of settling into stasis, his brothers standing around him, promising they would return. He tried to move and felt the response of the dreadnought's systems. His mind, interfaced with the Warwalker's neural network, sent signals that his mechanical body obeyed. He could feel his limbs, though they were power fists and weapon mounts rather than arms and hands. He could see, though his vision came from optical sensors rather than eyes. He could hear the mechanical sounds of his own operation, the whir of servos and the hum of reactors that were now extensions of his own body. But something was wrong. The last thing he remembered was his brothers sealing the chamber, the promise that they would return soon, but how much time had passed? His internal chronometer had been in stasis, along with everything else, giving him no reference point. And where were his brothers? He could not detect any of the familiar signals, the Vox frequencies that the Black Templars used, the electromagnetic signatures of Imperial technology. What he could detect were other signals, readings that made no sense, energy signatures unlike anything in his database. His optical sensors activated fully, and he saw them, the Necron warriors, standing in perfect ranks around him, their Gauss flares pointed in his direction, the metal skeletons with their glowing green eyes, radiating an aura of wrongness that his every instinct recognized as Xenos, as enemy, as something that should not exist. And before them, Trazak, taller and more elaborate than the warriors, regarding him with that empty metal face that somehow managed to convey intelligent evaluation despite lacking any features that could properly express such things. Godfrey's combat protocols activated automatically. Threat detected. Xenos presence confirmed. Status: enemy contact imminent. He tried to raise his weapons, to train his assault cannon on the closest concentration of threats, to prepare for battle the way he had been programmed to respond to any hostile contact. But his systems did not respond properly. Something was interfering with his weapon systems, some external control that had locked them down. He was awake but paralyzed, conscious but helpless, trapped in his armored shell with enemies all around and no way to fight. The terror that swept through him was beyond anything he had experienced as a flesh and blood warrior. To be helpless was the ultimate nightmare for a space marine, and to be helpless while locked in a body that could not flee, could not hide, could not even properly express fear, was worse than death. He tried to access his Vox systems, to call for aid, to send a distress signal that might reach his brothers wherever they were. But those systems too were locked, controlled by whatever was interfacing with his technology. Trazak observed the Dreadnought's attempted activation with interest. The war machine had tried to prepare for combat. That much was clear from the energy signatures and the mechanical movements that had been aborted by Xaneth's control protocols. It had recognized them as threats, as it should have. It had tried to respond appropriately. This was good. It meant the consciousness inside was intact, aware, capable of responding to stimuli. They could work with that. Xaneth had established a crude communication link through the Dreadnought's external data ports. It was far from perfect, limited by the incompatibility between Necron and human systems, but it allowed for basic information transfer. The Cryptek began transmitting what he hoped would be recognized as an attempt at peaceful contact. Not words, not yet. The linguistic barriers were too great. But mathematical concepts, universal constants, patterns that any technological civilization should recognize as deliberate communication rather than random noise. Inside his sarcophagus, Godfrey received the transmissions through his neural interface. His enhanced mind, trained for information processing beyond human norms, began to parse the data. He recognized it as communication, recognized the intent, even if he could not yet understand the content. Someone, or something, was trying to talk to him. The Xenos creatures were not simply attacking, they were attempting contact. This did not make them less dangerous. Xenos were Xenos, alien and unknowable, their very existence an affront to humanity's manifest destiny. The Emperor's will was clear on this matter. The alien must be destroyed, not negotiated with, not communicated with, not acknowledged as anything other than a threat to be eliminated. Every fiber of his being, every aspect of his conditioning as a Black Templar, demanded that he resist, that he fight, that he die before cooperating with these abominations. But he was helpless. His weapons were locked. His communications were jammed. He could not even move in any meaningful way. All he could do was exist, trapped in his metal prison, aware of the creatures surrounding him, knowing that they had him completely at their mercy. If they wanted him dead, there was nothing he could do to prevent it. If they wanted something else, he had no ability to refuse them. The communication attempts continued, becoming more sophisticated as Xaneth learned to interpret the responses from the Dreadnought systems. Simple concepts at first. Self, other, awareness, acknowledgement, then more complex ideas. Location, time, purpose, intent. Slowly, painfully, bridging the gap between two utterly different forms of consciousness, the Cryptek and the Dreadnought began to establish a rudimentary form of dialogue. Godfrey found himself responding despite his determination to resist. Part of it was simple pragmatism. If they were going to kill him, they would have done so already. Part of it was curiosity, a desire to understand what these creatures were and what they wanted. And part of it was the simple, desperate loneliness of a consciousness that had been isolated in darkness for decades, suddenly given the chance to interact with something, anything, even if that something was a Xenos abomination. Through the primitive communication link, concepts began to flow. The Necrons wanted to know what he was. Godfrey tried to explain, though the limitations of the communication method made it difficult. He was human, or had been. He was a space marine, a warrior of the Adeptus Astartes. one of the Emperor's chosen defenders of humanity. He had been wounded in battle and interred in this dreadnought chassis to continue his service. He had been left here by his brothers, who had intended to return for him, but had not yet done so. The Necrons absorbed this information with the cold analysis of beings who processed data rather than experienced emotion. A human warrior, transformed into a war machine to extend his usefulness beyond the limits of his biological form. It was conceptually similar to what the Necrons themselves had become, though executed with far cruder technology. The parallel was obvious, almost painfully so. Both had sacrificed their flesh for continued existence. Both were now more machine than their original forms. Both were, in their own ways, undead. Trazak made his decision. This dreadnought was not a threat, not in its current state, and the information it could provide about the current galactic situation was too valuable to destroy. They would keep it intact, study it, learn what they could from its systems and from the consciousness within. And in return, they would offer it something that Godfrey had not expected, had not even thought to hope for. They would offer him knowledge. The Necrons had been asleep for millions of years, yes, but their sensors had not been completely inactive. The tomb had maintained minimal surveillance of its surroundings, recording seismic data, stellar observations, electromagnetic radiation patterns. It was limited information, but it was information. And from it, the Necrons could make certain inferences about the galaxy's current state. Through the communication link, they transmitted what they knew. The Great Rift, that massive warp storm that had split the galaxy in two, though they did not understand its nature or significance. The movements of various stellar phenomena that suggested organized civilizations spanning multiple systems. The electromagnetic signatures of advanced technology that indicated multiple spacefaring races. The galaxy had changed, evolved, developed in ways that neither Godfrey nor the Necrons fully understood. For Godfrey, this information was both reassuring and terrifying. The Imperium clearly still existed, still spanned the stars, still waged its endless wars. But he had been asleep longer than he thought, longer than his brothers could have intended. Nearly a century, if his calculations based on the stellar data were correct. Nearly a century of waiting for rescue that had not come. Nearly a century of his chapter, moving from war to war while he lay forgotten in this tomb. The realization hit him with crushing force. He had been abandoned, not intentionally perhaps, but abandoned nonetheless. His brothers had promised to return, and they had not. They had left him here, sleeping in the darkness, while decades passed and the galaxy moved on without him. Whatever crusade had taken them from this world had led them far away, too far to return, too committed to other battles to spare the resources for retrieving one sleeping dreadnought from a dead world in the middle of nowhere. The despair that filled him was total and absolute. He had fought for 3 centuries. He had bled for the Emperor on 100 worlds. He had earned glory and honor and the respect of his brothers. And his reward was this: to be forgotten, left behind, abandoned in a tomb filled with Xenos machines, his existence reduced to an inconvenience that his chapter had never quite found time to address. Trazak observed the emotional distress in the dreadnought's responses with something that might have been sympathy in a being capable of such feelings. He understood abandonment. The Necrons had been abandoned by their gods, betrayed by the Catan who had promised them immortality and delivered only horror. They had been abandoned by the Silent King, who had destroyed the command protocols and disappeared into the void. They had been abandoned by the galaxy itself, which had moved on without them, leaving them to wake to a universe that no longer had a place for them. The Necron Lord made an offer that shocked everyone present, including himself. He offered the dreadnought a choice. The tomb would wake more of its forces, assess its strategic situation, determine its place in this new galaxy. This would take time, perhaps years by human reckoning. During that time, the dreadnought could remain here, in stasis if he preferred, or active if he chose. The Necrons would not harm him. They would not use his technology for their own purposes. They would simply allow him to exist, in peace, until either his brothers returned to retrieve him, or until the situation changed in some other way. Or, if he preferred, they would help him. The tomb had communication systems, primitive by Necron standards but functional. They could help him send a signal, a beacon that might be picked up by Imperial forces. They could provide him with information about nearby Imperial worlds. They could even, if circumstances permitted, transport him to a location where he might rejoin his chapter. Why this offer? Why this kindness to a creature that should have been their enemy? Trazak struggled to articulate the reasoning even to himself. Perhaps it was recognition of a kindred spirit, another being who had been transformed into something inhuman in service of a greater purpose. Perhaps it was sympathy for abandonment, a shared experience that transcended the vast gulf between their civilizations. Perhaps it was simple pragmatism, the recognition that treating this warrior with respect might yield better intelligence than treating him as a prisoner. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. Perhaps it was the ghost of a dead Necrontyr named Trazak, buried deep within the mechanical construct that bore his name, recognizing a fellow sufferer and offering the mercy that he himself would have wanted in similar circumstances. Godfrey did not know how to respond. This was beyond anything his training or experience had prepared him for. Xenos were supposed to be brutal, savage, incomprehensible. They were not supposed to offer assistance. They were not supposed to show mercy. They were not supposed to recognize suffering and respond to it with anything other than predatory exploitation. But these Necrons were not following the script. They were offering him choices when they could simply have destroyed him or harvested his technology for their own purposes. They were treating him not as an enemy to be eliminated, but as an intelligence to be negotiated with. It violated every assumption he had about Xenos, every principle he had been taught about the nature of the alien threat. Through the communication link, he transmitted his response. He was a Black Templar. He could not simply accept aid from Xenos, even if they offered it freely. His chapter would view such cooperation as heresy, as betrayal of the Emperor's will. He had sworn oaths that bound him to fight against all enemies of humanity, and these Necrons, whatever their current behavior, were still enemies by definition. But he also could not deny the simple truth of his situation. He was helpless, abandoned, with no prospect of rescue. Pride was a luxury for those who had options. He had none. If these Necrons wanted to destroy him, they could. If they wanted to help him, he lacked the means to refuse. All he could do was exist, trapped in his metal shell, and respond as best he could to the situation that fate, or the Emperor, or simple random chance had placed him in. Trazak understood the dilemma without needing it explained. Honor and pragmatism warring against each other, duty conflicting with survival, the weight of oaths that bound even when circumstances made them impossible to fulfill. The Necrons had their own codes, their own hierarchies of obligation that had survived the transformation from flesh to metal. They recognized the bind that the Dreadnought was in because they had experienced similar conflicts throughout their own long existence. The Necron Lord made a suggestion. They would send a signal, a general distress call using frequencies that the tomb's sensors had detected as common to Imperial communication systems. They would not identify the Dreadnought specifically, not mention the Necron presence, simply broadcast a basic help-requested message. If Imperial forces responded, they could retrieve their lost warrior. If they did not, well, then at least an attempt had been made. This, Godfrey found, he could accept. A distress call was not cooperation with Xenos, not in any meaningful sense. It was simply a recognition of reality, a desperate measure taken by a stranded warrior trying to reconnect with his chapter. If the Emperor judged him for it, so be it. He had fought faithfully for 3 centuries. He had earned the right to try to rejoin his brothers, even if the method was less than orthodox. The signal was prepared and transmitted. It was simple, elegant in its brevity. Imperial warrior, stranded on dead world in this system. Request immediate extraction. Repeat, Imperial warrior requires extraction. The coordinates were included, precise to within meters of the tomb's entrance. Any Imperial vessel passing through this region of space would receive the signal and could investigate if they chose. Of course, There was no guarantee that any Imperial ships would pass through this region. The dead world was in the middle of nowhere, its star dying, its strategic value negligible. The Black Templars might never return, assuming they even remembered that they had left someone behind. Other Imperial forces had no reason to investigate random distress signals from abandoned systems, not with the galaxy burning and every available resource committed to fighting wars that actually mattered. But the signal was sent. It would repeat on a continuous loop, broadcasting into the void, a tiny electronic voice crying out across the darkness between the stars. And somewhere, perhaps, someone might hear it. The Necrons, for their part, continued their awakening. More systems came online. More warriors emerged from stasis. The tomb's command structure solidified as additional nobles were roused from their long sleep. They found themselves in a galaxy they did not fully understand, facing threats they could not yet identify, surrounded by younger races that had achieved levels of development the Necrons had not anticipated. The strategic situation was complex, requiring careful analysis before any major actions could be taken. And in the midst of all this, they had a guest. A human warrior locked in a machine body, sleeping when he preferred sleep, waking when he chose to be awake, treated with the respect due to a fallen enemy who had fought with honor. It was an unusual situation, unprecedented in Necron memory. But then, much about this new galaxy was proving to be unusual. Days became weeks. The distress signal continued its broadcast, unanswered. Godfrey spent his time in a state between wakefulness and sleep, his consciousness drifting in the strange limbo that dreadnoughts knew so well. The Necrons left him largely alone, checking on him periodically to ensure his systems remained functional but otherwise respecting his isolation. They had their own concerns, their own tasks, their own process of coming to terms with the galaxy they found themselves in. Zenith visited sometimes, fascinated by the dreadnought's technology, eager to understand the principles underlying its construction. They communicated through the crude link they had established, exchanging information about their respective technologies, finding common ground in the language of engineering and physics that transcended cultural boundaries. It was not friendship, exactly. Neither was capable of that anymore. But it was something approaching professional respect, two craftsmen recognizing each other's work, even across the vast gulf between their civilizations. Trazak came once, standing in silence before the Warwalker for what might have been hours or minutes, time having little meaning to beings who did not measure their existence in biological rhythms. He did not attempt communication. He simply stood, regarding the dreadnought with his empty metal face, thinking thoughts that even he could not fully articulate. Two tombs, one built by his own race millions of years ago, one constructed by human hands mere decades past. Two forms of undeath, standing in the darkness beneath a dying world, waiting for purposes that neither could fully define. Eventually, after weeks of silence, the distress signal received a response. It was not the Black Templars. They were engaged in campaigns halfway across the galaxy, too distant and too committed to respond to a random distress call from a dead world. It was a different chapter, one that happened to be passing through the region, investigating reports of Xeno's activity. The Crimson Fists, themselves descendants of the Imperial Fists and thus distant cousins to the Black Templars, detected the signal and diverted to investigate. Their response was cautious. A dead world broadcasting Imperial codes was suspicious, potentially a trap set by raiders or Xenos trying to lure Imperial forces into an ambush. They approached carefully, sensors active, weapons ready, prepared for anything, from void pirates to chaos cultists, to some new Xenos threat they had not yet catalogued. What they found confused them utterly. The planet registered as dead, its surface scoured by radiation, no signs of life or activity. But the signal was definitely emanating from beneath the surface, from some kind of structure buried in the planetary crust. Their scans detected energy readings consistent with advanced technology, massive chambers and corridors, systems that were clearly artificial and operational. This was not a natural formation. This was not an abandoned ruin. Something was down there, active, and aware. The Crimson Fists deployed a reconnaissance force, combat teams equipped for underground operations, ready for whatever they might encounter. They followed the coordinates from the distress signal, finding the entrance to the tomb more easily than the Black Templars had, thanks to the Necrons' decision to unseal it in preparation for possible Imperial arrival. They descended into darkness, their helmet lamps cutting through shadows that had existed for millions of years. And they found the Necrons waiting for them, not attacking, not immediately threatening, but present. Rows of metal skeletons standing in perfect formation, their weapons lowered but ready. The Crimson Fists prepared for battle, recognizing the distinctive appearance of Necron warriors even if they had never personally encountered them before. This was a trap after all, they thought, though one more sophisticated than they had expected. But then Trazak stepped forward, alone, unarmed, broadcasting a message on frequencies he had learned from monitoring the Dreadnought systems. The message was simple, transmitted in crude, low Gothic, that the tomb's analysis systems had pieced together from intercepted Imperial communications. "You are here for your warrior. He is unharmed. You may take him. We mean no hostility." The Crimson Fists did not understand. Xenos did not negotiate. They attacked, or they fled, or they died. They did not capture Imperial warriors and then offer to return them unharmed. It violated every principle of warfare they understood. This had to be a trick, a deception, though its purpose was unclear. Trazak gestured, and the Necron warriors parted, creating a clear path. At the end of that path, the Crimson Fists could see the Dreadnought, standing in the chamber where it had slept for so long. Godfrey had activated fully when the Imperial forces entered the tomb, his systems online and aware, his weapons no longer locked by Necron control protocols. He was free to move, free to fight if necessary, free to walk out of this tomb and rejoin his own kind. The moment was surreal. Space Marines standing face to face with Necrons, neither side attacking, neither side retreating, both simply waiting to see what would happen next. The air was thick with potential violence, every warrior on both sides ready to respond instantly if hostilities broke out. But for now, in this moment, there was only tense silence and the sound of mechanical breathing. Godfrey moved forward, his dreadnought body articulating smoothly as he walked between the ranks of Necron warriors toward his rescuers. He did not look back at Trazak, did not acknowledge the Necrons in any way that the Crimson Fists would notice. But through the communication link that still connected him to the tomb's systems, he transmitted a final message. A single concept, difficult to express through the crude interface, but unmistakable in its meaning. Gratitude, acknowledgement, recognition of the mercy he had been shown. Trazak received the message and responded with his own. Survival, persistence, the hope that both their kinds would endure whatever the galaxy threw at them. It was as close to a blessing as a being without a soul could offer. The Crimson Fists escorted the dreadnought out of the tomb, moving slowly, weapons ready, expecting an attack at any moment. But the Necrons simply watched them go, making no move to prevent their departure. When the Space Marines reached the surface and began the ascent to their orbiting ships, they looked back once and saw the tomb entrance sealing itself, the ancient metal doors closing with final solidity, leaving no trace that anything had ever existed there. In their ships, safe in the void above the dead world, the Crimson Fists tried to understand what had happened. They questioned the dreadnought, asking about his captivity, about what the Necrons had done to him, about what information he might have been forced to reveal. Godfrey answered honestly, within the limits of his obligations to the chapter. He had been left behind by accident. The Necrons had found him during their awakening. They had chosen not to harm him. They had sent the distress signal that had brought rescue. That was all. The Crimson Fists did not believe him. Not entirely. It was too strange, too unlike anything they knew about Xenos behavior. They suspected some kind of contamination, some subtle corruption or programming that the Necrons had inflicted on him, but their examinations found nothing. His systems were clean, his consciousness uncorrupted, his memories consistent with what he claimed. If the Necrons had done something to him, it was too subtle for Imperial technology to detect. Eventually, reluctantly, they accepted his story at face value. Xenos had shown mercy. It was unprecedented, inexplicable, but apparently genuine. They would report it to their chapter master, who would report it to the Inquisition, who would file it away in some archive where it would gather dust alongside 10,000 other inexplicable incidents that did not fit neatly into humanity's understanding of the universe. Godfrey was eventually returned to the Black Templars. The reunion was awkward, filled with guilt and apology from his brothers who had inadvertently abandoned him, filled with quiet dignity from Godfrey, who refused to blame them for circumstances beyond their control. He was given a position of honor within the chapter, his long and faithful service recognized, his ordeal acknowledged as one more burden borne for the Emperor's sake. But he never spoke about what had happened in the tomb. When questioned, he provided the same basic facts he had given the Crimson Fists. Left behind, found by Necrons, held peacefully, released unharmed. That was all. The details, the conversations with Trazak, the weeks of strange coexistence with beings that should have been his mortal enemies, all of that remained locked in his memory, a private chapter of his long service that belonged to him alone. Sometimes, in the depths of sleep when dreadnoughts dreamed their mechanical dreams, he thought about the tomb, about Trazak and Xaneth and the other Necrons, who had treated him not as an enemy, but as something approaching a guest, about the irony of finding mercy among Xenos while being forgotten by his own kind, about the strange kinship he had felt with beings whose existence was as much a curse as his own. He never spoke of these thoughts. They would not have been understood. The Black Templars were warriors of absolute faith, believers in clear moral absolutes, defenders of a truth that allowed for no ambiguity. To suggest that Xenos could show compassion, that enemies could act with honor, that the universe might be more complex than the simple narratives of good versus evil that sustained the Imperium, would have been heresy. But he knew, and that knowledge, locked away in his consciousness like a secret treasure, changed something fundamental in his understanding of the war. Not his commitment to it, that remained absolute. Not his loyalty to the Emperor, that was beyond question. But his understanding of what they were fighting for, and perhaps more importantly, what they were fighting against. The galaxy was vast beyond comprehension, ancient beyond reckoning, filled with wonders and horrors that defied easy categorization. In such a universe, simple truths were lies, and the only real truth was complexity. The Necrons were enemies. Yes, Xenos abominations who would need to be fought and defeated in service of humanity's manifest destiny. But they were also something else. They were beings who had endured unimaginable horror, who had persisted through epochs that reduced civilizations to dust, who had chosen mercy when they might have chosen cruelty. That did not make them less dangerous. That did not mean they could be trusted. That did not change the fundamental reality that humanity and the Necrons were on a collision course that would eventually result in terrible war. But it meant something. What? Exactly, Godfrey could not have said. But it meant something. Back in the tomb, now sealed once more, Trazak considered the encounter. The dreadnought had left, retrieved by his own kind, returned to whatever wars awaited him. The tomb would never see him again, unless circumstances brought them into conflict, in which case they would fight, and one or both would likely be destroyed. That was the way of the galaxy, the eternal cycle of war that defined existence in this dark millennium. But for a brief moment, there had been something else, a pause in the endless violence. A moment of understanding between beings who had both sacrificed their humanity, each in their own way, in service of causes larger than themselves. It had been temporary, fragile, impossible to sustain in a universe defined by conflict, but it had existed, and that meant something too. The tomb continued its awakening, slowly bringing more of its systems online, gradually rousing more of its inhabitants from their millions of years of sleep. Eventually, it would be fully active, its legions ready to march, its nobles prepared to reclaim what they viewed as their rightful dominion over the galaxy. There would be war, terrible and total, as there always had been and always would be. But in the depths of Trazak's programming, in whatever passed for memory in his mechanical consciousness, there remained a ghost of this encounter, a human warrior, locked in metal like the Necrons themselves, abandoned and then rescued, showing dignity in captivity and gratitude in release. It was a small thing, insignificant against the scale of galactic conflict, but it was also proof that even in a universe of only war, there could be moments of something else. The encounter between the Necrons and the Black Templars' dreadnought would have ripple effects neither side could have anticipated. For the Imperium, it added one more data point to their incomplete understanding of the Necron threat. The Xenos could show restraint. They could negotiate. They could make choices that suggested strategic thinking beyond simple aggression. This made them more dangerous, not less, because it meant they were capable of sophisticated threat assessment and tactical flexibility. The Inquisition would spend years analyzing the reports, looking for evidence of corruption or contamination, trying to determine if the Necrons' behavior suggested some deeper threat. They would find nothing conclusive, no clear answers, just more questions about a Xenos race that continued to defy easy categorization. The Ordo Xenos in particular would be deeply troubled by the implications. If Necrons could show mercy, if they could make sophisticated judgments about when to fight and when to refrain, then they were not the mindless automatons that some Imperial scholars had theorized. They were thinking beings, capable of complex reasoning, able to pursue long-term strategies that might span centuries or millennia. This made them unpredictable in ways that simple, aggressive Xenos races were not. Some within the Inquisition would argue that the dreadnought should be destroyed, that any warrior who had spent time in Xenos captivity, regardless of how benign that captivity appeared, represented an unacceptable security risk. The Necrons possessed technologies that the Mechanicus could barely comprehend, methods of manipulating matter and energy that seemed more like sorcery than science. Who was to say they had not done something to Godfrey during his time in their tomb? Who could guarantee that he was not now a vector for some subtle contamination, some programming or conditioning that would only reveal itself years or decades hence? But others would counsel caution. The Dreadnought's consciousness had been examined by the finest tech priests available. No evidence of tampering had been found. His memories were consistent, his personality unchanged, his loyalty to the Emperor undiminished. To destroy him, based on suspicion alone, without evidence of actual corruption, would be to punish a warrior who had already suffered greatly in the Emperor's service. It would set a dangerous precedent, suggesting that any Space Marine who survived Xenos contact was automatically suspect. The Space Marines would not accept such a policy, and the Inquisition could not afford to alienate the Adeptus Astartes by pursuing vendettas against individual warriors without cause. In the end, Godfrey would be allowed to live and continue his service, but quietly watched. Inquisitorial agents would monitor him, examining his actions for any signs of unusual behavior or suspicious choices. They would find nothing. He would fight, as he had always fought, with the same courage and dedication that had defined his 3 centuries of service. If the Necrons had done something to him, it was too subtle for even the Inquisition to detect, or perhaps they had done nothing at all, and his story was exactly what he claimed it to be. For the Necrons, the encounter provided valuable intelligence about the current state of the galaxy. The Dreadnought's systems had contained data, fragmentary and incomplete, but still useful, about Imperial technology and military doctrine. They learned about the structure of Space Marine chapters, about the existence of the Emperor and the Imperial cult that worshipped him, about the vast size of the Imperium and the countless threats it faced. This information would be integrated into the Tomb's strategic databases, shared with other awakening Tomb worlds through communication systems that operated at speeds and across distances that Imperial technology could not match. More importantly, the interaction had confirmed that the younger races, particularly humanity, had achieved levels of development that demanded serious attention. The existence of the Dreadnought proved that humans had mastered technologies that approached Necron capabilities in specific areas. The stasis field technology was particularly significant. While not as sophisticated as Necron systems, it demonstrated an understanding of temporal manipulation that should not have been possible for a race that had been barely past the Stone Age when the Necrons went to sleep. This suggested either remarkable progress during the millions of years of the Great Sleep, or possibly cross-contamination between technologies. Knowledge transferred somehow from the Necrons or other ancient races to the younger civilizations that now dominated the galaxy. The implications were profound. If humanity could develop one piece of advanced technology, they could potentially develop others. If they understood temporal stasis, what else might they understand? What other principles of physics had they uncovered? What other technologies had they created? The galaxy the Necrons were awakening to was not the primitive wasteland they had anticipated. It was a mature technological civilization, or rather, a collection of such civilizations, each with their own capabilities and strengths. The reconquest of the galaxy would not be the simple matter of sweeping aside primitives that some had assumed. It would require careful planning, sophisticated strategy, and most importantly, better intelligence about the various races that now claimed dominion over worlds. The Necrons still considered their rightful territory. For the Necrons, the encounter provided valuable intelligence about the current state of the galaxy. The Dreadnought systems had contained data, fragmentary and incomplete, but still useful, about Imperial technology and military doctrine. More importantly, the interaction had confirmed that the younger races, particularly humanity, had achieved levels of development that demanded serious attention. This was not a galaxy ripe for easy conquest. This was a galaxy that had evolved in their absence, developing its own powers and technologies, creating civilizations that could present genuine threats to Necron supremacy. The knowledge would inform their awakening protocols, shape their strategic planning, influence their decisions about when to fight and when to bide their time. The war was coming, inevitable as the death of stars, but it would be fought with better intelligence and more realistic assessments of enemy capabilities than it might have been otherwise. But beyond these practical considerations, beyond intelligence and strategic advantage and tactical doctrine, there was something else. A memory, a ghost of an interaction that should not have happened, between beings that should have been implacable enemies, in the darkness beneath a dying world. It proved nothing. It changed nothing. The war would come regardless. And when it came, both sides would fight, with all the terrible fury they could muster. But it was there. And in a universe where moments of peace were rarer than habitable worlds, where mercy was weakness and compassion was heresy, where the only truth was war and the only certainty was death, that meant something. What exactly it meant, none of the participants could have said, but it meant something. Godfrey would fight for centuries more, a walking engine of destruction, a consciousness locked in metal, slowly losing himself to time and trauma, until finally, thankfully, he would be destroyed in battle against a tyrannid bio-titan on a world whose name he no longer remembered. In his final moments, as his systems failed and his consciousness began to fade, he thought briefly of that tomb, of the Necrons who had shown him mercy when his own brothers had forgotten him, of Trazak's empty metal face, regarding him with something that might have been respect. And Trazak would continue to serve his tomb world for millennia more, awakening fully, leading his forces in the wars to come, fighting against the younger races with the cold efficiency that defined Necron warfare. He would destroy thousands of enemies, reclaim dozens of worlds, secure his dynasty's place in the new galactic order, and always, in some buried subroutine of his programming, in some inaccessible corner of his machine consciousness, there would be a memory of a human warrior who had thanked him for mercy. Neither would ever speak of it. Neither would ever reference it in any way that outsiders could detect. But it was there. A bridge across the void, too fragile to bear any weight, too temporary to matter in any practical sense, but real nonetheless. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there was only war, there had been one moment of something else, and that was enough. So ends the tale of when the Necrons found a sleeping Black Templar's dreadnought in their tomb. It is a small story in a galaxy of grand epics, a footnote to histories written in the blood of countless trillions. But it is our story, the story of what happens when two forms of undeath meet in the darkness and choose, for just a moment, to be something other than enemies. Make of it what you will. If you found this exploration of one of Warhammer 40,000's most fascinating what-if scenarios compelling, if you enjoyed this deep dive into the unexpected places where humanity and Xenos might find common ground, however temporary and fragile, then please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss future videos exploring the darker corners of the 40K universe, the strange encounters that happen in the spaces between the major events, the stories of individual warriors caught up in circumstances beyond their control or comprehension. Leave a comment below telling us what you think would happen in this scenario. Would the Necrons really show mercy, or would their reaction be more hostile? What would the Imperium do if they learned the full truth of what transpired? How would other Space Marine chapters respond to the knowledge that Xenos could act with something approaching honor? The beauty of Warhammer 40,000 is that there are no definitive answers, only possibilities to explore and debate. And if you have suggestions for other scenarios you'd like to see explored, other strange meetings between factions that normally only meet in battle, other corners of the lore that deserve deeper examination, let us know. The galaxy is vast, the stories are endless, and there are always more tales to tell about this dark millennium where there is only war, except for those brief moments when there is something else. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of a Necron tomb world, into the consciousness of a sleeping dreadnought, into the strange space where mercy and duty and abandonment and honor all collide in ways that defy easy understanding. Until next time, may the Emperor protect you, may your weapons never fail, and may you find mercy even in the darkest corners of the galaxy. For in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, even the smallest moment of peace is worth remembering. In the deepest reaches of space, where the light of dying stars flickers against the eternal void, ancient tombs lie buried beneath worlds that have forgotten their names. These are not the crypts of mortal civilizations, those fleeting empires that rise and fall within the span of a few thousand years. No, these are the resting places of something far older, far more terrible. These are the tomb worlds of the Necrons, and within their silent halls, machines that have slept for 60 million years wait in patient stillness for the moment of their awakening. But what happens when something intrudes upon that ancient sleep? What occurs when the orderly perfection of Necron technology encounters the maddening chaos of the warp? What transpires when the most advanced civilization the galaxy has ever known finds itself face to face with corruption incarnate, wrapped in a shell of twisted metal and screaming flesh? This is the story of an impossible encounter, a meeting between two forces that should never have crossed paths. This is what happens when Necrons find a Chaos Dreadnought in their tomb. The scenario might seem impossible at first consideration. How could a massive war machine of the Traitor Legions possibly find its way into the sealed chambers of a Necron tomb world? The Necrons are masters of dimensional science, their tombs protected by technologies that make a mockery of conventional physics. Their defenses include phase shift generators that can move entire sections of their complexes out of sync with normal reality, Gauss pylons capable of stripping matter down to its constituent atoms, and scarab swarms that can detect and eliminate any intrusion before it poses a threat to the slumbering nobles within. These defenses have stood for 60 million years, repelling countless would-be invaders and weathering the slow erosion of time itself without degradation or failure. The tomb's outer perimeter alone represents a defensive achievement that would humble the greatest fortress builders of the Imperium. Kilometers beneath the planet's surface, layers of blackstone and living metal create a barrier that exists partially outside normal space. Sensors scan across multiple dimensions simultaneously, detecting threats that conventional security systems would miss entirely. Auto-reactive defense systems respond to intrusions within nanoseconds, deploying countermeasures specifically calibrated to the nature of each threat. A single footstep on the planet's surface, if it falls in the wrong location, can trigger responses that range from localized phase shifts to planet-wide dimensional anchors that prevent any form of teleportation or warp travel within the system. Yet the galaxy is vast and strange, and in the grim darkness of the far future, impossible events occur with disturbing regularity. Perhaps a massive warp storm, one of those reality-shearing tempests that tear through the material universe like claws through parchment, deposited the corrupted machine directly into the tomb's lower levels. The warp cares nothing for the laws of physics or the boundaries between dimensions. When the immaterium bleeds into real space, anything becomes possible. A hellbrute fighting on one world could find itself elsewhere entirely, transported across space and time by energies that mock the very concept of distance. Consider the nature of such storms. They are not mere weather phenomena or even conventional space-time disruptions. Warp storms are literal tears in the fabric of reality, places where the immaterium pours into the material universe with all the force of an ocean rushing through a breach in a dam. Within the boundaries of a warp storm, the normal rules that govern existence simply cease to apply. Time can flow backward or sideways or not at all. Space folds in on itself, creating impossible geometries that would drive a human observer mad simply to behold. Objects can exist in multiple locations simultaneously, or cease to exist only to reappear somewhere else entirely. A hellbrute caught in such a storm would experience sensations beyond any form of torture yet devised. Its already fractured consciousness would be pulled apart and reassembled in configurations that bore no relationship to sanity or reason. It might live through the same moment 1,000 times, each iteration slightly different, or it might experience the heat death of the universe condensed into a single subjective instant. And then, when the storm finally released it, it could emerge anywhere in the galaxy, or beyond, with no relationship between where it entered the storm and where it departed. If this is how our hellbrute arrived in the tomb, it would explain certain anomalies in the sensor readings that initially confused the tomb mind. The temporal distortions associated with warp travel would account for the fluctuating mass readings, as the hellbrute's particles existed partially in multiple time streams simultaneously. The dimensional phasing would explain why the construct appeared to occupy different amounts of space depending on which sensors were examining it. And the residual warp energies clinging to its frame would create precisely the sort of reality distortions that the tomb mind initially classified as sensor malfunctions. Or perhaps the intrusion occurred during the tomb's initial construction, millions of years before the Necrons entered their great sleep. The world that became a tomb might once have been a battlefield, and the dreadnought, already ancient even then, could have been buried by tectonic shifts and geological upheaval. This scenario, while seemingly less dramatic than a warp storm, carries its own profound implications. It suggests that the hellbrute has been sitting dormant beneath the planet's surface for millions of years, its corrupted systems in some form of stasis that prevented complete degradation. Imagine the geological processes required to bury a war machine the size of a dreadnought so deeply that it would end up within a structure built kilometers underground. The planet itself would need to be geologically active, with tectonic plates grinding against each other, with sufficient force to subduct surface material into the mantle. Over millions of years, layer upon layer of sediment would accumulate, compressing and transforming under immense pressure into solid rock. The battlefield, where the hellbrute fell, would be buried beneath mountains, those mountains worn down by erosion and covered by new formations, the cycle repeating until the original surface lay kilometers below the current ground level. The Necrons, when they chose this world for a tomb, would have scanned it extensively, mapping its internal structure and identifying optimal locations for their stasis chambers. But their scans were calibrated to detect threats and unsuitable geological formations, not to identify individual artifacts that might be buried in the deep strata. A hellbrute, its power systems cold and dark, its corrupted machine spirit dormant, would register as nothing more than an unusually dense rock formation, if it registered at all. The Necrons would have built their tomb around it, never knowing that beneath their carefully engineered chambers lay a time bomb that would not detonate for millions of years. A third possibility involves the chaotic nature of teleportation technology in the hands of those who serve the Dark Gods. Chaos Space Marines are known to use crude teleportation devices, warp-touched artifacts that tear holes in reality to move troops and war machines across vast distances. These devices are inherently unstable, prone to catastrophic failures that can deposit their cargo into solid rock, the void of space, or dimensions that should not exist. A hellbrute, teleporting into what its corrupted machine spirit believed to be a battlefield, might instead materialize deep within a Necron tomb, its arrival undetected by defenses that were never calibrated to recognize threats emerging from within. The mechanics of chaos teleportation are as horrifying as they are effective. Unlike Imperial teleportation technology, which uses carefully calculated mathematical models to punch temporary holes through the warp, chaos teleportation relies on the whims of demonic entities to facilitate transport. A chaos sorcerer might bargain with a daemon of Tziench, offering its souls or secrets in exchange for passage through the immaterium. Or a warpsmith might construct a teleportation device, powered by bound daemons, each one screaming in eternal torment as it tears reality apart to fulfill its function. These methods work, after a fashion, but they are subject to the capricious nature of the entities that make them possible. A daemon might fulfill the letter of a bargain while violating its spirit, depositing troops in the location requested but thousands of years in the past or future. A bound daemon might rebel against its constraints, sending its cargo to some nightmare realm instead of the intended destination. Or the sheer chaos of the warp might interfere with the teleportation process, scattering individual molecules across light years or merging multiple beings into single horrifying amalgamations. In this scenario, the Hellbrute was likely part of a larger force attempting to teleport onto a battlefield. Perhaps its warband was assaulting an Imperial fortress, and the Hellbrute was meant to materialize in the heart of the enemy stronghold, sowing chaos and destruction while its comrades attacked from without. The teleportation was initiated, reality was torn open, and the Hellbrute stepped through the bleeding wound between dimensions. But something went wrong. Perhaps the sorcerer performing the ritual made an error in the complex incantations required to guide the teleportation. Perhaps the daemon facilitating the transport decided to play a cruel joke on its supposed masters. Or perhaps the Hellbrute's own corrupted nature interfered with the process, its warp-saturated systems creating interference that disrupted the carefully balanced energies of the teleportation. Whatever the cause, the Hellbrute emerged not on a battlefield, but in a chamber deep within a Necron tomb, materializing in a restricted sector where no conscious mind had set foot in millions of years. The tomb's defenses, sophisticated as they are, were not designed to detect threats that appear from nowhere. Their sensors scan for physical intrusions, for energy signatures that indicate incoming attacks, for the specific gravitational and electromagnetic signatures associated with spacecraft or armies on the march. But a single entity materializing directly within the tomb's boundaries, bypassing all physical barriers, would not trigger the standard alert protocols. It would simply appear, as if it had always been there, and the sensors would register it only when they happened to scan the specific location where it materialized. However it arrived, the result is the same: an abomination of flesh, metal, a scale that makes the greatest achievements of the Imperium look like children's toys. Each tomb world is a planet-spanning complex of stasis chambers, power matrices, and dimensional labyrinths that exist partially outside normal space-time. The technology involved in their construction predates human civilization by tens of millions of years, drawing on scientific principles that the tech priests of Mars would consider miraculous or impossible. The architecture of a tomb world defies conventional description. To an observer standing in one of its halls, the space might appear to be a simple corridor of black stone and living metal, perhaps 100 meters long and 10 meters high. Yet that same corridor might actually contain thousands of stasis chambers, phased into pocket dimensions and accessible only through careful manipulation of the tomb's reality warping technologies. The Necrons mastered interdimensional geometry long before humanity's ancestors climbed down from the trees. They can fold space like origami, creating volumes that are impossibly larger on the inside than the outside, fitting entire armies into spaces that should barely contain a squad. At the heart of every tomb world lies its central nervous system, a vast artificial intelligence known as the tomb mind. This is no simple computer. The tomb mind is a gestalt consciousness formed from millions of interconnected processing nodes, each one capable of calculations that would take an imperial cogitator centuries to complete. It monitors every aspect of the tomb's function, from the status of individual stasis chambers to the positions of defensive weapons systems scattered across the planet's surface. The tomb mind never sleeps, never rests, never ceases its eternal vigil over the masters it serves. When the tomb world is dormant, as most have been for millions of years, the tomb mind operates on minimal power, its attention focused on basic maintenance and threat detection. But it is always watching, always calculating, always prepared to initiate defense protocols should anything threaten the sleeping nobles in its care. Its decision-making matrix is programmed with countless algorithms, each designed to respond to specific types of intrusions with appropriate levels of force. A small group of scavengers might warrant deployment of a few scarab swarms. A full-scale invasion force could trigger the awakening of entire legions of Necron warriors. The tomb mind does not think like a biological creature. It has no emotions, no ego, no sense of self-preservation beyond its core directive to protect the tomb and its inhabitants. It exists in a state of pure logic, evaluating threats based on hard data and responding with mathematical precision. When sensors detect an anomaly deep within the tomb's restricted sectors, the tomb mind does not panic or hesitate. It simply begins running through its vast library of response protocols, searching for the one that best fits the data it is receiving. And the data it receives from this intrusion is deeply fundamentally wrong. But before the tomb mind can formulate its response, we must understand what, exactly, has violated the sanctity of the tomb. The Chaos Dreadnought, or more accurately the Hellbrute as it is known in the current age, represents one of the most tragic and horrifying fates that can befall a space marine who has fallen to chaos. Where Imperial dreadnoughts are revered as honored ancients, wise veterans whose counsel is sought in matters of war and strategy, Chaos dreadnoughts are feared and shackled, treated as rabid beasts that must be contained between battles. The process of creating a Hellbrute begins with a space marine who has been catastrophically wounded, their body too damaged to survive without mechanical augmentation. In loyal chapters, this would be an honor. To be interred within a dreadnought is to be given eternal life, a chance to serve the Emperor for millennia beyond a normal space marine's already extended lifespan. The process is solemn and sacred, conducted by the chapter's most skilled tech marines and blessed by its highest-ranking chaplains. The space marine being interred is treated with the utmost reverence, for they are sacrificing their remaining mortal existence to become something greater, a living weapon that will serve their chapter for countless battles to come. But in the traitor legions and renegade warbands, the process has become corrupted by 10,000 years of exposure to warp energies. The reverence is gone, replaced by desperate necessity, or worse, by deliberate cruelty. Some Chaos Lords use internment in a dreadnought as a punishment for those who have failed them, condemning warriors who angered their superiors to an eternity of torment within a metal shell. Others view it as simply another tool, a way to salvage valuable combat assets that would otherwise be lost to battle damage. The sarcophagus itself, the armored shell that contains what remains of the Space Marine's body, becomes a prison of torment rather than a sanctuary of preservation. Unlike Imperial dreadnoughts, which place their occupant in a dreamless sleep between battles, Chaos dreadnoughts remain conscious, trapped within the confines of their metal shell, with nothing but their own maddening thoughts for company. Hours stretch into days, days into years, years into centuries. There is no escape, no relief, only the endless awareness of their confinement. Imagine experiencing such an existence. You are aware, fully conscious, but completely disconnected from the world outside your metal shell. You cannot feel the touch of wind on your skin, for you have no skin. You cannot smell the acrid bite of ozone after a lightning strike, for you have no nose. You cannot taste food or water, for you consume neither. Every human sense has been stripped away, replaced by cold data feeds from mechanical sensors that translate reality into numbers and wavelengths. You see through optical arrays that render everything in false color thermal overlays. You hear through audio pickups that filter out frequencies that organic ears could perceive. You feel through pressure sensors that detect force, but cannot experience texture or temperature in any meaningful way. And you are alone. Utterly, completely alone. There are no companions to speak with, no comrades to share the burden of your existence. The other members of your warband go about their lives, fighting and feasting and indulging in whatever perversions their particular chaos god demands. While you sit in darkness, a consciousness trapped in a box, counting the seconds until you are next needed. Some Imperial dreadnoughts report that their time in stasis passes instantaneously, that one moment they are being sealed away and the next they are awakening for deployment, with no subjective experience of the time between. For Chaos dreadnoughts, there is no such mercy. Every second of every hour of every year is experienced in full, agonizing awareness. But the corruption goes deeper than mere psychological torment. The warp itself seeps into the dreadnought systems, drawn by the negative emotions of rage, despair, and hatred emanating from the trapped Space Marine. These psychic emanations act as a beacon, attracting the attention of entities that dwell in the immaterium. Daemons whisper in the darkness, their voices promising power, freedom, vengeance. They tell the imprisoned warrior that they can grant him release, that they can restore what was taken, that they can make him whole again. Sometimes the promises are true, in their own twisted way. More often, they are simply another layer of torment heaped upon the damned soul within. The daemons are patient, for time means nothing to them. They whisper and cajole and tempt, wearing away at the Space Marine's sanity like water eroding stone. Even the strongest will eventually begins to crack under this relentless psychic assault. The Space Marine might resist for decades, might maintain his mental discipline through sheer force of will, and whatever scraps of faith or purpose remain to him. But eventually, inevitably, something gives way. Perhaps it's just a momentary lapse, a single instant where the defenses drop and the demon's words strike home. That's all it takes. Once the breach is made, the corruption floods in like poison through a wound. Over time, something truly horrifying begins to occur. The flesh of the entombed Space Marine starts to fuse with the metal of the dreadnought chassis. This is not a metaphor or a figure of speech. The actual cellular structure of the Space Marine's remaining organic tissue begins to interweave with the inorganic materials of the sarcophagus and chassis. Muscle tissue grows into hydraulic systems, individual muscle fibers wrapping around pistons and servos, contracting and expanding in sync with the mechanical movements they now augment. Bone melds with adamantium plating, the calcium matrix of skeletal tissue bonding at the molecular level with the artificially hardened metal. Nerves intertwine with circuitry in ways that should be impossible, but somehow function through the reality-warping influence of chaos, creating hybrid pathways that transmit both bioelectric impulses and electronic signals. The line between marine and machine blurs and then disappears entirely. What emerges is neither flesh nor metal, but something in between, a hybrid monstrosity that defies natural law. The Hellbrute's armor is not merely worn but grown, extruded from internal organs that have been transformed into biological forges. Its weapons are not attached but integrated. Neural pathways connecting directly to targeting systems and firing mechanisms. The sarcophagus that once protected the Space Marine's body now contains something that can barely be called a body at all, a mass of tissues and circuitry, organs and wiring, all functioning together in a nightmarish parody of life. The pilot's consciousness, such as it remains, becomes fractured and incoherent. They experience the world through both organic senses and mechanical senses, creating a nightmarish dual perception that no mortal mind was designed to process. They feel both the phantom pain of their long-destroyed organic body, the ghost sensations of limbs that were amputated centuries ago, and the stress fractures in their armored shell, the micro-tears in metal plates that they somehow perceive as wounds in their own flesh. They hunger for battle, not out of duty or strategy, but out of pure, desperate need. Combat is the only time when the madness recedes slightly, when the act of killing provides a momentary focus that silences the screaming voices in their mind. When deployed for battle, a Hellbrute is a terrifying sight. It moves with jerky, spasmodic motions, as if the various systems that control its movements are fighting each other for dominance. Its weapons track targets with disturbing precision one moment and spray fire wildly the next. As control shifts between the pilot's degraded conscious mind and autonomous systems that function according to their own corrupted logic, the sounds it makes are perhaps worst of all mechanical grinding mixed with organic screaming, the whir of servos harmonizing with agonized howls that issue from vox speakers never meant to replicate the human voice. Other Chaos Space Marines fear and despise the Hellbrutes in their ranks. They see in them a possible future for themselves, a fate that might await any warrior who suffers grievous injury. The Hellbrutes are kept shackled between battles, massive chains binding their limbs, and weapon systems locked down by arcane mechanisms. These restraints are as much for the warband's protection as for anyone else's. A Hellbrute awakening unexpectedly might lash out at anything nearby, making no distinction between ally and enemy in its maddened rage. Some warbands have lost valuable warriors to Hellbrutes that broke free from their restraints and rampaged through their own battle barges. The creation process for a Hellbrute, particularly among the traitor legions that have made a science of it, involves deliberate torture. The Thousand Sons, in particular, have refined the process into a ritual of supreme cruelty. Would-be Hellbrute pilots undergo a series of trials, each designed to bind their soul to the machine they will inhabit. These trials are not tests of worth or demonstrations of devotion, but simply mechanisms to ensure the fusion process will proceed correctly. The candidate is subjected to warp energies that flay their soul, preparing it to bond with the demonic essence that will be introduced into the dreadnought chassis. Then comes the flensing. The candidate's body is systematically reduced, flesh burned away by warp flame until only the essential organs remain. The sorcerers conducting the ritual work with precision, ensuring that the victim remains conscious throughout, for their screams and suffering feed the ritual's power. When only a mass of organs, bones, and nerve fibers remain still alive, still aware this ruined thing is placed in an amniotic sac filled with nutrient fluids and alchemical compounds. The sac is then inserted into the Hellbrute's sarcophagus, where integration begins immediately. The victim feels everything. They feel the tendrils of corrupted metal burrowing into what remains of their flesh. They feel their nerves being fused with fiber optic cables. They feel their cardiovascular system being tapped by the Hellbrute's coolant loops. And they feel their mind being pulled apart and rewoven, thoughts and memories scrambled and reconfigured to interface with the machine's systems. The process can take days or weeks, during which the victim cannot sleep, cannot lose consciousness, cannot escape. By the time it's complete, what emerges is barely recognizable as the warrior who entered the sarcophagus. This is the thing that now sits within the Necron tomb. Thousands of tons of corrupted ceramite, demonic flesh, and warp-touched machinery, all animated by a consciousness that barely qualifies as sane. Its massive form hunches in the darkness of the tomb's lower levels, power systems in standby mode, weapon arrays dormant. Perhaps it believes itself to still be on a battlefield somewhere, its fractured mind unable to distinguish between reality and the nightmares that plague its every waking moment. Perhaps it is simply dormant, conserving power while it waits for orders from commanders who may be dead or light years distant. Or perhaps, in whatever passes for its dreams, it relives the moment of its transformation, over and over, trapped in an eternal loop of pain and corruption, from which there is no escape. The Hellbrute's weapons tell their own story of degradation and corruption. What was once a standard Imperial multi-melter has been warped by centuries of exposure to the warp. Its barrel is no longer straight but curves in ways that make no geometric sense, following angles that should be impossible in three-dimensional space. The weapon's housing is covered in growths that resemble tumors, each one pulsing with its own hideous vitality. When the weapon fires, it does not merely emit a beam of thermal energy, but also releases waves of psychic torment, inflicting pain on targets, even if the thermal component misses its mark. The Power Fist, that quintessential close combat weapon of Space Marines, has become something far worse. The energy field that surrounds it no longer simply disrupts molecular bonds on contact. Now it tears at the very fabric of reality, creating micro-tears into the warp with each blow. Enemies struck by the power fist do not merely die, they are partially pulled into the immaterium, experiencing a moment of utter horror as they glimpse the entities that dwell there before their corporeal forms are destroyed. The fist itself has grown organic components, finger-like protrusions that flex and grasp independent of the Hellbrute's control, as if the weapon has developed its own primitive hunger. Even the Hellbrute's armor plating tells a story of progressive corruption. What should be smooth ceramite is instead covered in Baroque decorations that were never applied by any artificer's hand. Faces push out from the metal, their features frozen in expressions of agony or ecstasy. Symbols writhe across the surface, changing configuration depending on the angle from which they're viewed. Some portions of the armor appear to breathe, expanding and contracting rhythmically, despite being solid metal. Other sections weep ichor, viscous fluids of indeterminate origin that drip constantly from joints and seams. This corruption extends beyond the merely physical. The Hellbrute's presence creates a zone of reality distortion around itself, a bubble of space-time where the normal laws of physics apply only intermittently. Chronometers malfunction in its vicinity, running backward or jumping forward randomly. Gravity fluctuates, creating pockets where objects float free or are crushed by forces many times normal. The very air feels wrong, charged with energies that make human flesh crawl and machine spirits whimper in electronic distress. Plants wither in its presence, their cellular structure unable to maintain integrity when exposed to the warp-touched aura the Hellbrute radiates. Whatever its mental state, its presence registers immediately on the tomb mine's detection systems. At first, the readings make no sense. The sensors detect mass, certainly. Something large and metallic occupies space in Sector 7 Theta Prim, a restricted area that should contain nothing but backup power conduits and emergency stasis chambers. But the readings are contradictory, fluctuating in ways that suggest errors in the sensor array itself. The object's mass varies moment by moment, shifting between readings that suggest a heavy battle tank and others that indicate something far smaller. Its composition defies analysis. Scans indicate adamantium, ceramite, plasteel, all materials the tomb mind recognizes from its vast database of younger race technologies. But there are other readings too, substances that register as organic tissue yet possess properties that biological matter should not have. And strangest of all, there is something in the readings that suggests the object exists partially in another dimension, phasing in and out of normal space-time in irregular patterns. The tomb mind runs diagnostic routines on its sensor arrays. All systems report normal function. The anomalous readings are not the result of equipment malfunction. There is actually something down there, something that should not exist according to the physical laws that the Necrons used to conquer the galaxy millions of years before humanity discovered fire. Protocol requires investigation before escalation. The tomb mind cannot justify awakening the nobles for what might be a simple malfunction or harmless curiosity. Resources must be conserved. The Great Sleep is meant to last until the proper time for awakening, and premature resurrection of even a single noble wastes energy that might be needed in the future. So, the tomb mind does what it always does. In situations requiring investigation of unknown anomalies, it deploys the Canoptech constructs. Deep within the tomb's maintenance levels, systems that have been dormant for millions of years suddenly flicker to life. Power flows through crystalline pathways, energizing circuits that were designed before Earth's sun ignited. In chambers scattered throughout the complex, the Canoptech scarabs begin to stir. These constructs are marvels of miniaturization, each one no larger than a human hand, but containing technology more sophisticated than anything the Imperium has ever produced. They are not truly alive, possessing neither consciousness nor will, but they are far more than simple drones. Each scarab contains a fragment of adaptive programming, allowing it to respond to changing circumstances without requiring constant direction from the tomb mind. They can coordinate with each other, forming gestalt intelligences that can solve complex problems through emergent behavior patterns. The scarab's primary function is repair and maintenance, and at this they are without equal in the galaxy. Their molecular disassembly beams can break down any substance into its component atoms, storing the energy in internal matrices for later use. That same energy can then be reconstituted into new forms, allowing the scarabs to manufacture anything from simple replacement components to entirely new constructs. Given enough time and resources, a sufficient swarm of scarabs could build a battleship from raw minerals, or reduce a hive city to its constituent elements. But they also serve as the tomb's reconnaissance units, and it is in this capacity that they now deploy. Dozens of scarabs emerge from hidden maintenance ports, their anti-gravitic engines humming at frequencies just below human hearing. They move through the tomb's corridors in a loose swarm, chittering to each other in high-bandwidth data bursts as they share sensor readings and coordinate their approach vectors. The tomb mind observes through their compound eyes, seeing the ancient corridors from dozens of perspectives simultaneously. The scarabs descend through levels that have not been traversed in 60 million years, past stasis chambers containing legions of Necron warriors frozen in timeless sleep, through halls where dust has never settled because there is no air to carry it. The tomb is a place of perfect preservation, its environmental controls maintaining a near-total vacuum in most sections. Only the scarabs move through this stillness, disturbing nothing, as they glide towards Sector 7 Theta Prim. As they approach the location of the anomaly, their sensors begin to register increasingly strange readings. The temperature in this sector is higher than it should be by several degrees. There are trace molecules in the air that should not exist in a properly sealed section of the tomb. Something is generating heat and atmosphere in an area that has been airless and frozen for longer than human civilization has existed. The scarabs enter the chamber where the anomaly is located, and for 1.7 milliseconds, the tomb mind experiences something that might be called confusion, if it were capable of emotion. The data streaming from the scarab's sensors is even more contradictory than the long-range scans suggested. There, dominating the center of the chamber, is indeed a war machine of some kind. Its general configuration is familiar from the tomb mind's database of younger race military equipment. It matches the basic profile of what Imperial forces call a dreadnought, though there are significant deviations from the standard design templates. But the deviations are what trouble the tomb mind. The machine's armor, which should be smooth ceramite plating, instead appears to be covered in growths that resemble organic tissue. Muscle fibers, or something that mimics them, writhe across the surface of the metal. The pilot's sarcophagus, visible through gaps in the corrupted plating, pulses with a rhythmic motion that suggests breathing or a heartbeat, despite being constructed from non-living materials. Worse still are the energy signatures. The scarabs detect fluctuations in local reality, small tears in the fabric of space-time that pulse in time with the sarcophagus's movements. These are phenomena the tomb mind recognizes from ancient records, classified in its databases under designations that translate roughly as warp intrusion and immaterial contamination. This is not simply a damaged war machine. This is something that has been touched by the realm of chaos, that nightmare dimension that the Necrons despise above all others. The scarabs move closer, their programming directing them to establish the precise nature of the threat. Several land on the Hellbrute's armored shell, their molecular analysis beams playing across its surface. The readings they send back are profoundly disturbing. The armor is not dead metal, not in the way that Necron materials are living metal, but in a far more literal and horrifying sense. There are actual biological processes occurring within and on the surface of the ceramite. Cells divide, proteins fold and unfold, chemical reactions proceed that have no business occurring in inorganic matter. One of the scarabs begins to cut into the armor, intending to take a sample for more detailed analysis. Its cutting beam, capable of slicing through the hull of a battleship given enough time, makes contact with the corrupted plating. For a moment, the beam does its work, carving a microscopic line into the surface. Then, the Hellbrute awakens. The universe has mechanisms for detecting predators, responses hardwired so deeply into living beings that they operate below the level of conscious thought. The Hellbrute, for all its corruption and madness, retains these instincts. Even in standby mode, even with its higher functions dormant, it feels the scarab's cutting beam as pain. And pain, after centuries of torment, is something it knows intimately. Its optical sensors snap online, flooding with data after what might have been moments or millennia of darkness. Its corrupted consciousness struggles to process what it sees. It expected a battlefield, enemies to kill, targets for its rage. Instead, it finds itself in a chamber of black stone and metal, surrounded by small mechanical creatures that are trying to dissect its armored shell. The madness that has consumed the Hellbrute's pilot over centuries of confinement does not allow for rational thought or strategic analysis. It recognizes only threat and prey. These things are attacking it. Therefore, they must be destroyed. The Hellbrute's massive frame surges into full activation, power flowing through corrupted systems as weapons arrays come online. Its Power Fist, a close combat weapon the size of a space marine, lashes out with speed that seems impossible for something so massive. 3 scarabs are pulverized instantly, their delicate systems crushed into component atoms. The others scatter, their programming recognizing immediate danger and ordering tactical withdrawal. But the Hellbrute is faster than it has any right to be. Its other arm, mounting a massive multi-melter, swings in a wide arc. The targeting system, corrupted by millennia of exposure to the warp, no longer functions properly. But at this range, accuracy is irrelevant. The multi-melter fires, its beam designed to melt through the heaviest armor at ranges of several hundred meters. At point-blank range, against targets as small and delicate as Canoptech scarabs, the effect is catastrophic. A dozen constructs simply cease to exist, vaporized so completely that not even atoms remain. The Tomb Mind, observing through the sensors of the remaining scarabs, registers the destruction with algorithmic detachment. Asset loss, acceptable. Data gathered, substantial. Threat level assessment, elevated to priority beta 3, elevated to. The surviving scarabs execute evasive maneuvers, their anti-gravitic engines pushing them to velocities that would tear apart organic creatures. They stream out of the chamber in all directions, following randomized escape vectors to prevent the Hellbrute from tracking and eliminating them systematically. Behind them, the corrupted war machine bellows, the sound a mixture of mechanical grinding and organic roaring that should not issue from any throat, mechanical or otherwise. The Hellbrute, in its madness, attempts to pursue. Its massive feet, each one weighing several tons, slam into the chamber's floor with force that sends vibrations through the entire section of the tomb. Ancient stone cracks under the impact. Support structures designed to last until the heat death of the universe groan under stresses they were never meant to endure. The Hellbrute crashes through the chamber's exit, its bulk barely fitting through corridors that were sized for Necron warriors, not for war machines that stand 3 times their height. The Tomb Mind observes this rampage through the sensors of scattered scarabs and fixed monitoring systems throughout the affected sections. The Hellbrute is causing damage, but more concerning is the effect its presence has on the tomb's systems. Wherever it moves, sensors begin to malfunction. The corruption is spreading, not through any physical contamination, but through simple proximity. The warp-touched nature of the Hellbrute is bleeding into reality, creating localized distortions that cause properly functioning equipment to suddenly report impossible readings, or simply cease operation altogether. This is something that cannot be ignored or contained through simple observation. The Tomb Mind escalates its response to priority beta 1 and initiates deployment of the next level of Canoptech constructs, the Spiders. If scarabs are the maintenance crews of a Necron tomb, the Canoptech Spiders are the shift supervisors and heavy repair units. They are massive constructs, each one the size of a small vehicle. Their bodies shaped roughly like those of terrestrial arachnids, though the resemblance is superficial. Multiple articulated limbs allow them to navigate complex 3-dimensional environments with ease, while their anti-gravitic engines provide additional mobility when needed. Unlike the scarabs, which possess only limited autonomy, spiders have genuine artificial intelligence, though still far below the level of a true consciousness. The spiders emerging from their maintenance bays have not moved in millions of years, yet they activate without any sign of stiffness or malfunction. Necron technology does not degrade. Time simply does not touch their systems in the way it affects the crude machines of younger races. They move through the tomb with purpose, their fabricator claw arrays flexing as internal diagnostics run through activation routines. Each spider is equipped with weapons as well as repair systems. Their fabricator arrays can serve as devastating close combat weapons, capable of tearing through armor with ease. Some mount particle beamers on their dorsal sections, directed energy weapons that can reduce infantry to clouds of superheated atoms. They are not warriors by design, but they are more than capable of eliminating threats that are too large or too dangerous for scarab swarms to handle alone. 3 spiders converge on the Hellbrute's location, approaching from different directions to prevent it from focusing on a single target. They move with eerie silence despite their mass, their anti-gravitic systems making them effectively weightless. The tomb mind coordinates their approach, linking their processing capabilities into a gestalt mind, far more capable than any single spider could achieve alone. The Hellbrute has crashed through several corridors by this point, leaving a trail of damaged systems and destabilized structural members in its wake. It moves, with no apparent goal, simply lashing out at whatever it encounters. The madness that drives it makes no distinction between threats and architecture. It has fired its multi-melter at walls, crushed support pillars with its power fist, and bellowed its rage at the uncaring darkness of the tomb. When the first spider emerges from a side corridor ahead of the Hellbrute, the corrupted war machine does not hesitate. Its targeting system, such as it still functions, identifies the construct as a threat. The multi-melter swings up, its barrel glowing with building heat as the weapon prepares to fire. But the spider is not like the fragile scarabs. When the multi-melter discharges its devastating beam, the spider's living metal armor simply flows, dispersing the heat across its entire body, rather than allowing it to concentrate at a single point. The beam, which should have melted through the spider's core systems, instead leaves only surface scorching. Before the Hellbrute can fire again, the other 2 spiders attack from behind. One's particle beamer lances out, its directed energy designed to superheat matter until it undergoes explosive phase transition. The beam strikes the Hellbrute's back plating, and for the first time, the corrupted war machine registers something that might be pain, translated into mechanical terms. Armor plates deform. Corrupted flesh blisters and burns. The warp-touched nature of the Hellbrute's construction makes it resistant to conventional damage, but the particle beamer does not operate according to conventional principles. The Hellbrute spins with startling agility for something so massive. Its power fist swings in a wide arc, missing the attacking spider by mere centimeters. The corrupted machine's combat systems are degraded, but not destroyed, and some tactical awareness still functions beneath the layers of madness. It recognizes that it is surrounded, that the creatures attacking it are coordinating their assault. The battle that follows is a strange dance of ancient technology and corrupted machinery. The spiders work together with mechanical precision, their linked intelligence allowing them to anticipate and counter the Hellbrute's movements. When it turns to engage one, the others attack its flanks. When it tries to back into a corner to protect its rear arc, they herd it away from advantageous positions. The tomb mind observes through their sensors, gathering data on the intruder's capabilities and weaknesses. This coordination is something that no human force could replicate. Each spider processes information at rates measured in teraflops per second, analyzing the Hellbrute's movements and predicting its next action based on accumulated battle data spanning millions of years. When one spider identifies a weakness, a joint that moves more slowly than optimal, an armor plate that's thinner than the others, that information is instantly transmitted to its companions. The next attack targets that weakness specifically, probing and testing to determine if it can be exploited. This is warfare conducted at the speed of thought, decisions made and executed faster than any organic nervous system could process. The Hellbrute fights with the desperation of something that knows only violence and pain. Its every movement is fueled by hatred given mechanical form. When its multi-melter overheats from sustained fire, the weapon's thermal management systems failing under the strain of continuous use, the Hellbrute doesn't pause to let it cool. Instead, it uses the weapon as a club, swinging the massive gun at the spiders with enough force to dent their living metal frames. The multi-melter's barrel, glowing cherry red from internal heat, leaves scorched marks on any surface it contacts. When one particularly savage blow connects with a spider's carapace, the impact creates a sound like a massive bell being struck, the resonance traveling through the tomb's structure and registering on sensors hundreds of meters away. When one spider gets too close, attempting to use its fabricator claw arrays to tear into the Hellbrute's corrupted armor, the corrupted war machine seizes it with its power fist. The energy field around the fist disrupts the spider's structural integrity at the quantum level, breaking the molecular bonds that give living metal its characteristic resilience. For a moment, it seems the corrupted machine might tear the construct apart entirely. The spider's limbs begin to buckle, its carapace cracking as the power fist's energy field eats away at its atomic structure. But Necron technology is made of sterner stuff than that. Even as the Hellbrute's power fist crushes and tears, the spider's self-repair protocols activate with machine-like inevitability. Its living metal flows like mercury, reinforcing damaged sections even as they're being destroyed, creating new structural supports to replace those that fail. The metal seems almost intelligent in its response, flowing away from the most severe damage and concentrating in areas where it can best support the overall structure. Microscopic channels open within the spider's frame, redirecting power away from non-essential systems and flooding the damaged areas with raw energy that fuels the repair process. The other two spiders intensify their assault, recognizing that their companion is in immediate danger. Particle beams lance out with increased frequency, each one precisely targeted to maximize damage to the Hellbrute while minimizing risk to the trapped spider. They aim for joints, for weapon mounts, for any point where the corrupted machine's armor is thinner or more vulnerable. The beams score deep gouges into the Hellbrute's armor, metal vapor streaming away in glowing clouds as superheated material undergoes explosive phase transition. In some places, the beams burn all the way through, creating molten holes that expose the corrupted mechanisms beneath. The trapped spider wrenches itself free with a movement that appears almost violent in its desperation, though of course it feels no actual desperation or fear. It simply calculates that remaining in the Hellbrute's grip will result in catastrophic damage, and it executes the most efficient extraction maneuver available to it. The movement leaves behind portions of its limbs, entire articulated segments, torn away by the power fist's crushing force. But the spider is otherwise intact enough to continue fighting, its remaining limbs more than sufficient for combat operations. The torn segments, still energized by residual power, continue to twitch and flex where they fell, their autonomous systems not yet realizing they've been separated from the main body. The tomb mind registers a new development, one that represents a shift in tactical approach. The damaged spider begins to generate scarabs from its internal production systems, using energy harvested from the Hellbrute's own attacks to fuel the creation process. This is a capability that spiders possess but rarely need to use the ability to manufacture new canoptech units in the field, drawing on available energy and raw materials to create fresh assets mid-battle. The process is not instantaneous, but it's far faster than any organic reproduction could be. Dozens of fresh scarabs pour from the spider's fabrication organs, each one emerging fully formed and fully functional. They swarm over the Hellbrute's legs and lower body like a silver tide, chittering to each other in high-frequency data bursts as they coordinate their attack patterns. They begin to disassemble the corrupted machine with single-minded purpose, their molecular cutting beams working in concert to strip away armor plating one molecule at a time. Each scarab targets a different section, ensuring that the deconstruction proceeds evenly across the entire surface, rather than concentrating on individual points. The sensation is unlike anything the Hellbrute has experienced, even in its long existence of torment. This is not pain, in any conventional sense. It's the sensation of being unmade, of having the fundamental structure of one's existence dissolved from the outside in. The corrupted consciousness within the Hellbrute's sarcophagus, already fractured by centuries of madness, struggles to process what's happening. It tries to activate pain override protocols, only to discover that these systems cannot cope with the unique nature of molecular disassembly. It attempts to shut down sensory inputs, to retreat into the core of its awareness, where the assault cannot reach, but finds that the corruption binding it to the machine prevents such escape. The Hellbrute thrashes wildly, crushing scarabs by the dozens with each flailing movement. Its power fist sweeps through clouds of them, the energy field vaporizing any construct it contacts. Its feet stomp down with thunderous force, creating impact craters in the tomb's floor as they pulverize scarabs beneath many tons of corrupted metal. But for every scarab destroyed, the spiders generate 2 more. The mathematics of the engagement favor the Necrons absolutely. The Hellbrute's resources are finite. It has only so much power, only so much strength, only so much will to continue fighting. The Canoptech units, by contrast, are drawing on the tomb's virtually limitless power reserves, and they possess no will that can be broken or exhausted. The spiders press their advantage with calculated precision, their coordinated assault driving the Hellbrute backward, step by step. The corrupted machine retreats not out of any tactical consideration, but simply because the assault is too intense to resist while standing in place. It takes 1 step back, then another, each movement bringing it closer to what the tomb mind has identified as an optimal engagement zone. The Hellbrute is being herded, manipulated with the same cold efficiency that a shepherd might use to guide livestock into a pen. The chamber into which the Hellbrute is being driven is vast beyond mortal comprehension. It was once a staging area for Necron warriors, a marshalling ground where entire legions would gather before being transported to the surface for deployment. The chamber stretches away in all directions, its walls lost in darkness so complete that even the Hellbrute's optical sensors struggle to define its boundaries. The floor is perfectly flat, unmarked by any imperfection despite having borne the weight of countless millions of Necron warriors over the course of the tomb's operation. The ceiling rises hundreds of meters overhead, supported by pillars that seem too slender for the weight they must bear, each one a marvel of engineering that makes Imperial architecture look like crude stone stacking by comparison. More importantly, for the tomb mind's purposes, the chamber is ringed with weapons emplacements, Gauss flare arrays that can be activated remotely if the threat level justifies such escalation. These arrays have been dormant for 60 million years, their targeting systems locked in standby mode, their power conduits carrying only the minimal current necessary to prevent total deactivation. But they are still functional, still capable of the devastating firepower they were designed to deliver. In microseconds, they could be brought to full operational status. The tomb mind makes its calculation, running probability models that take into account thousands of variables: the Hellbrute's combat effectiveness, the rate at which Canoptech assets are being depleted, the likelihood of the corruption spreading to other tomb sectors, the energy cost of activating defensive systems versus the energy cost of continuing the current engagement. The algorithm runs through multiple iterations, testing different scenarios and weighting them according to priority protocols established millions of years ago by Necron cryptechs, whose names and dynasties have long since been forgotten. The conclusion is unambiguous. The intruder has proven more dangerous than anticipated. Its corrupted nature is spreading instability throughout the affected sectors, sensor systems reporting anomalous readings that extend far beyond the Hellbrute's immediate location. Asset loss among Canoptech units, while not yet critical, is approaching levels that would require significant energy expenditure to replace. Most concerning of all, analysis of the corruption's spread rate suggests that if the Hellbrute is not eliminated soon, the contamination could reach systems that would be difficult or impossible to purge without awakening senior members of the tomb's nobility. It is time to demonstrate why the Necrons were the most feared power in the galaxy millions of years before the Imperium existed. It is time to show this corrupted remnant of a lesser race what happens when you violate the sanctity of a Necron tomb. The chamber's defensive systems come online with a precision that would be impossible for any system built by younger races. Power flows through circuits that have been dormant since before humanity evolved, following pathways etched into crystalline matrices by technologies that the Adeptus Mechanicus would classify as heretical xenotech at best, or impossible at worst. The Gauss flare arrays emerge from recessed emplacements in the chamber's walls, their weapon mounts tracking smoothly to acquire the Hellbrute's position. Targeting systems that predate human civilization lock onto the corrupted war machine with mathematical precision, calculating trajectories and firing solutions faster than the Hellbrute's own corrupted machine spirit can process the threat. And then, from a dozen different angles simultaneously, the Gauss flare arrays open fire. To understand the true horror of Necron Gauss weapons, one must first abandon conventional ideas about how energy weapons function. An Imperial Lascannon vaporizes its target through thermal energy, heating matter until it undergoes explosive phase transition. A plasma weapon envelops its target in superheated matter, burning through armor and flesh alike. These are crude but effective approaches to destroying enemies. Gauss weapons operate on an entirely different principle. They do not heat or burn or explode. Instead, they unweave the very bonds that hold matter together. A Gauss beam strips its target down to constituent atoms, disassembling complex structures into their most basic components. Molecules separate. Atoms are torn from their lattices. Even at the quantum level, the fundamental forces that bind matter together are disrupted and negated. The effect on the Hellbrute is immediate and catastrophic. The first volley of Gauss fire strikes its armor plating, and that armor simply begins to disappear. Not melting or burning, but actually ceasing to exist in its current form. Ceramite becomes its component elements, iron and carbon, and other materials, separating from their bound states and dissipating into the air as individual atoms. The corrupted flesh that has grown through and over the armor unravels at the molecular level. Cellular structures breaking down faster than any biological process could repair. The Hellbrute's corrupted machine spirit, what remains of its consciousness, cannot process what is happening. It has endured damage before, has felt pain beyond what any organic creature could survive. But this is different. This is not pain. This is erasure. It is being unmade, deleted from reality, one layer at a time. It attempts to return fire, its multi-melter swinging toward the nearest Gauss array. The weapon discharges, its devastating beam scoring across the chamber's wall. Blackstone, that miraculous material from which the tomb is constructed, absorbs the heat without deforming. The Gauss array, protected behind layers of the tomb's most resilient materials, continues firing without pause. More Gauss beams lance out, targeting the Hellbrute's weapon systems. The multi-melter begins to disintegrate, its barrel unraveling as molecules separate and disperse. The Power Fist's energy field flickers and dies as the generators that power it are stripped down to atoms. Within seconds, the Hellbrute's offensive capabilities are neutralized, its weapons reduced to their component elements. But the Tomb Mind is not satisfied with simple disarmament. The threat must be eliminated entirely, every trace of corruption purged from the tomb's sacred precincts. The Gauss arrays shift their aim, targeting the Hellbrute's central mass, the corrupted sarcophagus that contains whatever remains of the pilot's body and consciousness. This is where the warp-touched nature of the Hellbrute becomes most apparent. The sarcophagus resists the Gauss weapons in ways that normal matter cannot. The chaos corruption that has saturated its structure creates a kind of shield, warping reality around itself to deflect the molecular disassembly beams. For several seconds, the sarcophagus holds intact while the rest of the Hellbrute's body is systematically destroyed. The Tomb Mind registers this anomaly and adjusts its tactics. If conventional Gauss fire cannot penetrate the warp-saturated core, then additional measures are required. The chamber's defensive systems include more than just Gauss flare arrays. There are also phase shifters, devices that can cause matter to slip partially out of normal space-time. When these activate, the Hellbrute finds itself existing partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Its already unstable matter spreading across realities it was never meant to touch. This proves to be the final blow, the chaos corruption that has sustained the Hellbrute, that has allowed it to continue functioning despite grievous damage, requires a stable connection to the warp. When the phase shifters force it into multiple dimensions at once, that connection is disrupted. For a brief moment, the pilot's consciousness experiences something that might be clarity, freedom from the madness and pain that has defined its existence for centuries. Then the Gauss weapons complete their work, and both machine and pilot cease to exist in any meaningful form. The tomb mind observes the destruction with dispassionate satisfaction. Threat eliminated. Efficiency acceptable. Collateral damage within acceptable parameters. The Canoptech units can now begin the process of restoration and purification. The scarabs swarm back into the chamber, descending on the remains of the Hellbrute like mechanical vultures. But where scavengers would consume and leave waste, the scarabs consume and leave nothing. Every atom that composed the Hellbrute is broken down and absorbed, its energy stored in the scarab's internal matrices. Even the corrupted flesh is not spared. The scarab's molecular disassembly beams do not distinguish between metal and meat, between pure matter and chaos-tainted substance. Within minutes, no trace of the Hellbrute remains. The chamber floor is pristine, showing no sign that anything beyond ordinary maintenance scarabs have ever traversed its surface. The scarabs that absorbed the Hellbrute's materials cluster together, their programming recognizing that the energy they carry is tainted. They move toward disposal systems deep within the tomb, where that energy will be discharged harmlessly into pre-prepared containment fields before being bled off into the planet's core. The spiders, meanwhile, have begun repairs on the damaged sections of the tomb. The corridor walls that the Hellbrute damaged during its rampage are restored, fresh living metal flowing from the spider's fabricator arrays to replace what was destroyed. Support structures are reinforced. Power conduits are rerouted around damaged sections until repairs can be completed. Within hours, the tomb will show no evidence that anything unusual occurred. But the tomb mind is not finished with its analysis. The encounter has raised questions that require resolution before the tomb can truly return to its dormant state. How did the intruder arrive? Are there others? Is this an isolated incident or the precursor to a larger threat? The data from the battle must be processed. Patterns must be identified. Probabilities must be calculated. The tomb mind reviews sensor logs from before the intrusion was detected. It searches for any anomalies, any indication of how a Chaos Dreadnought could have penetrated the tomb's defenses without triggering earlier warnings. The answer, when it emerges from the analysis, is disturbing. There is evidence of a warp intrusion approximately 73 years before the current date. A minor reality breach, lasting less than 3 milliseconds, occurred in Sector 7 Theta Prim. At the time, the tomb mind classified it as a false positive, a sensor glitch caused by cosmic radiation or other natural phenomena. But in retrospect, with the benefit of the data gathered from the Hellbrute encounter, the anomaly matches the signature of a warp teleportation event. The Hellbrute has been sitting dormant in that sector for 73 years, its power systems in standby mode, drawing just enough energy to maintain its corrupted pilot's barely living body. It might have remained there indefinitely, slowly degrading as its systems failed one by one, if the tomb mind had not sent scarabs to investigate the anomalous sensor readings. Only when the scarabs attempted to analyze it did it awaken and begin its rampage. This realization prompts a new directive from the tomb mind. If warp intrusions are possible within the tomb's lower levels, then monitoring protocols must be enhanced. New sensor arrays are commissioned, their specifications designed to detect even the briefest fluctuations in local reality. The Canoptech units are reprogrammed to investigate any spatial anomalies immediately, before potential threats can establish themselves. But the tomb mind's calculations go further. The presence of a Chaos Dreadnought, even one, suggests that the galaxy beyond the tomb has changed during the millions of years of the Great Sleep. When the Necrons entered their slumber, the warp was a known quantity, a realm to be avoided and guarded against, but not a source of physical intrusions into secured facilities. The fact that reality itself can now be breached by creatures from the Immaterium indicates a fundamental shift in the cosmic balance. This concerns the tomb mind enough to consider escalating the matter to higher authority. Perhaps it is time to awaken one of the lesser nobles, a Necron Lord who can make strategic decisions beyond the tomb mind's programmed parameters. But such a decision is not to be made lightly. Each awakening drains energy from the tomb's reserves, energy that may be needed in the future. The tomb mind runs probability models, calculating the likelihood of further intrusions against the cost of premature awakening. The conclusion is clear. One intrusion does not constitute a pattern. The statistical likelihood of another Chaos Dreadnought appearing within the tomb is vanishingly small. The enhanced monitoring protocols should be sufficient to detect and eliminate any future threats before they pose significant danger. Awakening a noble would be an inefficient use of resources. The matter is logged for future reference, but does not warrant immediate escalation. And so the tomb returns to its dormant state. Power systems cycle down to minimal levels, their energy outputs reducing to barely detectable levels as they transition from combat readiness to long-term maintenance mode. Canoptech units return to their maintenance bays to await the next call to service, their internal systems running diagnostic routines to identify any damage sustained during the encounter. The scarabs settle back into their patient patrols, chittering softly to each other as they monitor systems that have functioned flawlessly for millions of years. Their databanks now contain complete specifications for Chaos Dreadnoughts, detailed analysis of warp corruption patterns, and optimized response protocols for future encounters with similar threats. This information will be invaluable when the tomb fully awakens. The tomb mind retreats into its low power mode, maintaining only those processes necessary for basic monitoring and threat detection. But even in this reduced state, it continues to process the data from the encounter, running simulations and refining protocols. The battle lasted less than an hour from initial scarab contact to final purge completion. But the tomb mind has extracted thousands of data points from that brief engagement. It now knows how warp corruption affects structural integrity under Gauss fire. It knows how corrupted flesh responds to molecular disassembly. It knows the thermal signatures of demonic entities and the sensor profiles of reality distortions. All this knowledge has been catalogued, cross-referenced, and integrated into the tomb's defensive matrices. Silence reclaims the tomb. The ancient halls stand empty once more, their black stone walls bearing witness to no movement, save the occasional passage of a scarab on its rounds. The stasis chambers continue their eternal function, preserving the nobles within in perfect suspension, waiting for the day when they will be called upon to reclaim the galaxy that was once theirs by right. Inside those chambers, Necron lords and overlords sleep on, unaware that their tomb was violated, unaware that an enemy penetrated their defenses, unaware that the systems they built millions of years ago functioned exactly as designed to eliminate the threat. But the encounter has not been without consequence. Deep in the tomb mind's data repositories, new protocols have been established, new subroutines written into the fundamental code that governs the tomb's responses. The next time a warp-touched entity dares to intrude upon a Necron tomb, the response will be immediate and overwhelming. There will be no investigation period, no attempt to analyze before destroying. Anything bearing the taint of chaos will be eliminated on sight, with maximum force and zero hesitation. The protocols are clear: detect, classify, destroy, purge. No exceptions, no delays, no mercy. This is the cold logic of Necron efficiency. They do not hate as organic creatures hate. They do not fear or rage or despair. But they do adapt, and they do learn with a precision that organic life forms cannot match. The encounter with the Hellbrute has taught the tomb mind something valuable: that the galaxy has spawned new threats during the long sleep, threats that combine technological sophistication with immaterial corruption in ways that are uniquely dangerous. These threats require specific countermeasures, and those countermeasures have now been developed, tested, and proven effective. The implications of this encounter extend beyond a single tomb world. Throughout the galaxy, on thousands of planets where Necron tombs lie buried beneath the surface, similar awakening processes are occurring. The Great Sleep was never meant to last forever. The Necrons are stirring, their long dormancy coming to an end as the time of awakening approaches. As more tombs come online, more tomb minds begin their analysis of the current galactic situation, and they discover a universe that has changed dramatically since they entered stasis. When the Necrons went to sleep, the galaxy was empty. The old ones were dead, destroyed, in the war in heaven. The Enslaver Plague had run its course. consuming the psychic races that had once served as the Old One's pawns. The Aeldari were primitives, barely beginning to build the civilization that would one day span the galaxy. The Krork, those brutal green-skinned warriors who would eventually devolve into the Orcs, were scattered and leaderless. There were no humans, no Tyranids, no Tau. The galaxy was a blank slate, waiting for new civilizations to arise and claim it. Now, 60 million years later, the galaxy teems with life. The Imperium of Man sprawls across 1 million worlds, its armies counting their numbers in the billions. The Orcs rampage through entire sectors, their endless appetite for violence creating conflict wherever they go. The Tyranid hive fleets approach from beyond the galactic rim, consuming everything in their path. And most disturbingly, chaos has grown from a theoretical danger into an active threat, with entire regions of space now saturated with warp energies that make them uninhabitable by any rational form of life. This is the galaxy the Necrons are waking to discover. It is not the peaceful, empty realm they expected to inherit. Instead, it is a war zone on a scale that dwarfs even the war in heaven. Every faction fights every other faction. Alliances form and dissolve within generations. Ancient grudges spawn new conflicts. The materiel cost of the ongoing wars is astronomical, with entire planets reduced to lifeless slag in pursuit of tactical advantages that may last mere decades. And when they pool their data, when the Necron leadership begins to assess the state of the galaxy, they will discover what the Tomb Mind in this story has learned, that chaos has become a significant power during their absence. The warp has breached into reality in ways that were never possible during the war in heaven. Entire regions of space are now saturated with immaterial energies. Daemons walk on mortal worlds. Corruption spreads through civilizations like a plague. This represents a fundamental problem for the Necrons' long-term plans. They did not sleep for 60 million years merely to rest. They slept because the galaxy needed time to heal from the war in heaven, time for new life to arise that could be harvested for biotransference experiments. The Necrons' ultimate goal is to reverse their transformation, to reclaim the flesh and blood bodies they traded away in their pact with the Cetan. But that requires living subjects whose biology can be studied and replicated, whose souls can be examined and understood. Chaos threatens this goal directly. A galaxy consumed by warp corruption is useless to the Necrons. They cannot study souls that have been claimed by the Dark Gods. They cannot harvest genetic material from populations that have been twisted by mutation into barely functional monstrosities. They need order, stability, a cosmos where the laws of physics apply consistently and predictably. Chaos represents the antithesis of everything they require. This is a development that the Necrons cannot and will not tolerate. They fought a war against the Old Ones and their creations, a war that lasted millions of years and reshaped the galaxy. They shattered their enemies and ground their allies into dust. They achieved victory through ruthless application of superior technology and absolute willingness to pay any price for success. And now, they find that their victory has been undermined by the very forces they despise most, the creatures of the warp. The Necrons' hatred of the warp is fundamental to their existence. It runs deeper than simple opposition or strategic rivalry. The warp represents everything the Necrons are not: chaos versus order, emotion versus logic, the mutable versus the immutable. When the Necrontyr made their pact with the Cetan and underwent biotransference, they did not merely trade flesh for living metal. They severed their connection to the warp entirely, rendering themselves immune to psychic powers and invisible to entities that perceive reality through immaterial senses. This was not an accident or an unfortunate side effect. It was one of the primary advantages that biotransference offered, perhaps even the primary advantage. The Old Ones and their servant races relied heavily on psychic powers, on manipulation of the warp to achieve effects that no physical science could replicate. They could peer across vast distances through the immaterium, coordinate their forces telepathically, and strike at their enemies with powers that bypassed conventional defenses. Against conventional armies, these abilities were devastating. By removing themselves from the warp entirely, the Necrons gained a tremendous tactical advantage. Psychic attacks had no effect on them. You cannot assault the mind of a being that has no mind in the conventional sense. Daemons could not perceive them. Entities that see through the warp found only emptiness where Necron warriors stood. The weapons that had proven most effective against the Necrontyr during the early stages of the War in Heaven were suddenly useless. It was as if the Necrons had stepped outside reality itself, becoming ghosts that existed in the physical world but remained invisible to the spiritual. But that advantage came with a terrible price, one that the Necrontyr only fully understood after biotransference was complete and irreversible. They traded their souls for immortality and power. They became locked into their metal forms, unable to grow or change or feel as they once had. The nobility retained their personalities and intellects, but they found that their emotional range had been severely curtailed. They could still experience anger and pride, ambition and satisfaction, but the subtler emotions, love, compassion, true joy, were beyond their reach. And the rank and file became little more than automatons, capable of following orders, but possessing no true will of their own, their consciousness reduced to dim sparks that flickered within mechanical shells. This was deemed an acceptable trade-off at the time. The Necrontyr were desperate, their civilization on the brink of collapse, their bodies ravaged by radiation from their own sun. They would have accepted almost any price for survival. And in terms of pure military effectiveness, biotransference was an overwhelming success. The Necron legions were invincible, sweeping across the galaxy and crushing all opposition. The old ones fell. Their servant races were scattered. Victory seemed complete. Now, millions of years later, the Necrons find themselves facing a galaxy where the warp has grown stronger rather than weaker. The forces they thought they had rendered irrelevant have returned, perhaps even more powerful than before. The immaterial realm that should have withered without the old ones to feed it has instead expanded, gorged on the emotions of the countless trillions of sentient beings that now populate the galaxy. This is both a challenge and an opportunity. A challenge because warp-based threats require different strategies than conventional warfare, and an opportunity because the Necrons possess technology specifically designed to counter and nullify the warp's influence. Consider the Cadian pylons, those massive structures that stood on the fortress world of Cadia for tens of thousands of years before their destruction during Abaddon, the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade. These were Necron technology, ancient devices designed to stabilize reality and prevent the warp from bleeding through into normal space. They functioned by projecting null fields, zones where the barrier between reality and the immaterium was reinforced to such a degree that psychic powers could not function and daemons could not manifest. Their presence was the primary reason why the Eye of Terror, that massive warp storm that has plagued the Imperium for 10 millennia, could not expand beyond its current boundaries. When Abaddon destroyed the pylons, he broke the chains that held back the warp. The result was the Great Rift, a galaxy-spanning wound in reality that split the Imperium in half and plunged entire sectors into nightmare. Worlds that had known stability for thousands of years suddenly found themselves in regions where reality itself was negotiable, where the laws of physics applied only intermittently, where demons manifested without summoning, and the dead rose from their graves animated by warp energies. But what Abaddon may not have realized, what very few beings in the galaxy understand, is that those pylons were just one network among many. Throughout the galaxy, on worlds that have been lost and forgotten, other pylon networks sleep beneath the surface, waiting for the Necrons to reactivate them. Some of these networks are even more powerful than the Cadian system, capable of projecting null fields across entire star systems rather than just planetary surfaces. If the Necrons can restore even a fraction of these networks to full operation, they could seal away the warp permanently, restoring reality to its proper order. This is the Necrons' answer to chaos. Not faith, or heroic sacrifice, or individual courage, but cold technology applied with mathematical precision. They have the means to seal the warp away, to restore reality to its proper order, to create a galaxy where physical laws apply consistently, and the nightmares of the immaterium cannot intrude. They need only the power and the time to deploy their systems on a galactic scale. Every tomb world that awakens, every dynasty that begins its restoration, brings them closer to that goal. But achieving that goal requires dealing with immediate threats first, and that means confronting chaos forces wherever they appear. The encounter between the tomb and the Hellbrute is but one example of countless such interactions happening throughout the galaxy. Chaos forces stumble across Necron tombs, sometimes through deliberate exploration, sometimes through the random chance of warp storms or miscalculated teleportations. Sometimes they retreat before the sleeping Guardians can fully awaken. Sometimes they press their attack, hoping to claim ancient technology or simply to destroy what they do not understand. Always, they underestimate their enemy. The truth that Chaos fails to recognize the fundamental mistake that underlies every Chaos incursion into Necron territory is that the Necrons are fundamentally immune to the very corruption that makes Chaos forces so dangerous to other races. Daemons cannot possess beings that have no souls. Warp energies cannot corrupt machines that exist entirely outside the immaterium. The psychological warfare that breaks the spirits of Imperial defenders, that turns proud warriors into gibbering wrecks, has no effect on entities that no longer feel fear or doubt or despair. This is not to say that Necrons are invulnerable to chaos. Their physical forms can still be damaged by conventional means, and Chaos forces certainly possess such means in abundance. Demons may not be able to corrupt a Necron warrior, but they can still tear it apart with their claws or incinerate it with warp fire. Chaos Space Marines may not be able to break a Necron's will, but their weapons are more than capable of shattering its body. The advantage the Necrons possess is strategic rather than tactical. In any individual engagement, the outcome depends on force disposition, terrain, leadership, and 1,000 other factors. But across the span of a long campaign, the inability of Chaos to corrupt or subvert Necron forces becomes decisive. There are no traitors among the Necrons, no weak-willed individuals who can be turned against their comrades. There are no souls to be offered to the Dark Gods in exchange for power. The Necrons fight with perfect cohesion, every warrior executing its assigned role without hesitation or deviation. This was demonstrated dramatically during the Cerberax Wars, a series of conflicts that erupted in the Ultima Segmentum after the opening of the Great Rift. A massive warp storm, designated Cerberax by Imperial observers, threatened to consume several star systems, but one of those systems contained the Ymga monolith, an ancient Necron construct of immense power. When the storm approached the monolith, something unexpected occurred. The monolith activated, creating a perfect sphere of ordered reality around itself that the warp storm could not penetrate. This drew the attention of Khorne, the blood god, who dispatched legions of his daemons to destroy the monolith and allow the storm to continue its expansion. The resulting conflict lasted for solar months and claimed billions of lives as Khornate demons battled against the Necrons of the Sotek dynasty. The Necrons did not emerge victorious in any conventional sense. They could not destroy the daemons permanently, for such entities simply reform in the warp when their material bodies are destroyed. But neither could the daemons overcome the Necrons' defenses or destroy the monolith. The stalemate demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of Necron resistance to chaos. On the positive side, the Necrons proved utterly immune to the rage-inducing aura that Khorne's daemons generate, an effect that normally causes even Space Marines to throw aside tactics in favor of mindless melee combat. Necron warriors continued to execute their assigned firing patterns with perfect precision, even as bloodletters charged directly into their ranks. The demon's reality-warping powers had minimal effect on Necron equipment, which is designed to function regardless of local conditions. On the negative side, the Necrons found it difficult to achieve decisive victory. Daemons that were destroyed simply returned to the warp, reforming and attacking again. The Necrons could hold their ground indefinitely, but they could not push forward and eliminate the threat at its source. This is a fundamental limitation when fighting warp-based enemies. You cannot truly kill something that was never truly alive in the conventional sense. The solution, from the Necron perspective, lies in the use of their anti-warp technology. The monolith itself demonstrated this principle by creating a zone where warp energies could not function normally. If such technology could be deployed on a larger scale, if networks of anti-warp devices could be established across the galaxy, then the chaos threat could be neutralized, not through direct combat, but through systematic denial of the environment it requires to exist. This is why encounters like the one between the tomb and the Hellbrute are significant beyond their immediate tactical implications. Each such encounter provides data, confirms theories, identifies vulnerabilities. The tomb mind that eliminated the Hellbrute learned valuable lessons about how warp-touched entities respond to Gauss weapons, about the effectiveness of phase shifters against demonic corruption, about the proper protocols for detecting and eliminating such threats before they can establish themselves. And that data will be shared. When this tomb world fully awakens, when its nobles take command and begin communicating with other dynasties, the lessons learned from this encounter will spread throughout the Necron Empire. Other tomb minds will update their protocols. Other canoptech systems will be reprogrammed to recognize and respond to chaos incursions more efficiently. The next Hellbrute that dares to intrude upon a Necron tomb will find itself facing defenses that have been specifically calibrated to counter its every capability. This is how the Necrons operate. They do not learn through experience and adapt through trial and error in the way that organic species do. Instead, they gather data, analyze patterns, and implement systematic improvements across their entire civilization. A lesson learned by one tomb benefits every tomb. A tactical innovation developed by one cryptech can be transmitted to every other cryptech in the dynasty within minutes. They are not individuals learning and growing, but nodes in a vast network, each contributing to a collective understanding that grows exponentially with each new data point. From the perspective of chaos, this makes the Necrons the most dangerous enemy they face. The Imperium can be corrupted, its citizens turned against each other, its heroes tempted into damnation. The Eldar can be manipulated, their pride and obsessions exploited for the amusement of the dark gods. Even the Orcs, with their simple nature, can be turned toward useful purposes by clever application of psychology and circumstance. But the Necrons, they are a wall against which chaos crashes and breaks, an enemy that cannot be turned, cannot be corrupted, cannot be made to serve any purpose but their own. This is perhaps why encounters between Necrons and Chaos forces are relatively rare. The Necrons, for their part, have no interest in Chaos territory or resources. They do not seek to conquer the Eye of Terror or to claim demon worlds as their own. Such places are anathema to their nature, regions of space where their technology functions poorly if at all. They are content to maintain the boundaries between reality and the warp, preventing incursions rather than pursuing offensive campaigns into Chaos-held space. Chaos, meanwhile, finds little to gain from attacking Necron holdings. There are no souls to harvest from the Necrons, no mortals to corrupt, no glory to be won in battle against foes that feel no fear or rage. A Chaos champion who defeats a Necron army gains no favor from the Dark Gods, for the victory was achieved through simple application of force, rather than through any expression of emotion or will that would please those entities. The Necrons are, in a sense, beneath Chaos's notice, too mechanical and sterile to be worth the effort of systematic destruction. Yet conflicts still occur, as the encounter in this story demonstrates. Sometimes they are accidental, the result of warp storms or teleportation mishaps. Sometimes they are deliberate, when Chaos forces seek to claim Necron technology, or when their expansion brings them into contact with awakening tomb worlds. Whatever the cause, the pattern is always similar. Initial contact, escalation, systematic elimination of the Chaos threat through superior firepower and complete immunity to corruption. The story of the Hellbrute in the tomb is thus a microcosm of the larger conflict between these two forces. On one side, the corrupting madness of Chaos, individual power and emotion taken to their logical and horrifying extreme. On the other, the cold perfection of Necron order, logic and technology stripped of all sentiment or mercy. When they meet, there is no possibility of compromise or coexistence. One must prevail, and the other must be destroyed. In this case, as in so many others, the Necrons prevailed. The Hellbrute was eliminated, its corruption purged, all trace of its presence removed from the tomb. The victory was achieved not through heroism or sacrifice, but through simple application of appropriate force. The Tomb Mind identified the threat, deployed sufficient assets to neutralize it, and then returned to its normal functions without fanfare or celebration. This is how the Necrons wage war: efficiently, systematically, and without emotion. But the encounter raises questions that extend beyond this single tomb world. How many other chaos intrusions have occurred on other tomb worlds? How many hellbrutes, corrupted war machines, and demon-possessed artifacts are sitting dormant in chambers that have not been investigated in millions of years? And what will happen when the Necrons complete their awakening, when the full might of their empire is brought to bear against the forces of chaos? These are questions that the galaxy will answer in time. For now, one tomb has dealt with one intruder, and the ancient halls once again stand silent and watchful. The Necrons sleep on, their dreams, if such beings can be said to dream, untouched by the corruption that stalks the galaxy above. And when they wake, when the time of awakening finally comes, they will remember this encounter and all others like it. They will remember, and they will respond, not with anger or hatred, but with cold calculation. The Necrons have no love for the galaxy they once ruled, no affection for the lesser races that now scurry across worlds that were ancient when humanity was young. But they have standards, and one of those standards is that reality itself shall not be corrupted by the energies of the immaterium. Where the warp intrudes, the Necrons will push it back. Where chaos establishes itself, the Necrons will purge it. Not for the sake of the galaxy's inhabitants, but for the sake of order itself, for the principle that reality should function according to predictable physical laws rather than the whims of malevolent entities from beyond. This is the legacy of the Necron tier, transformed into deathless machines and sleeping away the ages. They are the oldest guardians of order in a galaxy that has forgotten they existed. They are the answer to questions that younger races do not yet know to ask. And as they continue to awaken, as tomb after tomb comes back to life, and dynasty after dynasty begins its restoration, the galaxy will learn to fear them, not for their cruelty or their malice, but for their relentless, implacable efficiency. The Hellbrute's intrusion into the tomb was a minor incident, a footnote in the vast chronicle of the Necrons' history. It will not be recorded in any human document or remembered by any imperial historian. The Chaos forces who lost that particular war machine will never know its fate, will never learn that it was systematically disassembled by silver scarabs in a chamber that predates their entire civilization. But the Tomb Mind will remember. The data will be preserved, filed away in crystalline matrices that will endure until the stars themselves grow cold. And that data, combined with data from countless other encounters across thousands of tomb worlds, will shape the Necron strategy as they reclaim what was once theirs. They will not make the mistakes they made during the war in heaven. They will not underestimate their enemies or assume that victory is assured by technological superiority alone. They will adapt, evolve their tactics, develop new weapons and new strategies specifically calibrated to counter the threats they face. The galaxy that the Necrons are awakening to is not the galaxy they remember. The old ones are long dead. The enslavers have retreated to whatever hell spawned them. But in their place have come new threats. The Imperium with its vast armies and fanatical faith, the Tyranids consuming everything in their path, and most troubling of all, chaos spreading its corruption through every corner of civilized space. These are challenges that will test even the Necrons' formidable capabilities. But if there is one lesson to be drawn from the encounter between the Tomb and the Hellbrute, it is this. The Necrons are not merely survivors of a bygone age. They are not relics to be studied or curiosities to be feared. They are the most technologically advanced civilization the galaxy has ever produced, and they have awakened to reclaim their rightful place as the dominant power in the universe. They do not negotiate. They do not compromise. They do not feel pity or remorse or fear. They are the Necrons, the Undying, and they have begun to stir from their long slumber. The galaxy will learn to fear that awakening, to dread the moment when the tomb worlds rise and the ancient legions march once more beneath alien stars. And when that day comes, when the full might of the Necron Empire is finally unleashed, those who have dared to disturb their rest will learn what it means to face a foe that is older than their gods, more patient than their saints, and infinitely more ruthless than any mortal enemy could ever be. The tomb stands silent once more. The corridors are empty. The scarabs patrol their ancient rounds, and the spiders rest in their bays, awaiting the next call to service. But beneath that silence, power builds, systems activate, protocols update. The tomb mind calculates and plans and prepares for the day when silence will give way to action, when dormancy will transform into awakening, and when the Necrons will once more stride forth to impose their will upon a galaxy that has forgotten what it means to truly fear. That day approaches. The Hellbrute's intrusion was but a harbinger, a sign of the conflicts to come. As more tombs awaken, as more Necrons rejoin the living world, encounters between the Undying and the forces of chaos will multiply. Battles will be fought in the depths of tomb worlds and on the surfaces of demon worlds. Necron technology will be tested against demonic power, living metal against corrupted flesh, cold logic against burning madness. And in each such encounter, the outcome will be the same. The Necrons will prevail, not because they are stronger, though they often are, not because they are more numerous, though their armies are vast beyond counting, but because they are what they have always been, the perfect synthesis of order and technology, of logic and power. They are the answer to the question of what happens when a civilization perfects itself and then refuses to die. They are inevitable. They are eternal. They are the Necrons, and they are awakening. If you've enjoyed this deep dive into the horrifying encounter between ancient Xenos technology and corrupted Imperial machinery, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. We explore the darkest corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore, bringing you stories of epic battles, impossible encounters, and the terrifying realities of life in the 41st millennium. There's so much more to discover in this universe, from the glory of the Imperium to the horrors that lurk in the depths of space. Join us on this journey through the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, and where every story reveals another layer of the universe's rich and brutal history. The tomb awaits. The Necrons stir, and the galaxy will never be the same. The silence beneath the surface of a dead world is absolute. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of waiting. Of mechanisms held in perfect suspension for millions of years, their internal clocks counting down epochs as civilizations rise and fall on the surface above. In the deepest chambers of these tomb worlds, where the Necrons sleep their endless sleep, something stirs. Not the ancient masters of these crypts, not yet, but their servants, the tireless guardians who never truly slumber. And today, they have discovered something that should not exist within their master's domain. Something that radiates heat and energy where only cold metal should rest. Something massive, something that was never meant to be here. Deep within a tomb, world designated in Imperial records as Mortis 7 Alpha, but known to the Necrons as Carnitash, the awakened realm, a Canoptech wraith phases through solid stone on its eternal patrol. Its sensors detect an anomaly. The density readings are wrong. The chamber ahead shows signs of structural collapse that occurred not millions of years ago, but mere millennia past. A geological eye blink in the long memory of the tomb. The wraith advances, its phase shifter, allowing it to slip through collapsed corridors as easily as moving through air. It emerges into a cavity that should not exist, a vast space carved by violence and filled with something utterly alien to the tomb's ancient architecture. There, half buried in the rubble of what was once the tomb's outer defensive layer, lies a Titan, an Imperial Reaver-class battle Titan, to be precise. Its void shields long since depleted, its plasma reactor dormant and cold. The great war machine lies on its side like a fallen god, one arm still clutching the massive bulk of a turbo-laser destructor, the other buried beneath thousands of tons of stone. Its carapace, once emblazoned with the heraldry of Legio Metallica, is scarred and pitted with damage. Whatever battle brought this god engine to this place was catastrophic. Whatever fate left it here, buried and forgotten, has sealed it in a tomb that predates human civilization by 60 million years. The Canoptech Wraith's processors work through scenarios at speeds that would make cogitator arrays seem sluggish. This is unprecedented. Foreign technology within the tomb's boundaries. A contamination of the sanctified depths. The construct's priority matrices crystallize into a singular imperative: assess, report, and await further directives from the tomb's master program. It begins a comprehensive scan of the intruder, its sensors probing every surface, measuring every dimension, analyzing every material signature. The data streams back through the tomb's dimensional network, awakening systems that have not activated in epochs, and in chambers far below, where the true masters of this world lie in their sarcophagi, deep within the throne rooms and crypts of nobility, the first stirrings of consciousness begin. The discovery raises questions that echo through the awakening neural networks of the tomb. How did this machine arrive here? When did it penetrate the tomb's defenses? Is it a threat, or merely debris from the surface world? And most intriguingly of all, what is this technology? The Necrons, who fought the war in heaven and brought gods to heal, who commanded power that makes the greatest achievements of younger races look like children's toys, find themselves examining the work of beings who, in the cosmic scale, were born mere moments ago. Yet this crude, primitive machine is massive, powerful, built with a purpose that any warrior culture would recognize: to dominate the battlefield and break the will of enemies through sheer might and firepower. This is the story of what happens when two ancient powers collide, when the sleeping dead discover that their tomb has been breached by a god engine of the Imperium, when Necron technology, which predates the rise of humanity by millions of years, encounters Imperial technology that the Mechanicus considers holy, when the question becomes not just what to do with this intruder, but what can be learned from it, and how it changes the strategic calculus of a dynasty awakening to find the galaxy utterly transformed. We are about to witness the intersection of technologies separated by vast stretches of time, the meeting of cultures that should never have crossed paths, and the decisions that will ripple through both the Imperium of Man and the Necron dynasties for centuries to come. The eternal sleep of tomb worlds. To understand what it means for a Titan to be discovered within a Necron tomb, we must first comprehend the nature of these ancient crypts and the beings that slumber within them. A Necron tomb world is not simply a burial ground or a storage facility. It is a technological marvel beyond the comprehension of most races in the galaxy, a perfectly preserved time capsule containing the remnants of a civilization that once ruled the stars when the old ones still walked among the living. 60 million years ago, give or take a few million years, in the imprecise measurements of deep time, the Necrontyr made their final transformation. Having been betrayed by the Catan, the star gods they had foolishly allied with during the war in heaven, having won that terrible conflict at the cost of their very souls, the Necrons faced a galaxy in ruins. The old ones were destroyed or scattered. The Aeldari Empire was rising in their place, young and vital and filled with dangerous potential. The Necrons themselves were no longer the beings they had once been. The biotransference that turned them from flesh to living metal had stolen more than just their bodies. It had taken their capacity for joy, for love, for all the subtle emotions that make life worth living. What remained were beings of pure will and purpose, immortal but empty, powerful but hollow. The Silent King, Sarek, made the only decision that seemed rational in the face of this new reality. The Necrons would sleep. They would retreat into specially prepared tomb complexes scattered across the galaxy, protected by the most sophisticated stasis technology their civilization could devise. They would wait, suspended in a state between existence and non-existence, while the younger races exhausted themselves in conflicts and the galaxy forgot the terror of the Necron dynasties. When they awoke, the galaxy would be ripe for reconquest, and the Necrons would reclaim their ancient dominion over the stars. The construction of these tomb worlds represented the final, greatest achievement of Necron engineering. Each tomb was a masterpiece of defensive architecture, designed to protect its sleeping occupants from every conceivable threat. The tombs were buried deep, often kilometers beneath the surface, shielded by layers of living metal that could repair themselves from damage. They were protected by dimensional stabilizers that made them nearly impossible to detect from the surface, by energy fields that could deflect or absorb attacks, by automated defense systems that could respond to intrusions with deadly force. But the tombs were more than just fortresses. They were cities in miniature, vast underground complexes containing everything the Necrons would need upon awakening. Resurrection forges capable of repairing damaged necrodermis, weapon vaults storing armaments that could level continents, throne rooms and audience chambers where Necron nobility could hold court and plan their campaigns. And most importantly, the tombs contained the management systems that would ensure the Great Sleep proceeded according to plan. These systems were not simple timers or alarm clocks. They were sophisticated artificial intelligences, the master programs that governed every aspect of the tomb's function. These programs monitored each stasis chamber, ensuring that the entropic decay was held at bay. They directed the canoptech constructs, the robotic servants that remained active during the long sleep, maintaining the tomb's systems and making repairs as needed. They assessed environmental conditions on the surface, calculating when it would be safe for the tomb's occupants to emerge. And they implemented strict protocols for awakening, ensuring that the revival of the tomb's population would proceed in an orderly and predictable fashion. The canoptech constructs themselves deserve special attention, for they are the eyes and ears of the sleeping tomb, the loyal servants who keep watch while their masters rest. These machines come in various forms, each designed for specific tasks. The canoptech scarabs are the most numerous, tiny robotic insects that swarm through the tomb's corridors, performing basic maintenance and repairs. Their bodies are made of the same living metal as the Necrons themselves, capable of breaking down damaged materials and rebuilding them at the molecular level. When a section of the tomb's structure becomes compromised, thousands of scarabs descend upon it, their mandibles clicking as they consume corroded metal and replace it with fresh material. The canoptech spiders are larger, more sophisticated constructs that serve as mobile factories and repair stations. These multi-legged machines can fabricate new scarabs as needed, directing them to areas that require attention. They carry sophisticated sensors that can detect the subtlest signs of damage or degradation, and their fabricator claws can perform delicate repairs that require more precision than the scarabs can manage. During the Great Sleep, the spiders are the architects and engineers, maintaining the tomb's infrastructure and ensuring that everything remains in perfect working order. But it is the canoptech wraiths that serve as the tomb's security force. These sleek, serpentine constructs phase in and out of normal spacetime, their dimensional destabilization matrices allowing them to pass through solid matter as if it did not exist. They patrol the tomb's endless corridors, their advanced sensors detecting any anomaly, any change, any intrusion. Unlike the scarabs and spiders, which focus on maintenance, the wraiths are programmed for a single purpose: to eliminate any threat to the sleeping Necrons. They can phase their claws and tendrils inside an enemy, solidifying them to sever vital systems from within. They can phase through walls and floors to attack from unexpected angles. And they can detect intruders with such precision that even the most advanced stealth systems provide little protection. These constructs operate according to the directives of the tomb's master program, but they are not mindless automata. Each canoptech construct possesses sophisticated decision matrices that allow it to respond appropriately to unexpected situations. They can analyze threats, adapt their tactics, and even coordinate with one another to address complex problems. When one construct detects something unusual, it can share that information with others through the tomb's dimensional network, allowing the entire canoptech swarm to respond as a unified intelligence. For 60 million years, this system worked exactly as intended. The Necrons slept. The canoptech constructs maintained the tombs. The galaxy above went through transformations that the sleeping dynasties could not have imagined. The age of technology rose and fell. Humanity spread across the stars in its first great diaspora. The age of strife consumed human civilization in flames and madness. The Emperor united terror and launched the Great Crusade. The Horus heresy tore the Imperium apart. Through all of this, the Necrons remained in their tombs, waiting for the time when they would rise again. But the Great Sleep did not proceed perfectly. Millions of years is a long time, even for technology as sophisticated as that of the Necrons. Entropy is patient and relentless, and even living metal can degrade if given enough time. Some tombs suffered catastrophic failures, their stasis systems malfunctioning and leaving their occupants to decay into dust. Others were destroyed by external forces, buried beneath geological upheavals, or vaporized by stellar events. Still others were discovered by younger races who had no idea what they had found. Their ignorant meddling triggering awakening protocols prematurely or damaging systems beyond the ability of the Canoptech constructs to repair. And then there were the tombs that awakened on their own, their internal clocks determining that sufficient time had passed, or their sensors detecting changes in the galaxy that warranted investigation. These early awakenings were sporadic and uncoordinated. The central command that Sharek had maintained over the Necron dynasties no longer existed, for the Silent King had departed into the void, leaving his people to sleep without his guidance. Each tomb that awakened did so in isolation, its master program making decisions based on local conditions without knowledge of the broader situation. What these awakened tombs discovered was a galaxy utterly transformed. Where once the Necron Empire had been unchallenged, now countless younger races squabbled over the ruins of what had been. The Imperium of Man dominated much of the galaxy, a vast and sprawling empire that dwarfed anything the Necrons had encountered before the Great Sleep. The forces of chaos, which had barely existed during the War in Heaven, now commanded powers that could rival even the Catan. The Tyranids, utterly unknown to Necron records, devoured entire sectors with their insatiable hunger. And everywhere, on worlds that the Necrons considered rightfully theirs by ancient claim, alien civilizations had established themselves, building on land that the Necrons' ancestors had walked millions of years before. The awakening Necrons responded to this reality in various ways. Some dynasties, particularly those with strong and intact leadership, immediately began campaigns of reconquest, marshalling their forces to reclaim their ancient territories. Others, badly damaged by the long sleep, focused on survival and rebuilding, trying to restore their strength before engaging with the younger races. Still others adopted more cautious strategies, observing and learning about this new galaxy before committing to action. But perhaps the most important aspect of the Tomb World's awakening is the hierarchy with which it proceeds. When a tomb begins to wake, either through its own internal programming or in response to an external threat, it does not simply activate all of its inhabitants at once. The process is carefully orchestrated, each stage designed to assess the situation and ensure that the proper forces are brought online to address whatever challenges the tomb faces. The first to awaken are always the Necron warriors, the basic infantry units that form the backbone of any Necron army. These are the simplest Necrons, the ones who lost the most in the biotransference, reduced to little more than autonomous weapons, with barely any consciousness remaining. They awaken quickly, their systems coming online within hours, and they immediately begin reconnaissance of the tomb's immediate surroundings. They patrol the upper levels, checking for breaches or damage, and they venture to the surface to assess what has changed in the world above. The information gathered by these initial scouts feeds back into the tomb's master program, which then determines what additional forces are required. If the tomb is secure and the surface world appears peaceful, the awakening may proceed slowly, bringing online only the systems and personnel needed for basic operations. But if the warriors encounter resistance, if they find the tomb under threat, the awakening accelerates dramatically. Next to be activated are the more specialized units, the Immortals, elite infantry, equipped with more sophisticated weapons and capable of tactical thinking far beyond that of the basic warriors. The Lich Guard, the sworn protectors of the nobility, whose very purpose is to defend the tomb's lords. The Death Marks, assassins who can phase through dimensions to strike at enemies from impossible angles. Each of these units represents a greater investment of the tomb's resources, consuming more power and requiring more complex resurrection protocols. As the situation demands, the tomb begins to activate its vehicles and heavy support. The Ghost Arks, transport vehicles capable of carrying warriors into battle and repairing them on the move. The Annihilation Barges, anti-aircraft platforms bristling with Tesla weaponry. The Doomsday Arks, heavy artillery pieces that can level fortifications with their primary cannons. And if the threat proves severe enough, the tomb may even activate its to tangent scale constructs, the monoliths and obelisks that serve as mobile fortresses, capable of teleporting reinforcements directly to the battlefield and devastating enemy formations with concentrated firepower. Finally, if all other measures prove insufficient, the tomb's true masters begin to wake. The cryptechs, scientists, and technologists who command powers that seem like sorcery to younger races. The lords and overlords, nobles who once commanded armies during the war in heaven, and who retain the strategic brilliance that made the Necrons masters of the galaxy. And in the rarest cases, the Pharaons themselves, the supreme rulers of entire dynasties, beings of such power and authority that their very presence can shift the course of galactic events. This hierarchical awakening serves multiple purposes. It conserves the tomb's energy reserves, ensuring that power is not wasted on activating forces that are not needed. It protects the nobility from premature exposure to danger, keeping them safe until the situation is fully assessed. And it provides time for the tomb's systems to fully boot up, running diagnostics and ensuring that everything is functioning properly before committing the most valuable assets. But this system, elegant as it is, was designed to handle threats from the outside. External invasions by Aeldari forces seeking to destroy the tombs before the Necrons could fully awaken. Attacks by Xenos species that stumbled upon the tomb worlds by accident. Even interference from the forces of chaos, though the Necron's soulless nature provides some protection from the worst effects of the warp. What the system was never designed to handle, what no Necron architect ever contemplated, was the possibility that something massive and dangerous might already be inside the tomb, buried deep within its structure through sheer accident of geology and time. This is the situation that the tomb world of Karnatash now faces. A Reaver-class battle titan of the Imperium, entombed within the very foundations of the Necron crypts. Not an invader in the conventional sense, but a piece of technology from a civilization that did not even exist when the tombs were sealed. A massive, complex machine that radiates energy signatures completely foreign to Necron sensors, an anomaly that demands immediate attention and careful analysis. And as the Canoptech Wraith completes its initial scan and transmits its findings to the tomb's master program, deep within the command protocols, decisions are being made, priorities are being reassessed, and in the darkness of the crypts, systems long dormant begin to power up. Preparing to address this unprecedented situation, Imperial Titans, walking gods of war. To fully appreciate the significance of a Titan being discovered within a Necron tomb, we must understand what these machines represent to the Imperium of Man. Titans are not merely weapons. They are icons of faith, manifestations of the machine god's power, walking cathedrals that bring the Emperor's judgment to the battlefield. They are among the most powerful war machines ever created by humanity, and their presence on a battlefield can turn the tide of entire campaigns. When a Titan strides to war, the ground itself trembles beneath its footfalls, and its enemies know that death walks among them. The history of Titans stretches back to the Dark Age of technology, that legendary period when humanity's scientific and technological achievements reached heights that have never since been equaled. During this era, humanity spread across the galaxy in a great wave of colonization, establishing settlements on thousands of worlds. These colonists often found themselves facing hostile environments, worlds where the atmosphere was toxic, the gravity crushing, or the native life forms deadly. The first Titans were created to address these challenges, massive exosuits that allowed humans to move and work in conditions that would otherwise be impossible to survive. These early Titans were primarily construction and mining machines, though they could be armed for defense against aggressive Xenos species or dangerous fauna. They stood tens of meters tall, their armored carapaces protecting their operators from environmental hazards, their powerful limbs capable of moving massive amounts of material or wielding tools that could cut through solid rock. They were marvels of engineering, combining sophisticated artificial intelligence with human intuition and creativity, controlled through neural interfaces that allowed the pilot to merge their consciousness with the machine. But as the age of strife descended and humanity's great empire collapsed into warfare and chaos, the peaceful purposes of these machines were quickly forgotten. Titans became weapons of war, their construction tools replaced with guns and energy weapons, their mining lasers repurposed to cut through enemy armor and fortifications. On Mars, where the cult Mechanicus was consolidating its power, the construction of Titans became a sacred art, a way of honoring the machine god by creating the most perfect fusion of human will and mechanical power. The Titans that emerged from this transformation were no longer mere machines. They were god engines, mechanical avatars of the Omnissiah's wrath. The tech priests of Mars, who would later become the Adeptus Mechanicus, devoted themselves to perfecting these designs, creating standardized patterns that could be replicated across different forged worlds, while still allowing for customization and specialization. The Mechanicus believed that each Titan contained a fragment of the machine god's consciousness, a machine spirit that was not merely a sophisticated program, but a genuine intelligence worthy of worship and respect. This belief shaped how Titans were constructed and operated. Each Titan was built not in a factory, but in a sacred forge, where tech priests chanted prayers and performed rituals while they assembled the components. The construction of a Titan could take years or even decades, each part carefully crafted and blessed before being integrated into the whole. The plasma reactors that powered these machines were treated with particular reverence, for they were the hearts that gave the Titans life. The void shields that protected them were seen as manifestations of the machine god's protection, and the weapons they carried were instruments of divine judgment, tools through which the Omnissiah's will would be made manifest. The pilots of Titans, called Princeps, underwent extensive training and modification to prepare them for their role. They were not simply drivers or operators, but priests in their own right, individuals who had dedicated their lives to the service of the machine god and been found worthy of merging their consciousness with a god engine. The Princeps would be surgically enhanced with neural implants that allowed them to interface directly with the Titan's systems, creating a symbiotic relationship between human and machine. When a Princeps connected with their Titan through the Throne Mechanicum, the command seat that served as the interface point, they ceased to be merely human. They became something more, their consciousness expanding to encompass the Titan's vast sensor arrays, its weapon systems, its structural integrity. They could feel the Titan's pain when it was damaged, its rage when it engaged enemies, its satisfaction when it destroyed those who stood against it. But this merging came at a cost. The machine spirit of a Titan was powerful and demanding, and it required a strong will to maintain control over it. Princeps, who spent too long merged with their Titans, found their personalities beginning to change, adopting the aggressive, domineering characteristics of the war machines they commanded. Some lost themselves entirely, becoming little more than extensions of their Titans, unable to separate their own identities from that of the machine. To help maintain balance, Princeps were accompanied by Moderati, assistant operators who helped manage the Titan's systems and provided a human anchor that could help prevent the Princeps from being overwhelmed. The Titans themselves were organized into legions, military formations that operated from forge worlds across the galaxy. Each legion had its own heraldry, traditions, and battle honors, stretching back thousands of years. Some legions were famous for their loyalty to the Imperium, having fought in the Great Crusade alongside the Emperor himself. Others had turned traitor during the Horus Heresy, their Titans becoming corrupted by chaos and transformed into demon engines that served the ruinous powers. And still others maintained a careful neutrality, serving whatever faction could meet their price or convince them that the cause was just. The classifications of Titans reflected both their size and their tactical role on the battlefield. The smallest were the Scout Titans, machines that stood 30 to 40 meters tall and were designed for reconnaissance and rapid response. The most common scout titan was the Warhound class, a lean and agile machine that could move at surprising speeds despite its massive size. Warhounds typically operated in pairs, called hunting packs, using their speed and coordination to outmaneuver larger opponents and strike at vulnerable points. They were armed with weapons that, while devastating by the standards of conventional warfare, were relatively modest for titans: turbo lasers and plasma weapons that could destroy tanks and infantry formations, but which struggled against heavier opposition. The backbone of any Titan Legion consisted of battle titans, machines that ranged from 50 to 80 meters in height and mounted significantly heavier weapons. The most numerous of these was the Warlord class, a general-purpose combat platform that could be configured for a variety of roles depending on the weapons it carried. A Warlord could mount volcano cannons capable of melting through fortress walls, plasma destructors that reduced enemy formations to ash, or Gatling blasters that could cut down infantry by the thousands. They were protected by multiple void shield generators, energy fields that could absorb incredible amounts of damage before collapsing, and their armor was thick enough to shrug off attacks that would destroy lesser vehicles. Larger than the Warlords were the Reaver-class Titans, machines that occupied a middle ground between battle titans and the truly massive Emperor class. Reavers stood approximately 60 meters tall and were known for their versatility, capable of engaging in close combat with massive power fists or maintaining distance with long-range bombardment weapons. They were reliable and relatively common, though the Adeptus Mechanicus considered them among the most complex titans to maintain, requiring constant attention from tech priests to keep their systems functioning properly. And then there were the Emperor-class Titans, the true giants of the Titan legions. These monsters stood well over 100 meters tall, some reaching heights of 140 meters or more. They were walking fortresses, their upper structures resembling ornate Gothic cathedrals complete with spires, stained glass viewing ports, and chapels where crews could worship between battles. The most common Emperor-class Titans were the Imperators, general-purpose assault platforms that could devastate entire armies with their firepower. An Imperator mounted enough weapons to equip several smaller Titans, including massive Hellstorm cannons, Apocalypse missile launchers, plasma annihilators, and countless secondary weapons for anti-infantry and anti-aircraft defense. The Warmonger-class Emperors were even more specialized, designed purely for long-range fire support, with targeting systems so sophisticated they could hit targets from beyond visual range with pinpoint accuracy. These Titans were rare even among the already uncommon Emperor class, and their loss was considered a catastrophe for any legion that suffered it. The construction of an Emperor-class Titan represented decades of work and resources that could have equipped entire armies, and the Adeptus Mechanicus had lost the complete knowledge of how to build new ones. Every Emperor Titan still in service was a relic from earlier ages, maintained through painstaking effort and treated with the reverence due to irreplaceable artifacts. When a Titan went to war, it was not simply deployed like a tank or aircraft. The entire process was treated as a sacred ritual. The Titan would be awakened from its dormancy in the Legion's fortress monastery, its machine spirit roused through prayers and offerings. The princeps and their crew would undergo purification rituals, cleansing themselves of any spiritual taint that might interfere with their connection to the God Engine. The Titan would be blessed by the Legion's highest-ranking tech priests, anointed with sacred oils and inscribed with prayers of victory. And when it finally strode forth to battle, it did so with the full understanding that it carried not just weapons, but the hopes and faith of all who served the machine god. On the battlefield, Titans were force multipliers beyond compare. A single warhound could turn the tide of a battle involving thousands of troops, its weapons capable of destroying enemy vehicles and fortifications that would otherwise require extensive artillery bombardment. A warlord could break sieges that had lasted months, its firepower punching through defensive lines that had seemed impregnable. And an Emperor Titan could decide the fate of entire campaigns, its very presence on the battlefield shifting the strategic calculus and forcing enemy commanders to commit resources they could not afford to spare. But Titans were not invincible. Despite their massive size and formidable defenses, they could be destroyed through concentrated firepower or clever tactics. Enemy titans posed the most direct threat, as only a titan could reliably match another titan in combat. But other threats existed as well. Coordinated attacks by aircraft could overwhelm a titan's void shields and inflict critical damage. Orbital bombardment could catch a titan in the open and obliterate it before it could find cover. And sometimes, through sheer bad luck or catastrophic failure, a titan's plasma reactor could suffer a critical containment breach, causing the machine to detonate in a blast that could level everything within kilometers. When a titan fell in battle, it was mourned by its entire legion. The loss was not just tactical, but spiritual, a diminishment of the legion's strength and a blow to the morale of all who served. Every effort would be made to recover the titan's remains, to salvage what could be saved, and give the fallen god engine the funeral rites it deserved. But sometimes, recovery was impossible. Battles were lost, and the victors claimed the wreckage. Campaigns turned into disasters, and retreats became so chaotic that there was no choice but to abandon the fallen. And in rare cases, catastrophic events buried titans so completely that they vanished from all records, their fates unknown even to the Adeptus Mechanicus that had built them. This brings us to the titan, now resting within the Necron tomb of Carnatash. According to the fragmentary records that can still be read on its scarred carapace, this machine was designated Eternal Vigilance, a Reaver-class titan of Legio Metallica, the Iron Skulls. It participated in campaigns during the Great Crusade, walking alongside the Legiones Astartes as they brought the Emperor's light to the darkest corners of the galaxy. It survived the Horus Heresy, remaining loyal to the Imperium even as other legions fell to chaos. For thousands of years, it served faithfully, its name inscribed on countless battle honors, its deeds recorded in the sacred archives of Mars. But at some point, on some forgotten battlefield on this world that would later become the Necron tomb world of Carnatash, Eternal Vigilance fell. Perhaps it was brought down by enemy fire, its void shields overwhelmed, and its reactor critically damaged. Perhaps it was caught in a geological catastrophe, buried beneath an earthquake or volcanic eruption. Perhaps it simply suffered a catastrophic mechanical failure at the worst possible moment, leaving it immobilized and vulnerable in the middle of a combat zone. Whatever the cause, the result was the same. The Titan fell. Its crew died or evacuated. And over the millennia that followed, geological processes buried it deeper and deeper, until it came to rest in the very structure that would later become the foundation of the Necron tomb. The Titan that the Canoptech Wraith now examines is a shadow of its former glory. Its void shield generators are dark and cold. Its plasma reactor, normally a miniature sun barely contained by magnetic fields and adamantium shielding, has long since gone cold. Its weapons, though still physically intact, are unpowered and unable to fire. Centuries of burial have taken their toll on the structure, with some external components corroded or compressed by the weight of stone above. But the core of the machine, protected by layers of adamantium armor and built to withstand punishment that would vaporize lesser vehicles, remains largely intact. The Titan sleeps, not in the active sense that the Necrons sleep, but in the passive silence of a machine powered down and abandoned. Yet within its armored shell, within the data cores and cogitator banks that constitute its machine spirit, information remains. The records of battles fought and enemies destroyed, the tactical protocols that guided its operations, the sacred oaths and prayers that its crew spoke as they went to war. And now, for the first time in millennia, something is paying attention to this fallen god engine, something ancient and powerful, with technology that makes even the sophisticated systems of the Titans seem primitive and crude. The Necrons have found this intruder in their tomb, and they are beginning to ask questions. What is this machine? What can we learn from it? What does its presence tell us about the younger races that now inhabit our galaxy? And most importantly, what should we do with it? How a Titan becomes entombed. The question of how a massive Imperial Titan could end up buried within a Necron tomb world requires us to understand the vast timescales involved and the layers of geological and historical events that must align for such an improbable situation to occur. This is not a simple matter of cause and effect, but rather a chain of unlikely events spanning thousands or even millions of years, each contributing to a final outcome that neither the Imperium nor the Necrons could have predicted. Let us begin with the world itself. Before the Necrons arrived, before humanity evolved on distant Terra, this world existed as an unremarkable planet in an unremarkable system. Perhaps it had native life, or perhaps it was a barren rock orbiting its star in silent indifference. The Necrontyr, in their expansion across the galaxy before the biotransference, identified this world as suitable for their purposes. Maybe it had strategic value, positioned along a major stellar route. Maybe it contained resources valuable to their civilization. Or maybe it was simply one of thousands of worlds they claimed because they could, because their empire demanded ever more territory to match the holdings of the old ones they so despised. When the decision was made to enter the Great Sleep, this world was selected as a tomb world. Necron architects and engineers descended upon it, beginning the monumental task of excavating the vast underground complexes that would house the sleeping dynasties. They dug deep, far deeper than any surface catastrophe could reach, into the bedrock that had existed for billions of years. They carved out chambers that could hold millions of Necrons in their sarcophagi. They installed the stasis technology, the dimensional stabilizers, the resurrection forges, all the systems needed to ensure the success of the Great Sleep. And then, when all was ready, the Necrons descended into their tomb and sealed it behind them, the surface entrances collapsing or hiding themselves behind holographic fields and dimensional barriers. For millions of years, the tomb lay undisturbed. The planet's surface underwent countless changes. Continents shifted as tectonic forces reshaped the crust. Seas rose and fell. Whatever atmosphere the planet once possessed might have changed dramatically, potentially stripped away by stellar winds or rebuilt through volcanic outgassing. Ice ages came and went. Asteroid impacts left craters that slowly eroded away. But beneath all this surface activity, deep in the stable bedrock, the tomb remained intact, its systems continuing their vigil over the sleeping Necrons. Then came humanity. During the dark age of technology, when humanity's first great expansion carried it to tens of thousands of worlds, this planet was rediscovered. Perhaps human colonists found it empty and claimed it for themselves. Perhaps they found ruins on the surface, remnants of the ancient Necrontyr civilization, and mistakenly believed they had discovered merely another dead alien culture. They had no idea that beneath their feet, kilometers of solid rock separated them from a tomb world that could eradicate their entire colony within hours of awakening. They built their cities, established their farms and factories, and lived their lives in complete ignorance of the danger sleeping below. This human civilization likely flourished for centuries or even millennia during the height of the dark age of technology. They might have built impressive structures, tapped into the planet's resources, and established trade with other human worlds through the stable warp routes that existed during that golden age. But then came the age of strife, and everything collapsed. Cut off from other worlds by warp storms, this colony world would have had to fend for itself. Perhaps it survived for a time, its technology slowly degrading as the knowledge to maintain it was lost. Or perhaps it descended immediately into chaos, its inhabitants turning on each other in desperate wars for dwindling resources. When the Great Crusade reached this system, perhaps 10,000 years ago, what the Imperial forces found was a world in ruins. The human population might have regressed to pre-industrial levels, huddling in the remnants of ancient cities they no longer understood. Or perhaps the planet had been claimed by Xenos species, forcing the Imperium to mount a military campaign to reclaim it for humanity. Whatever the situation, the Imperium deployed forces to secure the world, and among those forces was a Titan Legion, bringing God engines to establish Imperial dominance beyond any possibility of challenge. We can imagine the battle that led to Eternal Vigilance's fall. Perhaps it was fighting against an orc horde that had claimed the planet, the Titan's weapons cutting through crude gargants and mobs of greenskins. Perhaps it faced a chaos incursion, standing against demon engines and corrupted war machines while chanting prayers to the machine god. Or perhaps the threat was something else entirely, a Xenos species now extinct or forgotten, but which possessed weapons capable of threatening even a Titan. Whatever the enemy, the battle was fierce enough to bring down a Reaver-class Titan, a feat that requires either overwhelming force or extraordinarily bad luck. Let us imagine the moment of Eternal Vigilance's fall. The battle has raged for hours, or perhaps days. The Titan's void shields have been battered down by concentrated enemy fire. Its armor, thick adamantium plate that can shrug off hits that would vaporize tanks, has been breached in several places. Warning klaxons blare throughout the cathedral-like interior as the Princeps and his crew struggle to maintain control of the God Engine's systems. Then comes the critical hit, a lance strike from orbit or a massive explosion that damages the plasma reactor's containment field. The Princeps has mere seconds to make a decision: evacuate the crew or stay and try to initiate emergency shutdown. Perhaps the Princeps chooses to stay, believing he can save his God Engine. Or perhaps the damage is so catastrophic that evacuation is impossible. The plasma reactor goes critical. But instead of the catastrophic detonation that would normally occur, something interferes with the explosion. Perhaps the emergency containment systems activate, channeling the excess energy into the ground. Perhaps the peculiar geology of the area, influenced by the dimensional technologies in the Necron tomb below, affects how the plasma disperses. Or perhaps it is simply luck, good or bad, depending on perspective. The Titan does not explode. Instead, it collapses, its leg servos failing, its massive weight causing it to crash to the ground with earth-shaking force. The impact is tremendous. Eternal Vigilance weighs thousands of tons, and when it falls, it does not simply lie on the surface. The ground beneath it, already weakened by the battle, and possibly by geological instabilities related to the tomb complex below, gives way. The Titan begins to sink, not slowly over years, but in a matter of minutes or hours, dragged down by its own weight into a widening crater. Perhaps this area was already geologically unstable, a weak point where the ceiling of the tomb complex was closer to the surface than usual. Perhaps the battle itself had triggered fault lines or created structural weaknesses. Whatever the cause, Eternal Vigilance continues to sink, buried beneath cascading tons of rock and soil. The immediate aftermath of the battle would have been chaotic. Imperial forces, if victorious, would have tried to recover the fallen Titan, but the sheer scale of the geological event makes this impossible. The crater continues to collapse, making any approach deadly. Rescue teams that attempt to reach the Titan find themselves facing cave-ins and shifting ground that threaten to bury them as well. After several failed attempts, and possibly some casualties, the decision is made to abandon the recovery effort. The Titan is listed as lost, its Princeps and crew declared dead, their names added to the rolls of martyrs who died in service to the Imperium. The Legion mourns its loss, but eventually moves on, for there are always more battles to fight. Over the years and centuries that follow, the crater fills with sediment. Rain washes soil and rock into the depression. Vegetation, if the planet has any, begins to reclaim the area. Eventually, no surface indication remains that anything unusual ever occurred here. The records of the battle fade, preserved in archives that few will ever access. The Titan becomes a forgotten casualty of a forgotten war, one of millions of such losses across the Imperium's long history. Only the Adeptus Mechanicus maintains detailed records of the Titan's loss, and even those eventually become corrupted or lost as data systems fail and archives are damaged by the passage of time. But deep beneath the surface, geological processes continue. The rock and soil that buried Eternal Vigilance gradually compact under pressure, becoming solid stone. Over thousands of years, the Titan is encased in a tomb of rock, sealed away from the outside world. And all the while, it continues to sink, pushed downward by the weight of material above, and pulled by the vagaries of geological processes that operate on timescales incomprehensible to human minds. Fault lines shift, strata compress and deform, and slowly, impossibly, the Titan descends toward the level where the Necron tomb complex exists. The moment when the Titan's tomb intersects with the upper defensive layers of the Necron tomb complex is subtle. There is no dramatic breach, no sudden collision. Instead, over years or decades, the rock surrounding the Titan gradually intrudes into spaces that the Necron architects had left as part of their defensive design. The outer defensive perimeter of a Necron tomb is not a solid wall, but rather a series of layers designed to deflect and absorb attacks. Some of these layers are chambers filled with inert materials, buffers meant to dissipate energy from orbital bombardments or seismic events. When the geological processes push the Titan's burial chamber into contact with these spaces, the rock flows gradually, filling voids and creating new connections. The Canoptech constructs, patrolling their eternal rounds through the tomb's corridors, notice the intrusion almost immediately. To them, it appears as an anomaly in the tomb's structure, an unexpected change in density and material composition in an area that should be stable and unchanging. At first, it is treated as a natural geological event, something that requires monitoring but not immediate action. The scarabs begin to investigate, cutting into the intruding rock to assess its composition and determine whether it poses any threat to the tomb's deeper systems. This is when they encounter the Titan. The first scarabs to reach eternal vigilance do not understand what they have found. Their sensors detect metal, which is not unusual in geological formations. But this metal is arranged in patterns that are clearly artificial, and it registers materials that do not match anything in the Necron database of naturally occurring substances. The scarabs report their findings, and the tomb's systems escalate the response. Canoptech spiders arrive to conduct more detailed analysis. And finally, a Canoptech wraith phases through the stone to get a direct look at whatever has intruded into the tomb's boundary. What the wraith sees is unprecedented in the tomb's millions of years of dormancy. Not an attacking force attempting to breach the tomb's defenses, not a natural geological formation causing structural stress, but a massive machine, obviously created by intelligent beings, sitting silently in what has become a cavity in the tomb's outer defensive perimeter. The machine is damaged and inactive, showing no signs of power or operation, but its very presence raises questions that the tomb's systems are not equipped to answer through their standard protocols. And so the Wraith transmits its findings back to the master program, including detailed scans of the Titan and the surrounding area. The data is analyzed, compared against every record in the tomb's databases. No match is found. This machine represents technology that did not exist when the Necrons entered the Great Sleep. It is clearly a weapon of war, built by a civilization that the Necrons have no records of encountering, and it sits within the tomb's defensive perimeter, its presence impossible to ignore and potentially dangerous if it were somehow to activate. Deep within the tomb, where the true masters sleep, the first stirrings of conscious thought begin to emerge. The master program, following protocols that have not been tested in millions of years, begins the process of awakening the tomb's nobility. Not a full awakening, not yet, but a gradual restoration of consciousness to those individuals whose authority and intelligence will be needed to assess this unprecedented situation. In their sarcophagi, the Necron lords and cryptechs begin the slow process of reactivation, their artificial minds booting up after an eternity of dormancy, preparing to confront a mystery that challenges everything they understood about their galaxy. First detection, Canoptech Guardians stir. The Canoptech Wraith's initial scan of the Titan takes approximately 3.7 seconds, though in the subjective experience of the construct's advanced processing systems, this represents hours of detailed analysis and comparison. Every surface is mapped with precision, measured in angstroms. Every material is identified through spectroscopic analysis. Every structural element is assessed for composition, purpose, and threat potential. And with each passing microsecond, the Wraith's decision matrices are calculating the implications of what it has found. The first thing the Wraith determines is that the object is undeniably artificial. The patterns are too regular, the materials too refined, the construction too purposeful to be anything but the work of intelligent beings. This immediately categorizes the object as a potential threat, triggering protocols that have waited millions of years for activation. The Wraith's sensors sweep the Titan again, this time searching for any sign of active power systems or hostile intent. It finds neither. The machine is cold, its systems offline, its weapons silent. But the absence of immediate danger does not erase the fundamental question. What is this thing, and how did it come to be here? The Wraith transmits its initial findings through the tomb's dimensional communication network, a system that operates outside normal space-time and allows instantaneous communication throughout the complex, regardless of physical barriers. The data streams to the Deep Spirit Master Program, the artificial intelligence that governs all of the tomb's autonomous functions. This program is sophisticated beyond anything the Imperium could create. A sentient artificial intelligence that has maintained the tomb for millions of years without error or deviation. It receives the Wraith's report and immediately begins its own analysis. The Master Program's first response is to deploy additional Canoptech constructs to the site. Within minutes, a swarm of several hundred Canoptech scarabs converges on the location, their tiny forms phasing through solid stone as easily as the Wraith. They crawl over every surface of the Titan, their mandibles clicking as they sample materials and run their own diagnostic scans. These scarabs are not merely maintenance drones. They are sophisticated analytical tools, each one capable of breaking down materials at the molecular level and analyzing their composition with extraordinary precision. What the scarabs discover is fascinating. The Titan's armor is composed primarily of adamantium, a material the Necrons have records of, but which they did not expect to find in this galaxy anymore. The alloy is crude by Necron standards, its crystal structure showing imperfections and inconsistencies that no Necron-tier artificer would have tolerated. But it is undeniably effective. Layer upon layer of heavy metal designed to absorb and disperse impact energy. Beneath the armor are servos and actuators, made from materials that the Necrons do not recognize at all. Synthetic compounds that must have been developed long after the Great Sleep began. As the scarabs continue their investigation, a Canoptech spider arrives at the site. This larger construct is the foreman of the Canoptech swarms, a mobile fabricator and repair station that coordinates the activities of lesser constructs. The spider's advanced sensors are capable of penetrating deeper into structures than the scarabs can achieve, using long-range scanners that can map internal configurations without requiring physical access. It positions itself near the Titan's torso section and begins a comprehensive internal scan. What the spider discovers is even more intriguing than what is visible on the surface. The internal structure of the Titan is a maze of corridors, chambers, and mechanical systems. There are spaces clearly designed for biological occupants, though they are empty now. There are massive reactors, currently cold, but showing signs of having contained enormous amounts of energy when active. There are weapon systems of extraordinary sophistication, guidance systems, and targeting arrays that suggest whoever built this machine possessed advanced understanding of ballistics and energy projection. And throughout it all, there are networks of data conduits and processing nodes, the remains of what must have been a sophisticated computer system. The spider attempts to interface with this computer system, extending a probe into one of the access ports it identifies. The attempt fails immediately. The protocols are completely alien, operating on principles that have no equivalence in Necron technology. The data structures are incomprehensible, stored in formats that require translation layers the spider does not possess. Even the basic electrical protocols are different, using voltages and signal patterns that the spider's interface systems cannot interpret. This is not merely foreign technology. It is technology developed by a completely different civilization with its own unique evolutionary path and design philosophy. While the Canoptech constructs continue their physical analysis, the tomb's master program is conducting research of a different kind. It begins reviewing the tomb's historical records, searching for any mention of machines like this one or civilizations capable of building them. The records are vast, encompassing millions of years of Necron-tier and Necron history, but the master program can search them within human speed and precision. Within seconds, it has reviewed every major military encounter, every first contact with an alien species, every technological innovation recorded by the tomb's inhabitants. The search comes up empty. There is nothing in the records that matches this technology, No civilization the Necrons encountered during their rise, during the War in Heaven, or during their later expansion across the galaxy, built machines like this. The Master Program expands its search to include theoretical constructions, hypothetical designs that Necrontier engineers had proposed but never built. Still, nothing. Whatever this machine is, whatever civilization built it, they are completely unknown to the Necron database. This absence of information is significant. The Master Program understands, in its artificial way, that this means the machine was built after the Great Sleep began. It represents technology from the current era, from the galaxy as it exists now, rather than the galaxy the Necrons knew 60 million years ago. This has profound implications. If younger races have developed technology sophisticated enough to build war machines on this scale, then the strategic calculus of awakening has changed. The galaxy is not merely occupied by upstart species using crude tools. It is populated by civilizations with significant military and technological capability. The Master Program makes its first critical decision. This situation requires analysis by higher intelligence than the Canoptech constructs can provide. It begins activating the reanimation sequence for one of the tomb's cryptechs, the scientist lords whose specialty is the analysis and understanding of technology. The chosen cryptech is one whose records indicate particular expertise in xenoarchaeology and the study of alien technologies. His name, in the Necron language, translates roughly as "he who uncovers secrets," though his original Necrontier name has been lost to history. The reanimation process begins with the influx of power to the cryptech's sarcophagus. Within the ornate containment vessel, systems that have been dormant for millions of years begin to activate. Slowly, incrementally, the energy levels build. The living metal that composes the cryptech's body begins to warm, responding to the power flowing through it. Neural circuits that have been inactive for epochs start to process information again. And deep within the artificial consciousness that was once a Necrontier scientist, awareness begins to return. The awakening is not instantaneous. It cannot be instantaneous, for the mind that is returning from such a long absence requires time to reassemble itself, to remember what it was before the sleep. The cryptech's first conscious thought is confusion, a sense of dislocation that comes from the vast gulf of time that has passed. He was a scientist on the world called Karnatash, studying the properties of living metal and contemplating ways to improve the efficiency of resurrection protocols. And then, in what feels like a single moment of discontinuity, he is awakening to find that everything has changed. The Master Program feeds information directly into the cryptech's consciousness as he awakens, bringing him up to date on the situation. There has been an intrusion into the tomb's boundaries. An unknown machine, clearly of alien origin, has been discovered in the outer defensive perimeter. Initial analysis suggests it is a weapon system of considerable sophistication. The Master Program requires expert assessment to determine the appropriate response. The cryptech's mind, still sluggish from the long sleep, processes this information and begins to formulate questions. What kind of weapon? What civilization built it? What threat does it pose? The sarcophagus opens, its heavy lid sliding aside with a hiss of escaping gas. The cryptech rises, his artificial body moving with mechanical precision despite the lingering disorientation in his mind. He is a tall figure, even by Necron standards, his body adorned with modifications that mark his status as a scientist rather than a warrior. Extra limbs extend from his torso, each tipped with specialized tools and sensors. His skull-like face holds ocular sensors more sophisticated than those of ordinary Necrons, capable of perceiving across a broader spectrum of wavelengths. And embedded in his chest is a dimensional stabilizer, a device that allows him to phase partially out of sync with normal space-time, a useful feature when working with particularly dangerous technologies. The cryptech moves through the tomb's corridors with purpose, following the path the Master Program has designated. Canoptech scarabs swarm around him, serving as both guide and honor guard. As he walks, he queries the Master Program for additional information. How long has the tomb been dormant? The answer stuns him, even through his artificial nature's emotional dampening. Approximately 60 million years, give or take a few million years of uncertainty. What is the current state of the galaxy? The answer is unknown, though the presence of this alien machine suggests significant changes have occurred. Are there any other signs of activity on the surface? The answer is negative, though surveillance has been limited to passive sensor monitoring. When the Cryptek arrives at the location where the Titan has been discovered, he stops and simply observes for several long moments. The sight before him is extraordinary. The machine is huge, far larger than anything the Necrons would typically consider practical for an individual war unit. The Necron military philosophy has always favored swarms of smaller units over single massive ones, believing that distributed force provides more tactical flexibility than concentrated power. But clearly, whoever built this machine thought differently. The Cryptek approaches slowly, his enhanced sensors conducting their own analysis. He can see things the Canoptek constructs could not, perceiving subtle patterns in the machine's construction that speak to the design philosophy of its creators. This is not merely a weapon, it is a religious artifact. He can see it in the ornate details, the decorative elements that serve no functional purpose but which clearly hold symbolic meaning. The machine's torso structure resembles a temple or cathedral, complete with architectural elements that echo religious buildings. There are inscriptions on the armor plating, text in a language the Cryptek does not recognize, but which is clearly intended to invoke some form of spiritual protection or blessing. This observation alone tells the Cryptek much about the civilization that built this machine. They were not purely pragmatic in their technology. They imbued their creations with meaning beyond mere function. They believed, or wanted to believe, that their machines were more than tools, that they were manifestations of something greater. This is simultaneously sophisticated and primitive, showing advanced technological capability combined with what the Cryptek would consider superstitious thinking. But it is also potentially dangerous, because cultures that treat their weapons as holy relics tend to be deeply committed to their use. The Cryptek extends one of his auxiliary limbs, touching the Titan's armor with specialized sensors. He can feel the echo of energy that once flowed through this machine, the residual signatures of a power system far more robust than anything he expected from a younger race. The reactor that powered this machine must have generated energy output comparable to a small star, contained and controlled through technologies that, while crude by Necron standards, are nonetheless impressively effective. Whoever built this did not simply stumble upon the principles of plasma containment. They mastered them well enough to create something that could operate reliably in combat conditions. As the Cryptek continues his examination, his mind is already formulating hypotheses and theories. This machine represents a data point, a single example of what the younger races have achieved in the 60 million years since the Great Sleep began. If this is typical of their military technology, then the galaxy has changed far more than anyone could have predicted. The younger races are no longer primitive tribes huddling in caves and celebrating the discovery of fire. They are building weapons that rival the capabilities of Necron war machines, even if their understanding of the underlying principles is less sophisticated. The question is what to do with this information and with this machine. The Cryptek understands that his analysis will inform decisions made by the Tomb's leadership once they are fully awakened. Should the Tomb view the younger races as serious threats that must be eliminated immediately? Or are they potential resources, civilizations that could be subjugated and used to serve the dynasty's goals? The answer depends on understanding not just the capabilities represented by this machine, but the nature of the civilization that built it, their numbers, their spread across the galaxy, and their potential to interfere with the Necron plan for galactic reconquest. The Cryptek signals to the master program that he requires more time to complete his analysis. He wants to study not just the physical structure of this machine, but its design philosophy, its operational principles, everything that can be learned about its creators from this single example. The master program acknowledges and assigns additional Canoptek constructs to assist in the investigation. Scarabs begin carefully excavating around the Titan, clearing away the rock that has accumulated around it, while spiders set up temporary power generators and analysis stations. As this work proceeds, deep within the tomb, other reanimation sequences are beginning. The master program has determined that this situation requires more than just scientific analysis. It requires command decisions, strategic assessments, and ultimately, the attention of the tomb's true rulers. The awakening has begun, and it is proceeding according to protocols that were established millions of years ago. But the situation those protocols were designed to address has changed in ways the Necron architects could never have imagined. A younger race has not merely achieved civilization, they have achieved technological sophistication. And one of their war machines, purely by accident, has intruded into a space that no outsider should ever have reached. The question that the awakening Necrons will have to answer is not just what to do about this specific intrusion, it is how to respond to a galaxy that has evolved far beyond what they expected to find when they emerged from their long sleep. Awakening protocols engage. In the deepest chambers of the tomb world, Karnatash, in throne rooms carved from single pieces of living metal and decorated with battle honors that predate the rise of mammals on Terra, the true awakening begins. These chambers have been silent for 60 million years, their only activity, the slow pulse of stasis fields, maintaining the sarcophagi of the Necron nobility. But now, triggered by the discovery of the Titan and the assessment that this situation requires command authority beyond what the tomb's automated systems can provide, the reanimation sequence escalates to its highest tier. The first of the nobility to awaken is a Necron lord named Ahmontek the Vigilant. His title reflects his role in the dynasty before the Great Sleep. He was the defender of the tomb's boundaries, responsible for ensuring that no threat could penetrate to the sleeping masters. That he is the first to be awakened is appropriate, for it is his domain that has been breached, his responsibility that has been called into question by the presence of the intruder. The master program has calculated that Ahmontek's expertise in security protocols and defensive strategy makes him the optimal choice to assess the situation and determine the appropriate response. Ahmontek's reanimation follows a sequence similar to that of the Cryptek, but with additional protocols befitting his higher status. As power flows into his sarcophagus, his consciousness begins to reassemble itself from the fragmented state of deep stasis. But unlike the Cryptek, whose mind was allowed to return gradually, Ahmontek's awakening is accelerated by priority commands from the master program. The situation requires immediate attention, and delay could prove dangerous. Within minutes rather than hours, Ahmontek's consciousness has fully reintegrated, his artificial mind processing the vast gulf of time that has passed and preparing to receive the situation briefing. But even as Ahmontek awakens, the master program makes another decision. The presence of unknown technology, the implications of younger races achieving sophistication, the potential for broader threats to the tomb's security, all of these factors combine to trigger additional awakening protocols. This is not a situation that can be resolved by a single lord and a Cryptek. This requires the attention of the tomb's supreme authority, the being who bears the title of Pharaon and commands the dynasty itself. The Pharaon of Karnatash is named Sarith, the Eternal Seeker, and his awakening is an event of profound significance. Where lesser Necrons might be awakened with simple power influxes and basic consciousness restoration, the Pharaon's reanimation requires elaborate protocols that touch upon systems throughout the entire tomb. As his sarcophagus begins to activate, power relays throughout the complex route additional energy to his chamber. The tomb's defensive systems automatically elevate their alert status. Communication arrays begin extending toward the surface, preparing to establish contact with other Necron forces should the Pharaon require it. Every system in the tomb recognizes that the Master is awakening, and they prepare themselves to serve. Sarith's consciousness returns like the dawn breaking over a world that has known only night. For 60 million years, he has been absent from reality, his mind held in a state where time has no meaning, and existence is reduced to potential rather than actuality. But now he is returning, his awareness expanding to fill the artificial neural networks that constitute his consciousness. And with that awareness comes memory, flooding back in waves that would overwhelm an organic mind, but which his Necron consciousness processes with mechanical efficiency. He remembers the decision to sleep. He remembers standing in this very chamber, addressing the nobility and warriors of his dynasty. explaining that the galaxy they had known was ending and that a new era awaited them beyond the long night of dormancy. He remembers the doubts, the questions, the fears that even the biotransference could not entirely eliminate. What if something went wrong? What if they awakened to find the galaxy overrun by enemies? What if the stasis systems failed and they never awakened at all? He had answered those concerns with confidence he only partially felt, assuring his people that the Necron dynasties had survived worse and that they would endure through whatever trials the future held. And now, after what his chronometer informs him is approximately 60 million years, he is awakening to face the reality of that future. The master program immediately begins feeding him information, understanding that a Pharaon requires comprehensive briefings to make informed decisions. He learns of the length of the Great Sleep, far longer than originally intended, but not outside the parameters the system was designed to handle. He learns that the tomb's systems have functioned reliably, with acceptable levels of degradation and no catastrophic failures. He learns that the surface world has undergone dramatic changes, with evidence of multiple civilizations rising and falling in the time the Necrons slept. And he learns of the intruder, the massive war machine discovered in the tomb's outer defensive perimeter. The master program presents him with all the data collected thus far, the scans and analyses performed by the Canoptech constructs and reviewed by the Cryptech. Sareth reviews this information with the practiced eye of a military strategist who has commanded campaigns across dozens of worlds. He sees immediately what his underlings have already concluded. This is not a primitive artifact. This is sophisticated military hardware, built by a civilization with significant technological capability. As Shareth's sarcophagus opens, and he steps out into his throne room for the first time in millions of years, he is already formulating his approach to this situation. He signals for Amontech and the Cryptech to attend him, and within minutes they arrive, moving through the tomb's corridors with practiced efficiency. They find their Pharaon standing before his throne, a massive structure of living metal that serves both as a seat of authority and as an interface with the tomb's command systems. Sareth does not look like an entity that has been dormant for millions of years. His body is magnificent, crafted by the finest artificers the Necrontyr race produced. Decorated with the honors and symbols of his rank, he radiates authority in a way that transcends his physical form, a presence that makes even other Necrons recognize him as their superior. The meeting that follows is brief and efficient, conducted with the precision that characterizes all Necron decision-making processes. Amontech presents his assessment of the security implications, noting that while the Titan represents no immediate threat, its presence indicates that the tomb's concealment may be less effective than hoped. If one piece of surface technology has penetrated to this level, others might follow, either through similar geological accidents or through deliberate exploration by the younger races. The tomb's defensive perimeter needs to be reassessed and potentially reinforced. The Cryptech presents his preliminary scientific findings, noting the sophistication of the Titan's construction and the implications for whoever built it. He has not yet been able to access the Titan's computer systems, but he is confident that given time and resources, he can develop translation protocols that will allow him to extract information from whatever data storage remains intact. This information could prove invaluable in understanding the younger races and determining how best to approach them once the dynasty begins its campaigns of reconquest. Sareth listens to both presentations without interruption, his consciousness processing the information and comparing it against strategic models and historical precedents stored in his memory. When his subordinates finish speaking, he remains silent for several long moments, considering. Then he speaks, his voice emanating from vocalizers built into his artificial body, carrying the weight of authority that comes from millions of years of leadership. This discovery presents us with an unexpected opportunity. Sareth begins. We awakened, expecting to find the galaxy populated by primitive species, little more than animals competing over scraps of worlds we once ruled. Instead, we find evidence that at least one younger race has achieved significant technological capability. This changes our strategic calculations, but it also provides us with intelligence we would otherwise have to gather through lengthy campaigns and observations. He gestures toward the data displays, showing the Titan's structure. This machine is a gift. though its builders did not intend it as such. It represents a comprehensive example of their military technology, their design philosophy, their manufacturing capabilities, and potentially their tactical doctrines. By studying it, we can learn what we will face when we emerge to reclaim our territory. We can identify weaknesses to exploit and strengths to avoid or counter. And most importantly, we can determine whether these younger races represent a significant threat to our goals or merely a complication to be managed. Ahmontek responds immediately, his tactical mind recognizing the wisdom in this approach. Then you wish to proceed with detailed analysis rather than immediate elimination of the intrusion. Yes, Sareth confirms, but we must do so intelligently. The Cryptek will continue his studies, but with additional resources and priority access to the tomb's analytical systems. I want to know everything this machine can tell us about its builders, their technological limitations, their material constraints, their energy generation capabilities, everything. And I want comparative analyses against our own technology, identifying areas where they might pose unexpected challenges. He turns to the Cryptek. How long will you require to extract meaningful data from this machine's computer systems? The Cryptek considers before responding. If the systems are intact, and if my assumptions about their data storage methods are correct, I estimate no more than several solar cycles to develop working translation protocols. Extracting and analyzing the data itself will take longer, perhaps several stellar rotations, depending on volume and complexity. Sareth nods, satisfied. Acceptable. Begin immediately. Requisition whatever Canoptech resources you require, and inform me of any significant findings as they emerge. Ahmontek, I want you to oversee security during this investigation. If this machine's creators are aware of its location and mount a recovery effort, I want us prepared to respond appropriately. Deploy additional defensive constructs to the area and ensure our sensor arrays are monitoring for any surface activity that might indicate incoming threats. Both subordinates acknowledge their orders and prepare to depart, but Sareth raises a hand to stop them. One more thing. This situation has demonstrated that our understanding of the current galactic state is severely limited. We cannot make informed strategic decisions based on a single data point. I am ordering a gradual expansion of our awakening protocols. Bring online our reconnaissance units and deploy them to the surface. I want comprehensive surveys of this world and preliminary surveys of the surrounding star systems. We need to understand what the galaxy has become in our absence before we can determine how best to reclaim our place within it. This order has significant implications. A gradual expansion of awakening means more Necrons being brought online, more systems being activated, more resources being consumed. It is a commitment to full awakening, a recognition that the situation requires more than just isolated investigation. Sareth is effectively declaring that the Great Sleep is ending for the dynasty of Karnatash, not all at once, but through a controlled escalation that will see the entire tomb gradually coming to life over the following weeks and months. As Ahmontek and the Cryptek depart to carry out their orders, Sareth returns his attention to the displays showing the Titan. There is something almost ironic about this situation, he reflects. The Necrons buried themselves to wait for the galaxy to become ready for their return. And now, one of the first signs they encounter upon awakening is a war machine from a younger race, inadvertently buried in a tomb of its own, waiting to be discovered. Two different civilizations, two different methods of warfare, brought together by the random chance of geological processes and the vast sweep of time. But Shereth is old enough and wise enough to know that there is no such thing as pure chance. Everything happens for a reason, even if that reason is simply the mathematical probabilities of an uncaring universe. The Titan is here because forces beyond anyone's control put it here. And the Necrons are discovering it now because their awakening protocols triggered at this particular moment, rather than a million years earlier or later. Whether this convergence will prove fortunate or disastrous remains to be seen, but Shereth is determined that his dynasty will learn everything possible from this unexpected gift before deciding how to proceed. He issues additional commands to the master program, ordering it to continue monitoring the situation and to alert him immediately if any changes occur. Then he begins the process of reviewing the tomb's complete status, assessing which systems have degraded over the long sleep and which require immediate attention. There is much work to be done, many preparations to make before the dynasty can emerge to confront the galaxy beyond. But for now, in this moment, the focus is on understanding what that galaxy has become. And the key to that understanding lies in the massive war machine that geological chance has delivered into Necron hands. Necron assessment and analysis. The Cryptek's laboratory, hastily established in a chamber adjacent to where the Titan has been discovered, hums with activity that would be imperceptible to human senses, but which fills the Necron frequency ranges with complex patterns of energy and information exchange. Canoptek scarabs move in coordinated swarms, their tiny bodies glowing with the emerald light of active processing. Canoptek spiders stand at various stations, their multiple limbs manipulating tools and sensors with precision measured in nanometers. And at the center of it all, the Cryptek himself works at his analysis, his consciousness simultaneously managing dozens of different investigations, while his physical form remains focused on the most critical task, breaking into the Titan's computer systems. The challenge is more complex than the Cryptek initially anticipated. It is not simply a matter of incompatible protocols or unfamiliar data structures. The computer systems of the Titan are designed with multiple layers of security and encryption, protections meant to prevent enemy forces from accessing sensitive information if a Titan is captured. The machine spirits of the Adeptus Mechanicus, while not truly intelligent by Necron standards, are nonetheless sophisticated enough to recognize unauthorized access attempts and respond with countermeasures. And even though the Titan has been offline for millennia, these passive defenses remain in place, like the locked doors of an abandoned fortress. But the Cryptek is patient, and he has advantages that the Titan's designers never anticipated. Where a human tech priest might spend years trying to decode the encryption through conventional means, the Cryptek can apply computational power that makes even the most sophisticated imperial cogitators seem like abacuses by comparison. He analyzes the patterns of data flow in the circuits he can access, identifying the mathematical principles that govern their encryption. He examines the physical structure of the storage media, understanding how information is recorded at the molecular level, and slowly, methodically, he begins to build translation systems that can convert the Titan's data into formats his Necron consciousness can comprehend. The first breakthrough comes after approximately 72 hours of continuous work. The Cryptek manages to access what appears to be a basic diagnostic log, a record of the Titan's final moments before its systems went offline. The data is fragmentary and corrupted, damaged by millennia of storage without power, and by whatever catastrophic event caused the Titan to fall in the first place. But even these fragments tell a story. The Cryptek can see the cascading failures that led to the Titan's demise. First, there is a record of void shield overload, multiple impacts overwhelming the defensive energy fields faster than they could regenerate. Then comes damage to the primary cooling systems, causing temperatures in the plasma reactor to spike beyond safe parameters. The Princeps activated emergency protocols, trying desperately to bring the reactor under control while maintaining combat capability. But the damage was too severe, the failures cascading too quickly. The final entry in the log is a shutdown command, the Princeps ordering an emergency scram of the reactor in a last desperate attempt to prevent a catastrophic detonation. This information fascinates the Cryptek for multiple reasons. First, it confirms that the Titan was brought down in combat, not by mechanical failure or accident. Whatever enemy it faced was capable of overwhelming even the substantial defenses of a Reaver-class Titan. Second, it shows that the Titan's operators were willing to abandon the machine rather than risk its destruction. This suggests a culture that values preservation over glory, practicality over honor. And third, the sophistication of the emergency protocols indicates a deep understanding of the dangers inherent in the Titan's power systems. But the diagnostic log is just the beginning. As the Cryptek's translation protocols improve, he begins accessing more substantial data archives. He finds technical specifications, blueprints, and maintenance records that detail every aspect of the Titan's construction. He finds tactical databases, battle logs from engagements across dozens of worlds against enemies ranging from orcs to heretic Astartes. And most importantly, he finds cultural information, prayers and catechisms, and oath records that provide insight into the beliefs and values of the Titan's crew. The Cryptech compiles this information into a comprehensive report for Pharaon Sareth, organizing it according to strategic relevance and potential impact on the dynasty's plans. The report begins with technical assessments, comparing the Titan's capabilities against equivalent Necron war machines. The conclusion is complex. In terms of raw firepower, a Reaver-class Titan is roughly equivalent to a formation of 3 Necron monoliths working in coordination. Its void shields provide defense comparable to a Necron quantum shielding array. Its plasma reactor generates power output similar to multiple Necron power nodes, but the comparison is not straightforward, because the two technologies approach warfare from fundamentally different philosophical positions. Imperial Titans are concentrated force multipliers, single units that pack enormous capability into a mobile platform. They are expensive to build and difficult to replace, but they can dominate a battlefield through their mere presence. Necron forces, by contrast, favor distributed systems, preferring swarms of smaller units that can be replaced easily and which present enemies with multiple targets requiring different tactical responses. Neither approach is inherently superior. They simply reflect different strategic doctrines, born from different historical experiences. What troubles the Cryptech more than the raw capabilities is the sophistication demonstrated in the Titan's construction. This is not primitive technology cobbled together by beings who stumbled upon scientific principles by accident. This represents a mature industrial civilization with deep understanding of materials science, energy, physics, and systems engineering. The humans, if that is indeed what the Titan's builders are called, have achieved a level of technological sophistication that allows them to compete on the same battlefield as Necron forces, even if their tools are less elegant and their understanding less fundamental. The cultural information provides additional context that shapes the Cryptech's assessment. The prayers and rituals recorded in the Titan's databanks reveal a civilization deeply committed to religious beliefs centered around what they call the machine god. They view their technology not as tools to be used and discarded, but as sacred objects imbued with spiritual significance. This has both advantages and limitations. On one hand, it breeds fanatical devotion and willingness to sacrifice in defense of their machines. On the other hand, it creates rigidity in thinking. A reluctance to modify or adapt when doing so might be seen as defiling the sacred. The battle logs provide tactical intelligence that Pharaon Sareth will find particularly valuable. The Cryptech can see how Titans operate in combat, how they coordinate with other forces, what tactics they favor, and which situations they find challenging. He learns that Titans typically operate as part of larger formations, supported by infantry and armor that can exploit breaches the Titans create. He learns that they rely heavily on their void shields for defense, making them vulnerable to weapons that bypass shields or overwhelm them through sustained fire. And he learns that Titan crews have strict hierarchies and protocols, suggesting that disrupting their command structures could lead to tactical confusion and degraded performance. But perhaps the most concerning revelation comes from the identification of the specific organization this Titan belonged to. The heraldry markings identify it as Eternal Vigilance of Legio Metallica, a Titan legion that the data logs suggest has existed for at least 10,000 years. This means the humans have maintained continuous military traditions across that time span, preserving knowledge and organizational structures through what must have been countless changes of personnel. It suggests a civilization with significant stability and resources, capable of sustaining military forces over timescales that dwarf the histories of most younger races. The Cryptech takes all of this information and synthesizes it into strategic recommendations. He suggests that the humans represent a legitimate military threat that cannot be dismissed or underestimated. Their technology, while less sophisticated than Necron equivalents, is sufficient to contest control of worlds and potentially to damage Necron forces if they are allowed to mass in sufficient numbers. However, He also identifies potential weaknesses. The humans' religious devotion to their technology creates predictable behavior patterns. Their reliance on concentrated force multipliers like Titans means that eliminating or disabling these key units can cause disproportionate impact on their tactical effectiveness, and their apparent lack of access to advanced dimensional or temporal technologies means they are vulnerable to Necron strategic assets like dolmen, gates, and chronometric weapons. The most important recommendation in the Cryptek's report is for caution. He advises against immediate aggressive action to reclaim territory. Instead, he suggests a phased approach. Gather more intelligence about the current state of the galaxy, identify the locations and strengths of potential enemies, and prepare the dynasty's forces thoroughly before beginning overt campaigns of reconquest. The humans and other younger races have had 60 million years to spread across the galaxy. They will not be dislodged quickly or easily, and premature action could alert them to the Necron presence before the dynasty is ready for full-scale warfare. When Pharaon Shareth reviews this report, he finds himself in agreement with most of the Cryptek's conclusions. The discovery of the Titan has provided exactly the kind of intelligence he hoped for, confirmation that the younger races have achieved more than expected, but also evidence that they are not so advanced as to be unstoppable. The challenge will be managing the dynasty's awakening carefully, bringing online enough forces to defend the tomb world while gathering information and preparing for eventual expansion without triggering premature conflicts that could prove costly. Sereth convenes a council with his most senior subordinates, including Amontek and several other lords who have now been awakened to take up their roles in the dynasty's command structure. He presents them with the Cryptek's findings and opens the discussion to strategic debate. What emerges is a consensus around several key points. First, the dynasty will continue its gradual awakening, but will prioritize reconnaissance and intelligence gathering over military mobilization. Second, the Titan itself will be preserved as a research asset, rather than being destroyed or scrapped. The Cryptek will continue his studies, potentially even attempting to reverse engineer certain systems to better understand human technology. Third, the dynasty will establish covert observation posts on the surface and in the surrounding star systems, monitoring for human activity and gathering data on their current disposition and strength. But there is also debate about longer-term strategy. Some of the lords argue for aggressive expansion, claiming that the dynasty should strike now, while the humans are presumably unaware of the Necron presence. Others advocate for caution, pointing out that the Titan's presence suggests this world may be within human-claimed territory, meaning any overt action could draw unwanted attention. Sareth listens to both arguments before making his decision. The dynasty will prepare for eventual conflict, but it will not initiate hostilities until it has a clearer understanding of what it faces. This decision represents a pragmatic approach born from millions of years of strategic thinking. Sareth understands that the Necron race's greatest advantage is not their superior technology or their immortality, but their patience. They have already waited 60 million years. They can wait a few more decades or centuries if doing so means the difference between successful reconquest and costly warfare. The humans and other younger races are mortal, subject to the ravages of time and the inevitable decay of their civilizations. The Necrons are eternal, and they can afford to play the long game. As the council concludes, and the lords depart to carry out their assigned roles, Shareth remains in his throne room, contemplating the strange fortune that has brought this Titan into his tomb. In another context, under different circumstances, the presence of a human war machine in the heart of a Necron tomb world would be seen as an insult, a violation that demands immediate retribution. But Shareth is wise enough to see beyond such simplistic reactions. The Titan is not an insult, it is an opportunity to learn, to prepare, and to ensure that when the dynasty of Karnatash finally emerges to reclaim its place in the galaxy, it does so with full knowledge of what it faces, strategic implications and responses. The discovery of the Titan and the intelligence gained from its analysis ripple through the awakening structures of the tomb world, influencing decisions at every level of the dynasty's hierarchy. What began as a simple anomaly detected by Canoptek constructs has evolved into a pivotal moment that will shape the dynasty's approach to the galaxy for centuries to come. As more Necrons awaken and are briefed on the situation, the strategic implications become increasingly clear and increasingly complex. Lord Ahmontek, in his role as the tomb's defender, immediately begins reassessing the defensive parameters. The Titan's presence proves that the tomb's boundaries are not as inviolate as originally believed. If a massive war machine can end up within the defensive perimeter through geological accident, what else might penetrate through similar means? He orders comprehensive surveys of the tomb's entire structure, looking for other weak points where the long millennia might have created vulnerabilities. Canoptech spiders are dispatched to reinforce areas where the rock interfaces with the tomb's living metal structures, while scarabs work to shore up sections that show signs of stress or degradation. But Ahmontek's concerns extend beyond just the physical security of the tomb itself. If this world has seen human activity recent enough to leave a Titan behind, that suggests the planet may be within or near human-controlled space. This raises the possibility of discovery, either through routine surveys or through deliberate archaeological investigation. The humans might not know what lies beneath the surface now, but that could change at any moment. Ahmontek recommends to Pharaon Sareth that the dynasty should consider contingency plans for defending the tomb against potential human assault, even as they pursue their intelligence-gathering operations. These contingency plans take shape over the following weeks as more of the tomb's military forces are brought online. Necron warriors awaken by the thousands, taking up positions in the upper levels of the tomb complex, where they can respond quickly to any intrusion. Immortals, the elite infantry whose capabilities exceed those of basic warriors, are stationed at critical junctions and command nodes, and the tomb begins activating its heavier assets. The Canoptech constructs that operate on scales large enough to threaten even massed human forces. Tomb stalkers, massive serpentine machines designed to hunt through underground spaces, begin their patrols through newly excavated tunnels that connect the tomb to various surface access points. Meanwhile, reconnaissance operations on the surface begin in earnest. Under cover of darkness and utilizing their advanced cloaking technologies, small groups of Necron warriors emerge from hidden entrances to survey the world above. What they find is a planet that bears little resemblance to the world the Necrons knew before the Great Sleep. The climate has changed dramatically, with ice caps extending far beyond their historical positions. The atmosphere shows signs of industrial contamination, though at levels that suggest human activity ceased decades or centuries ago. And there are ruins scattered across the continents, the remnants of human settlements that rose and fell in the time since the Titan was lost. The most significant discovery comes from a survey team that investigates what appears to be an abandoned military installation approximately 200 kilometers from the tomb's location. The facility is in ruins, its structures collapsed or overgrown, its equipment corroded beyond recognition, but enough remains to tell a story. This was a forward operating base, probably established during whatever campaign brought Imperial forces to this world. The presence of landing pads large enough to accommodate significant aircraft and the remains of defensive fortifications suggest this was no minor outpost, but a major military establishment. Further investigation reveals something even more interesting. The ruins contain a communications array, or at least, what remains of one. The array's equipment is too degraded to function, but its very presence proves that this world was, at some point, connected to a broader human communication network. This suggests that the world's current isolation may be a recent development, possibly the result of whatever conflict led to the base's abandonment. It also suggests that if human forces do return to this world, they will likely attempt to re-establish communications, which could provide the Necrons with an opportunity to monitor their transmissions and gather additional intelligence. Pharaon Sareth orders that several of these surface sites be monitored continuously, with Canoptech wraiths maintaining invisible vigils over locations that might attract human attention. If archaeological teams or survey expeditions arrive, the dynasty will know immediately and can decide how to respond. The preference is to remain undetected for as long as possible, but if detection becomes inevitable, Sareth wants the option of controlled first contact, where the dynasty can dictate the terms of any interaction, rather than being forced to react to human initiatives. As these preparations proceed, the cryptech continues his deep analysis of the Titan's systems. His latest findings reveal information about the broader human civilization that the Titans served. The data logs contain references to something called the Imperium of Man, a vast interstellar empire that apparently spans much of the galaxy. The logs speak of the Emperor, a figure who seems to occupy a position somewhere between military commander and divine being in human belief systems. And they reference countless worlds, millions of them, each contributing to the Imperium's strength in ways that suggest a civilization of truly staggering scale. This revelation has profound strategic implications. If the humans have indeed established an empire of such magnitude, then the Necron dynasties face a challenge far more significant than Sareth initially estimated. It is one thing to reclaim worlds from scattered primitive cultures that can be swept aside with minimal effort. It is quite another to contest control of the galaxy with a civilization that can potentially field billions of soldiers and millions of war machines. Even with their technological advantages, the Necrons will be severely outnumbered if they face the full might of this Imperium. Sareth convenes another council to discuss these findings. The debate that ensues is more heated than the previous discussions, with the Lords split between those who see the Imperium's size as a threat, requiring immediate preemptive action, and those who view it as an opportunity to exploit human infighting and disunity. The humans, the cryptech notes, seem to be in a state of constant warfare, both with external enemies and with themselves. The data logs reference heretics and traitors, internal conflicts that tear apart whole sectors. This suggests a civilization that, while vast, may not be as unified or as strong as its sheer size would suggest. One of the lords, Zarek the Relentless, proposes a strategy that gains considerable support among the council. Rather than attempting to confront the Imperium directly, the dynasty should focus on securing its immediate region and establishing a strong defensive position. From this base, they can gradually expand their influence, claiming worlds that are weakly defended or disputed between human factions. They can also attempt to make contact with other Necron dynasties, coordinating their activities to present a unified front against the younger races. The ultimate goal would be not immediate reconquest of the entire galaxy, but the establishment of a secure Necron core territory from which long-term strategic planning can proceed. Sareth finds this proposal prudent and adopts it as the basis for the dynasty's operational strategy. The tomb world of Karnatash will become the center of a growing Necron presence in this region of space. Additional tomb worlds will be contacted and awakened if they can be located. Resources will be gathered from uninhabited systems to support the dynasty's growing needs, and intelligence on human activities will be continuously collected and analyzed, building a comprehensive picture of enemy dispositions and capabilities. But even as these plans take shape, Sareth remains focused on the immediate catalyst for all these developments, the Titan sitting in the tomb's outer chambers. He orders that the machine be carefully preserved, not just for its intelligence value, but as a reminder of the galaxy the Necrons have awakened to. It represents the reality they must face, a galaxy no longer theirs by right but one they must fight to reclaim, and it serves as a warning against overconfidence. The younger races may be inferior in technology and understanding, but they are not helpless, and they have achieved more than anyone sleeping in the Great Sleep could have imagined. The cryptech is given permission to continue his studies indefinitely, with resources allocated to support whatever experiments or analyses he deems necessary. He has proposed several intriguing possibilities, including attempting to reverse engineer certain aspects of the Titan's technology. Not because Necron technology needs improvement, the cryptech is quick to note, but because understanding how humans solve engineering problems can reveal weaknesses and vulnerabilities that the Necrons can exploit. If the dynasty knows exactly how human void shields function, for example, they can develop weapons specifically designed to overwhelm or bypass them. There is also discussion of what to do with the Titan in the longer term. Some suggest it should eventually be destroyed, eliminating any possibility that humans might discover it and use its location to track back to the tomb. Others propose using it as bait, intentionally allowing its discovery to lure human forces into carefully prepared ambushes. Still others suggest it might serve as a diplomatic gesture, something that could be returned to the Imperium as part of negotiations if the dynasty ever chooses to pursue contact rather than conflict. Xerath defers all these decisions to a later time. For now, the Titan will remain where it is, protected by the very tomb it inadvertently intruded upon, its secrets being slowly extracted by Necron science. It is a symbol of two very different approaches to warfare, two very different civilizations, brought together by the random chance of geological processes and the vast sweep of time. And it is a reminder that in a galaxy as old and as large as this one, even the most improbable events can have profound consequences. As the weeks turn to months and the tomb world continues its gradual awakening, the presence of the Titan becomes part of the dynasty's foundational narrative. New Necrons awakening from stasis are briefed on its discovery and shown the intelligence it has provided. It serves as an educational tool, a concrete example of what the dynasty will face as it emerges to reclaim its rightful place in the galaxy. And for Fair and Xerath, it serves as a constant reminder of the need for caution, for thorough preparation, and for the patient accumulation of advantages before committing to the long campaign ahead. The discovery of the Titan has changed everything, yet in another sense, it has changed nothing. The Necrons will still pursue their goal of galactic reconquest. They will still rely on their superior technology and their immortal patience, but they will do so with their eyes open, fully aware of the challenges they face and the sophistication of the enemies they must overcome. The element of surprise may be gone. The comforting certainty that the younger races would prove helpless, shattered. But in its place is something perhaps more valuable: knowledge. Real and actionable knowledge about the galaxy as it exists now, not as it was remembered from 60 million years ago. And deep in the Cryptex laboratory, work continues on unlocking the remaining secrets of the fallen God engine, each new discovery adding to the dynasty's understanding and strengthening their plans for the conflicts to come. Historical parallels and encounters. The situation unfolding on Karnatash is unprecedented in its specifics, but it is not entirely unique in the broader history of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Throughout the galaxy, across the millennia, there have been other encounters between Necrons and the war machines of younger races. Other moments, when ancient and modern technology collided in ways that shaped the course of wars and the fates of worlds. Understanding these precedents provides valuable context for appreciating the significance of the Titan's discovery and the potential consequences of the decisions the dynasty makes. One of the most famous historical parallels comes from the War for Damnos, a conflict that erupted when the world of Damnos, a mining colony of the Imperium, was discovered to be sitting atop a massive Necron tomb complex. The Necrons of the Damnos tomb, led by the powerful overlord Anrakir the Traveler, awakened to find their world overrun by human settlers who had built extensive industrial facilities that were literally mining into the upper levels of the tomb structure. The initial response was immediate and violent, with Necron warriors and immortals erupting from beneath the surface to slaughter the human colonists and drive them from what the Necrons considered rightfully theirs. The Imperial response involved deploying the Ultramarine Space Marines along with considerable Imperial Guard forces and, crucially, several Scout Titans from Legio Fortis. The battles that followed demonstrated both the capabilities and limitations of Imperial Titans when facing Necron forces. The Titans proved effective at long range, their heavy weapons capable of destroying Necron warriors and vehicles with relative ease. But when Necron forces closed to combat range or when they deployed their own heavy units like monoliths and obelisks, the advantage shifted. The Necrons' Gauss weapons, capable of flaying matter atom by atom, proved effective at wearing down Titan armor despite the void shields. And Necron reanimation protocols meant that even when the Imperials scored kills, the enemy forces could return to combat far more quickly than replacements could be brought up. The War for Damnos ultimately saw the Imperial forces driven off-world, a rare victory for the Necrons, and one that demonstrated their capability to contest control of worlds even against determined Imperial resistance backed by Titan support. But the war also showed the costs of such conflicts. The Necrons lost thousands of warriors who could not be recovered for reanimation. The tomb complex itself suffered damage from orbital bombardment and ground assault that would take decades to fully repair. And most significantly, the war drew attention to Necron activity in the region, prompting increased Imperial patrols, and eventually the return of even larger forces, intent on finishing what the first campaign started. Another relevant precedent comes from the battles on Medusa 5, a world that became a focal point for conflicts involving multiple factions, including Necrons, Imperial forces, and various Xenos species. On Medusa 5, Imperial survey teams discovered what they initially believed to be ancient ruins of unknown provenance. Deeper investigation revealed these to be the upper structures of a Necron tomb world, triggering a race between various factions to claim the advanced technology they assumed must be hidden below. The Imperial forces deployed to secure the site included several Titan formations, believing that the sheer firepower represented by these god engines would be sufficient to dominate any opposition. What they encountered was a Necron defensive system that had been specifically designed to counter large-scale threats. The tomb's creators had anticipated the possibility of massive enemy war machines and had installed specialized weapons systems to address them. Pylon networks created null-field zones that could suppress void shields and warp-based technologies. Gauss flare arrays, thousands of individual weapons coordinated by a central targeting system, could focus fire on single targets with devastating effect. And most troublingly for the Imperial forces, the tomb's dimensional technologies allowed Necron units to teleport directly onto the battlefield, bypassing defensive lines and appearing in the midst of Imperial formations. The battles on Medusa 5 demonstrated that while Titans represented formidable assets, they were not invincible even against enemies who lacked direct to-tangent scale equivalents. The Imperial forces eventually withdrew from the world after suffering casualties that were deemed unacceptable for the potential gains, leaving the Necrons in control of their tomb. But the conflict provided valuable intelligence to both sides, with the Imperials learning about Necron capabilities they had not previously encountered, and the Necrons gaining direct combat experience against Titan formations. A third relevant historical example comes from the Orphean War, a massive conflict that erupted when Imperial forces attempted to cleanse a region of space that turned out to contain numerous Necron tomb worlds. This campaign saw extensive use of Titan legions, with the Imperium deploying Emperor-class Titans in an attempt to decisively break Necron resistance. The results were mixed. In open battlefield engagements, the Titans performed well, their massive firepower capable of destroying Necron formations before they could close to effective combat range. But in more complex terrain, particularly in urban environments or when fighting amidst the ruins of the tombs themselves, the Titans' advantages diminished. One particularly notable engagement saw an Imperator-class Titan brought down by a coordinated Necron assault that exploited the God Engine's relative immobility. Necron Wraiths and Lichguard, using their phase technologies to bypass the Titan's void shields, teleported directly onto the war machine's hull. They then used their weapons to systematically dismantle the Titan's external sensors and secondary armaments before breaching the hull and attacking the crew directly. By the time Imperial reinforcements could respond, the Titan was crippled, its princeps dead, and its systems irreparably damaged. The loss of the Emperor Titan represented a significant blow to Imperial morale and demonstrated that even the most powerful war machines were vulnerable to tactics that negated their advantages. But not all historical encounters between Necrons and Titans have ended in victory for one side or the other. There have been instances of cooperation, however temporary and grudging. During the Third War for Armageddon, when Orc Horde threatened to overwhelm the entire world, Necron forces from a nearby tomb complex entered the battle, apparently motivated by their own territorial claims to the planet. In the chaos of that massive conflict, Imperial Titans and Necron war machines sometimes found themselves fighting in parallel against common enemies, though neither side acknowledged any formal alliance or cooperation. These historical examples provide valuable context for understanding the situation on Karnatash. They demonstrate that encounters between Necrons and Titans are not theoretical exercises, but real events that have shaped the course of conflicts across the galaxy. They show that while Titans represent formidable military assets, they are not insurmountable obstacles for Necron forces equipped with the right technologies and tactics. And they illustrate that the outcomes of such encounters depend heavily on the specific circumstances, the terrain, the support forces available to each side, and the strategic objectives being pursued. For Feir and Sareth and his dynasty, these precedents offer both warnings and opportunities. The warnings are clear. Underestimating the Imperium's military capability would be foolish, and engaging in premature conflicts could lead to costly losses, even if ultimate victory is achievable. But the opportunities are equally apparent. By studying how other Necron forces have countered Titan threats, Karnatash's forces can prepare specifically for such encounters. By understanding the tactical doctrines that govern Titan deployment, they can develop strategies that exploit weaknesses and avoid strengths. And by learning from the mistakes of other dynasties, they can avoid the errors that led to unnecessary casualties or strategic setbacks. The Cryptech, in his ongoing analysis of Eternal Vigilance, makes extensive use of these historical records. He compares the Reaver-class Titan's specifications against the capabilities demonstrated by Titans in documented battles. He analyzes the tactical patterns shown in the battle logs against known Imperial doctrines, and he develops comprehensive threat assessments that take into account not just the individual capabilities of a Titan, but its role in broader Imperial military strategy. His goal is to ensure that when the dynasty eventually encounters active Imperial Titan forces, they will be fully prepared to counter them effectively. One particularly interesting insight emerges from comparing the Titan's design philosophy against Necron military thought. Imperial Titans represent a concentration of force, massive singular assets that can dominate through their sheer power, but which also present single points of failure. If you destroy a Titan, you eliminate not just a single unit, but a significant portion of the enemy's combat capability in that region. Necron forces, by contrast, are designed for resilience through redundancy. Losing individual Necron warriors is relatively inconsequential because they can be replaced quickly through resurrection protocols. Even losing larger assets like monoliths or obelisks, while significant, does not cripple the dynasty's overall capability, because these machines can be rebuilt given time and resources. This philosophical difference suggests tactical approaches that the dynasty might adopt. Rather than attempting to match Titans with equivalent Necron war machines in direct confrontation, it might be more effective to use swarm tactics, overwhelming a Titan with numbers while using specialized units to exploit specific vulnerabilities. Alternatively, the dynasty could focus on asymmetric warfare, using their superior mobility and dimensional technologies to strike at the support infrastructure that Titans require, rather than engaging the God engines directly. These considerations feed into the broader strategic planning that Sareth and his council undertake. The dynasty is developing a comprehensive doctrine for engaging Imperial forces, one that takes into account the various assets the Imperium can deploy and the different tactical situations that might arise. Titans are certainly a major consideration, but they are not the only one. The dynasty must also prepare for encounters with Space Marines, whose individual capabilities can rival those of Necron Immortals. They must plan for massive Imperial Guard formations that can potentially overwhelm Necron forces through sheer numbers, and they must consider the possibility of facing the Adeptus Mechanicus directly, which would bring not just Titans, but also their own sophisticated technologies and understanding of war machines. As these plans develop and the dynasty continues its gradual awakening, the Titan remains a focal point for learning and preparation. It is studied not just as a curiosity or a piece of salvage, but as a training tool. Awakening Necron warriors are shown the Titan and taught about the capabilities it represents. Immortals and Lichguard receive detailed briefings on Titan vulnerabilities and recommended engagement protocols. The Cryptechs analyze every system, looking for ways that Necron technology might counter or neutralize Titan advantages. And the Lords and Overlords incorporate tangent-centered scenarios into their tactical simulations, ensuring that when the time comes for actual combat, their forces will be ready. The discovery of Eternal Vigilance has thus become more than just an unusual incident in the dynasty's awakening. It has become a catalyst for comprehensive military preparation, forcing the dynasty to confront the reality of the galaxy they must now fight to reclaim, and providing them with the knowledge and understanding they need to do so effectively. Conclusion. When ancient meets ancient. As we reach the end of this exploration of what happens when Necrons find a sleeping Titan in their tomb, it is worth reflecting on the deeper significance of such an encounter. On the surface, this is a story about two war machines, one organic and one mechanical, brought together by the random chances of geology and time. But at a deeper level, it is a story about civilizations, about the collision between ancient powers and younger races, about the complexities of a galaxy where countless species compete for survival and dominance. The Necrons represent a civilization that achieved heights of power unmatched by any current faction in the galaxy. They fought gods and won. They commanded technologies that could manipulate reality itself at the most fundamental levels. They created an empire that spanned the galaxy when humanity's ancestors were still primitive apes learning to use tools. And yet, despite all their power, they were forced to retreat into sleeping tombs, waiting for a future that might never come. Their awakening now confronts them with a galaxy utterly transformed, populated by races that did not exist in their time, and filled with technologies developed along completely different evolutionary paths. The Imperium of Man, represented by the Titan Eternal Vigilance, embodies a different kind of power. It is not the power of perfect understanding or absolute technological supremacy. It is the power of scale, of faith, of the ability to mobilize billions of humans in service to common goals. The Imperium achieves through brute force and sheer determination what it cannot accomplish through elegant solution or sophisticated understanding. Its titans are perfect representations of this philosophy, massive and crude compared to Necron equivalents, but effective through their commitment to overwhelming force and unshakable belief in their divine purpose. The encounter between these two philosophies, these two approaches to warfare and civilization, encapsulates the larger conflicts that define the Warhammer 40,000 setting. Neither side is purely good or evil. Both have achieved remarkable things through their own unique paths, and both face existential threats that force them into conflicts neither might choose if given better alternatives. The Necrons fight to reclaim what they see as rightfully theirs, to restore an empire that was stolen from them by fate and betrayal. The Imperium fights to preserve human civilization against countless threats, to ensure that humanity has a future, even if that future must be built on mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. The specific situation on Karnatash demonstrates how these broader conflicts play out in individual cases. Pharaon Shereth could have chosen immediate violence, ordering the Titan's destruction and preparing for aggressive expansion to reclaim surrounding systems. This would have been consistent with Necron pride and the belief in their inherent superiority. But instead, he chose patience and intelligence gathering, recognizing that the galaxy has changed in ways that require careful study before action. This decision shows wisdom born from millions of years of experience, an understanding that power without knowledge is often worse than useless. Similarly, the Imperium's loss of the Titan demonstrates the costs of their approach to warfare. Eternal Vigilance was a powerful asset, a god engine that had served for thousands of years. But when it fell, the resources to recover it were not available or were prioritized elsewhere. The Titan was abandoned, its crew's sacrifices forgotten in the grinding machinery of a military that fights on countless worlds simultaneously. This is the nature of the Imperium, an entity so vast that individual losses, even of irreplaceable assets, become statistical inevitabilities rather than personal tragedies. The question that remains as the dynasty of Karnatash continues its awakening is what will happen when these forces meet openly, rather than through the intermediary of a buried relic. Will the Necrons and the Imperium find themselves locked in total war, each attempting to annihilate the other in conflicts that could consume entire sectors? Or will they find ways to coexist, perhaps even to cooperate against threats that endanger both their species? The history of the setting suggests the former is far more likely than the latter, but the specifics will depend on the choices made by individuals on both sides. For now, on Karnatash, the Titan sleeps in its new tomb, preserved and studied by beings who existed before humanity evolved. The Necrons continue their preparations, gathering strength and knowledge for the campaigns ahead. And somewhere in the vast Imperium, the loss of one Reaver-class Titan on a forgotten world is a footnote in reports that no one will ever read. One more casualty in a war that has consumed entire civilizations and shows no signs of ending. Two ancient powers, one old beyond measure and one merely ancient by human standards, connected by chance and circumstance, preparing for conflicts that will shape the future of the galaxy. The discovery of a sleeping Titan in a Necron tomb is more than just an unusual occurrence. It is a microcosm of the larger story, a single example of how the layers of history pile upon one another in a galaxy old enough to have forgotten entire civilizations. It reminds us that in Warhammer 40,000, nothing is ever truly lost. Nothing is ever truly forgotten, and the past has a way of reaching forward to shape the present in unexpected and often catastrophic ways. And it shows us that even the most improbable events can have profound consequences when they occur at the intersection of powers great enough to shake stars from their courses and burn worlds to ash. Thank you for watching this exploration of what happens when Necrons find a sleeping Titan in their tomb. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Warhammer 40,000 lore, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There is always more to discover in the grim darkness of the far future, and we will continue to explore these stories together. Until next time, may your armies be victorious and your dice rolls blessed by the Emperor, the Omnissiah, or whatever gods you choose to follow in the endless wars of the 41st millennium. In the grim darkness of the far future, where humanity wages endless war against the horrors that lurk between the stars, there exists perhaps no greater heresy than the union of human and Xenos. The Imperium of Man teaches from birth that alien life is an abomination, a stain upon the galaxy that must be scoured clean with bolter and flame. Yet in the infinite vastness of space, in the forgotten corners where imperial authority grows thin and desperate choices must be made, sometimes the impossible happens. Sometimes a child of the Tau Empire finds itself cradled in human hands, raised among the very species that would see its kind exterminated. This is the story of what that existence would be like, a tale of two worlds that should never meet, of identities that can never fully form, and of belonging that remains forever out of reach. To understand the profound alienation such a being would experience, we must first comprehend the fundamental nature of what the Tau are, and what humanity has become in this age of endless darkness. These are not simply two different cultures meeting across the void. These are species whose very biology, whose neural architecture, and sensory experience of reality itself differ in ways both subtle and profound. The Tau evolved on a world different from Terra, shaped by different evolutionary pressures, their bodies and minds tuned to frequencies that humanity can barely comprehend. And humanity, oh humanity, has descended into such depths of xenophobia and religious fanaticism that the mere existence of alien life is considered an offense against the God Emperor himself. Imagine, if you will, being born into a body that feels wrong from the first moment of consciousness. Imagine opening eyes that perceive light in spectrums your caregivers cannot see, reaching out with hands that have too few digits, standing on legs that bend in ways that draw stares and whispers. Imagine a mind wired for collectivism, for the greater good, trapped in a society that glorifies individual sacrifice to an uncaring God. Imagine the hunger for connection to your own kind, a hunger that grows with each passing year, knowing that to admit what you are would mean death not just for yourself, but likely for everyone who dared to shelter you. This is the existence we explore today. Not a tale of heroism or glory, but something far more intimate and terrible. The day-to-day reality of being fundamentally other in a universe that offers no mercy to those who are different. The sensory experience of inhabiting a body that marks you as alien in 10,000 subtle ways. The psychological weight of living a lie so complete that even you begin to forget which parts are performance and which might be genuine. The crushing isolation of being utterly, irredeemably alone, surrounded by people yet forever separated by the unbridgeable gulf of species. We will walk through every stage of this impossible life, from the first confused moments of infantile awareness to the inevitable moment when the truth can no longer be hidden. We will explore the physical sensations that never quite feel right, the ideological contradictions that tear at the developing mind, the social dynamics that leave such a being perpetually on the outside looking in. And through it all, we will see how the very thing that makes the Tao who they are, their drive toward collective action and societal harmony, becomes a curse when experienced in isolation, without others of your kind to complete the circuit of understanding. The Imperium would tell you that such a scenario is impossible, that their zealous protection of humanity's purity would prevent any Xenos child from surviving long enough to be raised by human hands. The Tao would tell you that no child of the greater good could be so cruelly separated from the unity that defines their existence. But the galaxy is vast beyond comprehension, and in its darkest corners, the impossible becomes merely unlikely. And in a universe where billions die every day in conflicts that span solar systems, where entire worlds can be forgotten by the bureaucracy that nominally governs them, where desperate survivors will do desperate things, sometimes a blue-skinned infant with too few fingers ends up in human care. Perhaps it was found in the wreckage of a Tau diplomatic vessel, the only survivor of a warp transit gone catastrophically wrong. Perhaps it was left behind during a hasty evacuation, abandoned when Tau forces withdrew from a contested world rather than risk its capture. Perhaps some smuggler thought a Tau infant might fetch a price from collectors of exotic specimens, only to have the deal fall through, leaving them with a living, breathing liability. Perhaps a human family, far from imperial authority on some forgotten frontier world, found themselves moved by compassion when they discovered a crying child amid the ruins of battle, the fact that it had bluish skin seeming less important than the fact that it was alive and alone. However it happened, the result is the same. A Tau child, cut off from everything that would make it Tau, forced to navigate a human world with an alien's biology and psychology, forced to become something that neither species has a name for, something that exists in the spaces between, belonging nowhere and to no one. This is their story, the story of an impossible existence in an unforgiving galaxy, the nature of the Tau. Before we can truly understand what it means to be a Tau raised by humans, we must first comprehend what the Tau are in their natural state. They are, by galactic standards, remarkably young as a species. While humanity has spread across the stars for tens of thousands of years, and ancient races like the Eldari measure their existence in millions of years, the Tau have only recently developed interstellar travel. 6,000 years ago, when an explorator fleet from the Adeptus Mechanicus first discovered their homeworld, the Tau were still a primitive species, barely beginning to work metal and build permanent settlements. What happened next remains one of the great mysteries of the galaxy. The Mechanicus fleet marked the Tau world for later exploitation and moved on. When they returned, mere centuries later, they found not primitives, but a unified, technologically advanced civilization already reaching for the stars. The Tau had progressed through millennia of development in a fraction of the time it took humanity. Some whisper of outside intervention, of hands unseen guiding their evolution. Others point to the sudden appearance of the ethereals, the mysterious caste that united warring Tau factions and set them on the path of the greater good. But whatever the cause, the Tau went from stone tools to plasma rifles with a speed that defies natural development. Physically, the Tau are humanoid in the broad sense, possessing 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head arranged in familiar configuration. But the similarities end there. A Tau stands shorter than the average human, their frame more slender and gracile, with less muscle mass distributed across a lighter skeletal structure. Their homeworld's gravity is slightly lower than Terra's, and this is reflected in their physiology. Where a human might break through a wooden door with brute force, a Tau would need to find another way, relying on tools or tactics rather than physical might. Their skin ranges from grey-blue to a deeper slate color, rough in texture compared to human skin, almost like fine suede to the touch. It serves them well in the arid plains and mountain ranges where their ancestors evolved, providing protection from the harsh sunlight of their homeworld. Their faces are broad and flat, dominated by large eyes positioned more to the sides of the head than a human's forward-facing gaze. These eyes see differently than human eyes. Their pupils, unable to dilate and contract as ours do, giving them poorer depth perception, in exchange for a visual spectrum that extends further into the ultraviolet and infrared wavelengths. They perceive colors we cannot name, see heat signatures we cannot detect without technology, but struggle with the precise distance judgment that humans take for granted. Most distinctively, Tau possess only 4 digits on each hand, 3 fingers, and an opposable thumb. And their feet are not feet at all in the human sense, but hooves, solid and ungulate-like. They move with a different gait than humans. Their center of balance shifted, their stride adapted to terrain that humans would find alien. A human watching a Tau walk might describe the movement as slightly odd. Not quite wrong, but not quite right either. A subtle, uncanny quality that marks them as other even at a distance. Their olfactory organs are located inside the mouth rather than on a protruding nose, giving their face that characteristic flat appearance. This arrangement means they experience scent differently, taste and smell more intermingled than they are for humans. The slit that runs down the center of their face from forehead to where a nose would be differs between males and females. Males have a simple vertical eye shape, while females possess a Y-shaped slit. To human eyes, the differences are subtle, and many imperial observers have reported difficulty distinguishing Tau sexes without close examination. But the physical differences, significant as they are, pale in comparison to the gulf that exists in the way Tau perceive and interact with their reality on a fundamental cognitive level. Tau possess virtually no presence in the warp, that roiling sea of psychic energy that underlies reality itself. They cannot become psychers, cannot touch the powers that human witches wield. This makes them almost invisible to the predations of chaos, protected by their very lack of connection to that realm. But it also means they cannot travel through the warp, as humanity does. Their faster-than-light travel requires different technology, skimming along the edge of that realm, rather than diving into its depths. More importantly, the Tau mind itself operates on principles that seem alien to human psychology. They are shorter-lived than humans, with lifespans measuring around 40 standard years, though some sources suggest this might be longer for the ethereal caste. This compressed lifespan means they mature faster, reaching adulthood in their mid-teens rather than early 20s. But it also means they live with an urgency humans rarely match, a drive to accomplish and progress that pushes their society forward at a breakneck pace. From birth, a Tau's place in society is determined by the caste into which they are born. The fire caste, warriors and soldiers, tend to be the most physically robust, though still slighter than human military personnel. The earth caste, engineers and builders, are stockier and more practical in disposition. The water caste, diplomats and administrators, are taller and more graceful, their features softer and more expressive. The air caste, pilots and voidborn, are the tallest and most slender, their bodies adapted to low-gravity environments, their bones hollow and fragile by human standards. And the ethereals, the mysterious leaders who guide all Tau society, possess a distinctive diamond-shaped ridge of bone in their foreheads and command an authority that borders on the supernatural. Each caste is not merely a social role but a distinct subspecies, shaped by generations of specialized breeding and adaptation. A fire caste warrior cannot become an earth caste engineer, not merely because it is forbidden, but because they lack the physiological adaptations that make such work natural. The castes are designed to work together, each fulfilling roles that complement the others, creating a society that functions like a well-oiled machine. This brings us to the philosophical and psychological core of what makes the Tau who they are. The greater good, or Tauva in their language, is not merely a political ideology or a philosophical stance. It is the fundamental organizing principle of their entire civilization, so deeply ingrained that it shapes how they perceive reality itself. The greater good teaches that the needs of the collective outweigh the desires of the individual, that every Tao has a place in society, and society has a responsibility to every Tao, that all sentient beings would benefit from embracing this harmony. To human ears, particularly those steeped in the individualistic dogma of the imperial creed, this might sound like simple collectivism or communism, but the greater good goes deeper than mere political organization. It represents a fundamental way of perceiving one's place in the universe. A Tao does not see themselves as a lone individual struggling for survival and glory, but as one note in a greater symphony, one cell in a larger organism. Their identity is bound up with their role in society, their purpose defined by how they serve the whole. This collectivist psychology means that isolation is fundamentally traumatic for a Tao in ways that might not be immediately obvious to humans. Humans can be loners, hermits, individuals who thrive in solitude, but for a Tao, being cut off from their kind, from the network of reciprocal obligation and shared purpose that defines their existence, creates a psychological wound that never fully heals. They are social creatures not by preference but by the very architecture of their cognition. The Tao also possess what might be called a more literal and pragmatic worldview than many humans. They are not a particularly religious species, at least not in the way humans understand religion. They do not have gods they worship or supernatural forces they propitiate. The greater good is not a deity but an ideal, a goal toward which all effort is directed. This makes them oddly vulnerable to the religious fanaticism they encounter in other species, unable to fully comprehend the power that faith can wield over the human mind. Their approach to warfare reflects this practical mindset. They prefer ranged combat, using advanced technology to eliminate threats from a distance. The idea of charging into melee with chainswords roaring seems to them wasteful and inefficient. Why risk your life in close combat when a well-placed pulse rifle round can eliminate an enemy from half a kilometer away? Why glory in personal combat prowess when coordinated fire from a squad can achieve better results? This practicality extends to all aspects of their civilization. They value what works, what advances the greater good, rather than what honors ancient tradition or pleases supernatural entities. When humans join the Tao Empire, becoming Guevesa, or human helpers, they are welcomed into this system, but can never truly become Tao. They cannot join the castes, cannot access the deepest levels of Tao society. They are auxiliaries, valued and utilized, but forever marked as other. This is important to understand because it reveals something fundamental about Tao psychology. Despite their talk of unity and the greater good encompassing all sentient species, there remains a distinction between Tao and not Tao. The castes are closed to outsiders not through prejudice but through biological reality. You cannot become fire caste if you were not born to it, and you cannot be born to it unless your parents were both fire caste. This creates an interesting paradox at the heart of Tao ideology. They genuinely believe that all species would benefit from embracing the greater good. They sincerely work toward unity and cooperation. But at the same time, their society is fundamentally organized around biological determinism. Your caste, determined at birth, defines your entire existence. There is no social mobility in the sense that humans understand it, no rising above one's station through individual effort. The system is rigid precisely because it is biological, the Imperium's truth. To understand what it means for a Tao to be raised by humans, we must also understand what humanity has become in the 41st millennium. The Imperium of Man is not the hopeful, rational civilization that the Emperor sought to build during the Great Crusade. It has devolved into a theocratic nightmare state, a galaxy-spanning empire held together by fanatical religious devotion, crushing bureaucracy, and xenophobic hatred so deep it has become a core tenet of faith. The average imperial citizen grows up indoctrinated with a simple truth. Aliens are the enemy of mankind. Not some aliens, not certain xenos species that have proven hostile, but all aliens everywhere by virtue of existing. The Imperial infantryman's uplifting primer, distributed to countless billions of guardsmen, states it clearly and without nuance. Fear the alien, hate the alien, kill the alien. This is not presented as a military necessity or an unfortunate reality of galactic politics. It is presented as moral truth. as the will of the God Emperor himself. This xenophobia has deep historical roots. During the Age of Strife, when human civilization collapsed and warp storms isolated human worlds from each other for thousands of years, many alien species that had maintained peace treaties with humanity turned on their former allies. Human colonies were raided, enslaved, or simply exterminated by aliens who saw weakness and opportunity. The Emperor, when he emerged to unite humanity, pointed to these betrayals as evidence that aliens could never be trusted, that coexistence was impossible, that the galaxy belonged to humanity by right, and any alien presence was an affront to that destiny. But what the Emperor may have intended as a pragmatic, if harsh policy has, over 10,000 years, metastasized into religious dogma. The ecclesiarchy, the state church of the Imperium, teaches that aliens are not merely enemies, but spiritual abominations. To consort with Xenos is heresy, a sin against the God Emperor and against humanity itself. It marks you as spiritually corrupt, as having betrayed your own species. The punishment for xenophilia, as this crime is called, is death. Not a quick death, but the kind of death that the Inquisition specializes in. Death that serves as warning and example. The average imperial citizen on a civilized world will go their entire life without seeing a living alien unless that world comes under attack. Their knowledge of Xenos comes from propaganda images, from lurid illustrations in religious texts, showing grotesque caricatures of various alien species committing atrocities. Children learn their letters by reading simple primers that describe the various Xenos threats to humanity in terms designed to inspire fear and hatred. By the time an imperial child reaches adolescence, the idea that an alien could be anything other than an enemy to be destroyed seems as absurd as suggesting that fire is cold or water is dry. This conditioning goes deeper than mere propaganda, however. It touches on fundamental aspects of how humans in the Imperium understand their place in the universe. The Imperial Creed teaches that humanity is special, chosen by the Emperor to rule the galaxy. It teaches that humans possess immortal souls, while aliens are soulless things, clever mimics of true life but fundamentally hollow. It teaches that to fall in battle against Xenos is glorious, but to allow a Xenos to live is shameful. These ideas are reinforced through every aspect of imperial culture, from the sermons delivered in towering cathedrals to the stories parents tell their children at night. The Tau, in particular, represent a special kind of threat to imperial ideology. Unlike orcs, who are obviously savage, or tyranids, who are so alien that they barely register as life in any recognizable sense, the Tau are uncomfortably similar to humans in some ways. They build cities, develop technology, form governments. They can be reasoned with, negotiated with. They even allow humans to join their empire, treating them with more dignity and better living conditions than many humans experience under imperial rule. This makes them especially dangerous from the Imperium's perspective because they represent a viable alternative, evidence that humanity's suffering is not inevitable, that a different path might be possible. Imperial propaganda works over time to paint the Tau as deceivers and manipulators, claiming that their offers of cooperation mask sinister intentions. They spread stories of human populations being sterilized, of Guevesa being used as cannon fodder, of terrible mind control inflicted upon those who accept Tau authority. Some of these stories may have grains of truth, blown out of proportion and twisted to serve propaganda purposes. Others are complete fabrications, designed to ensure that no imperial citizen ever looks at the Tau as anything other than the enemy. In practice, imperial policy towards Xenos varies depending on circumstances and location. The Inquisition, particularly the Ordo Xenos, maintains that any contact with aliens is dangerous and must be carefully controlled. But they also understand that absolute purity is impossible in a galaxy where humanity is surrounded by alien civilizations. Rogue traders are allowed to deal with Xenos, to trade, and even form temporary alliances, because their activities benefit the Imperium. Individual military commanders sometimes make battlefield truces with alien forces when facing a greater threat. though such arrangements are usually kept quiet and deniable. But for the average imperial citizen, particularly those in the more civilized and controlled regions of the Imperium, the policy is simple. Xenos must be reported to the authorities immediately. To harbor a Xenos, to show it mercy, to fail to report its presence. These are all crimes, punishable by death, not just for the individual who commits the crime, but potentially for their entire family, their community, anyone who might have known and failed to report. The Imperium rules through fear as much as faith, and that fear extends to ensuring absolute compliance with xenophobic doctrine. This creates a terrible dilemma for anyone who might find themselves in possession of a Xenos infant. The moral thing, the humane thing, would be to care for the child, to raise it as best you can. But to do so invites destruction not just on yourself, but on everyone around you. Every day that the child lives is another day of mortal risk, another day where discovery could mean execution for you and everyone you care about. The pressure to simply eliminate the problem, to expose the child to the elements or deliver it to the authorities, would be overwhelming. And yet, humans are humans. For all the indoctrination, all the propaganda, all the religious fervor, humans remain capable of compassion, of seeing suffering and wanting to alleviate it. A crying infant, even one with blue skin and strange feet, triggers deep instincts that millions of years of evolution have hardwired into our brains. Not every human would make the choice to save the Tau child. Perhaps not even most humans, but some would, particularly if they were isolated enough from imperial authority to believe they could get away with it, particularly if they were desperate or lonely, or simply stubborn enough to reject the authorities telling them what to do. So we arrive at our scenario. A human family, for whatever reason, makes the decision to raise a Tau infant as their own. Perhaps they are far enough from civilization that they believe they can hide the truth. Perhaps they are simply willing to take the risk, because the alternative, letting the child die, is something they cannot stomach. Whatever their reasoning, they now face a task that would challenge even the most dedicated caregiver. They must raise an alien child, keep its true nature secret, and somehow help it survive in a world that would kill it without hesitation if the truth were known. The first years. The infant's first memories would be confusion, though of course it would not have the language to describe them as such. The Tau child, assuming it survives the shock of being separated from its mother and any other Tau who might have been present at birth, would experience the world through senses that humans cannot fully share. Its first visual experiences would include colors that its human caregivers cannot perceive, infrared and ultraviolet frequencies that exist beyond human vision. The world would be painted in extra dimensions of light, patterns, and contrasts, invisible to the people trying to care for it. This creates an immediate and profound sense of isolation that the infant cannot articulate but certainly feels. Human infants derive enormous comfort from seeing their mother's face, from the visual recognition that connects them to their caregiver. But a Tau infant looking at a human face would see something fundamentally wrong. The eyes are positioned differently, too close together, and facing too directly forward. The nose protrudes in a way that seems grotesque, a fleshy projection where there should be smooth skin. The ears stick out from the sides of the head instead of lying flat. And most disturbingly, the whole face moves in ways that Tau faces don't. Muscles creating expressions that the infant has no instinctive ability to read. Human parents learn to interpret their infant's cries, to distinguish between hunger, pain, discomfort, and the need for contact. But a Tau infant's vocalizations would follow different patterns, pitch and rhythm shaped by a different vocal anatomy. The human caregivers would struggle to understand what the child needs, their instincts constantly leading them astray because the signals they are reading don't correspond to familiar patterns. The child would cry and cry, unable to communicate its distress, and the parents would try everything they know, growing increasingly desperate as nothing seems to work. Feeding would present its own unique challenges. Tau infants presumably nurse from their mothers like most mammalian species, but their nutritional needs might differ from human infants. Their digestive system, evolved on a different world with different biochemistry, might process proteins and sugars differently than human systems do. The human parents would have to experiment, trying different formulas and foods, watching anxiously for signs of illness or malnutrition, never quite sure if what they are providing is adequate. As the infant grows into a toddler, the physical differences become more pronounced and harder to hide. The hooved feet make learning to walk a different experience than it would be for a human child. The center of balance is different. The way weight distributes across those solid, ungulate feet requires different motor coordination. Human parents trying to help their Tao child learn to walk would find their own instincts almost useless. The techniques that work for human toddlers don't translate. The child falls in unexpected ways, struggles with balance in situations that seem easy for human children the same age. The four-fingered hands present their own challenges. Human tools, human toys, human everything is designed for five-fingered grip. A Tao child picking up a human toy finds it subtly wrong. The proportions not quite matching the natural grip. Learning to manipulate objects requires constant adaptation, constant compensation for having one fewer finger. Tasks that human children master easily become exercises in frustration. Buttons are harder to press, small objects harder to grasp. Fine motor control forever slightly impaired because the tools were not designed for this body. Language development would be perhaps the most complex challenge of all. Tao vocal anatomy differs from human anatomy in ways that affect phoneme production. Some sounds that humans make easily might be difficult or impossible for a Tao to reproduce accurately. Conversely, Tao language includes sounds that human vocal cords cannot make. The child, growing up speaking only human languages, would develop a noticeable accent, a way of speaking that sounds slightly off no matter how hard they try to match the sounds their human family makes. But more than the physical mechanics of speech, the Tao child would struggle with the conceptual frameworks embedded in human language. Human languages, particularly Low Gothic, as spoken across the Imperium, are saturated with religious and individualistic concepts that have no direct equivalent in Tao thought. Ideas about personal glory, individual salvation, suffering as a path to redemption, these would seem alien to a mind wired for collective good and practical cooperation. The child would learn the words, would memorize the phrases, but would struggle to fully grasp what they mean on an emotional level. Early childhood would be marked by a growing awareness of being different in ways that cannot be hidden or explained. The other children, in whatever community the family inhabits, would notice the strange skin color, the odd way of moving, the unusual hands and feet. If the family is on a frontier world, isolated from the full weight of imperial authority, they might concoct a story to explain these differences. Perhaps they claim the child has a rare mutation, an abhuman strain that results in these physical characteristics. Perhaps they say it is a medical condition, a disease that affected development in the womb. Whatever story they tell, it must be consistent and believable enough to prevent too many questions. But children are curious, and they are cruel. Young humans have not yet fully absorbed the social conditioning that teaches them to hide their observations and questions behind polite fictions. They would point and stare. They would ask loud, innocent questions that make the adults around them uncomfortable. Why does it have hooves? Why is its skin blue? Why does it only have 4 fingers? The Tao child would grow up as a spectacle, the weird kid, the one who is different in ways that invite constant commentary. This constant othering would shape the child's psychology profoundly. Human children develop self-concept partly through social mirroring, seeing themselves reflected in how others treat them. A Tao child, growing up among humans, would see itself reflected as strange, as wrong, as fundamentally different in ways that seem to matter to everyone around them. They would internalize the message that their body is not normal, that the way they move and speak and perceive the world marks them as lesser or broken. The human parents, no matter how loving, could not fully shield the child from this. They might tell the child that the differences don't matter, that they are loved regardless of how they look. But the child would see the way people stare on the rare occasions they venture into public. They would hear the whispers, feel the judgment, and as they grow older and more aware, they would begin to understand the danger that their very existence represents a threat, not just to themselves, but to their family, living in an alien body. As the Tao child grows through childhood and into adolescence, the physical reality of inhabiting a body designed for a different world becomes increasingly apparent. Every day brings new reminders that this flesh, these bones, these senses were shaped by evolutionary pressures that have nothing to do with the environment they find themselves in. It is an experience of constant, low-level discomfort, like wearing clothes that almost fit but not quite, a shoe with a pebble that shifts just enough to avoid but never quite vanishes. The visual experience alone would be profoundly isolating. When the Tao child looks at a sunset, they see colors that no human eye can perceive. The infrared signature of heat bleeding off sun-warmed rocks, the ultraviolet patterns on flowers that human eyes cannot detect. These are part of the child's everyday visual reality. But they have no words to describe these colors, because human languages contain no terms for wavelengths that humans cannot see. Imagine trying to describe purple to someone who was born blind, and you begin to grasp the frustration of perceiving things that you cannot share, that you cannot even adequately name. This extends to reading human faces and body language. Human children learn from infancy to interpret the complex interplay of facial muscles that signals emotion. A raised eyebrow, a tightened lip, a crinkled nose. These micro-expressions communicate volumes in human social interaction. But Tao faces work differently. Their flatter facial structure, their more limited range of expression, means they evolved different ways of communicating emotion and intent. The Tao child, looking at human faces, would struggle to read these signals accurately. They would miss sarcasm, misinterpret anger as mere intensity, fail to recognize subtle signs of affection or disapproval. Conversely, whatever expressions the Tao child makes would not register correctly for human observers. When the child tries to show happiness, human onlookers might interpret it as confusion. When the child is distressed, humans might think they are simply tired. This creates a constant wall of miscommunication, where the child's internal emotional state and their external presentation fail to align in ways that others can understand. They would be accused of being cold or unfeeling, when in reality, they are expressing emotion in a language that their audience cannot read. The lack of depth perception that comes from their pupil structure would make certain activities difficult or dangerous. Human children learn to judge distances instinctively, calibrating their reaches and jumps through constant practice. But the Tao child's eyes, unable to dilate and contract like human pupils, would struggle with this in ways that human vision instructors would not understand how to correct. They would be clumsy in ways that seem baffling, misjudging simple reaches, struggling with tasks that require precise distance estimation. The hooved feet would be a constant source of difficulty and comment. Human shoes are designed for feet with separate toes, with ankle articulation that works differently than what the Tao child possesses. Every shoe would need to be custom-made or significantly modified, and even then, they would not fit correctly. The child would likely go barefoot as much as possible, but this itself would draw attention and comment. In the Imperium, where conformity is next to godliness, such visible difference would be dangerous. Walking on human-designed surfaces, stairs with dimensions calculated for human stride length, floors with textures that humans find comfortable but which feel wrong under hooves, doorways positioned at heights that assume human proportions. All of this would require constant adaptation. The child would be forever adjusting, calculating, compensating for environments that were not built with their body and mind. It would be exhausting in ways that are difficult for the naturally proportioned to understand, a constant mental and physical effort just to navigate spaces that humans take for granted. The four-fingered hands would present similar challenges. Human technology, from door handles to writing implements to eating utensils, is designed for five-fingered manipulation. The Tao child would need to develop compensatory techniques for everything: writing with a pen or stylus, holding a cup, using tools. All of these would require conscious thought and effort, where human children develop automatic motor patterns. They would be slower, clumsier, forever struggling with fine motor tasks in ways that would invite impatience and criticism from human teachers and peers. Temperature regulation would feel subtly wrong. Tau skin, evolved on a world with different climate patterns, would experience Earth-normal temperatures differently than human skin does. The child might feel comfortable at temperatures that humans find slightly too warm or too cool. They would want to wear different clothing than their peers, seeking or avoiding layers in ways that seem odd to human observers. Well-meaning human parents would insist they bundle up or lighten their clothing based on what feels right for human physiology, leaving the Tau child either too warm or too cold, uncomfortable in ways they struggle to articulate. Their sense of smell and taste, processed through olfactory organs located in the mouth, would create a different experience of food and environmental odors. Flavors that humans find distinct might blend together for the Tau palate, while subtle differences that humans cannot detect would be obvious and significant to the Tau child. They would have strong food preferences that make no sense to their human family, refusing dishes that humans find delicious while craving combinations that humans find bizarre. Well-meaning human parents trying to provide balanced nutrition would struggle to understand what their child actually needs versus what they are simply being picky about. As the child reaches adolescence, the physical changes of puberty would further complicate matters. Tau mature faster than humans, reaching adulthood in their mid-teens rather than early 20s. This means the Tau child would undergo puberty at perhaps 12 or 13 standard years, while their human peers are just beginning this process. The physical and psychological changes would happen faster, more intensely, leaving the child feeling even more out of sync with the people around them. They would be dealing with adult emotions and urges while their peers are still children, creating yet another layer of isolation and incomprehension. The shorter lifespan that awaits them, though not yet apparent in childhood, would begin to make itself felt as they mature. Tau live roughly 40 years on average, less than half a human lifespan. This means they age faster, their bodies wearing down at a rate that would seem premature and disturbing to human observers. A Tau in their late 20s would show signs of aging that humans don't develop until their 40s or 50s. This compressed existence means they would feel urgency that their human peers cannot understand, a need to accomplish and achieve burning inside them, while humans, their same chronological age, seem content to drift and explore. The lack of any psychic presence in the warp, that roiling sea of chaotic energy that underlies reality, would make the Tau child fundamentally invisible to certain detection methods. If Imperial Inquisitors searched for hidden Xenos using psychic detection, they would pass right by the Tau child without registering their presence. This might be one of the few advantages to their situation, one of the few ways in which being Tau, rather than any other alien species, would make hiding slightly easier, but it would also mean they could never develop any psychic abilities, never touch the powers that some rare humans possess, forever cut off from that aspect of human experience. All of these physical differences would accumulate into a comprehensive experience of wrongness, of inhabiting a body that does not fit the world it finds itself in. The child would grow up hyper-aware of their own flesh, constantly monitoring how they move, how they sound, how they appear to others. Every gesture would be calculated, every expression carefully controlled, trying to minimize the visible differences that mark them as other. The mental and emotional energy required for this constant self-monitoring would be exhausting, leaving less capacity for simply being, for relaxing into natural behavior. And yet, paradoxically, this would become so habitual that the child might not even fully realize how much effort they are expending. The adaptation would happen so gradually, from such an early age, that the constant performance might feel like their natural state. Only in rare, private moments would they be able to let their guard down, to move and speak in ways that feel organic rather than calculated. And in those moments, the contrast would make clear just how much of their public self is artifice, is camouflage designed to hide the reality of what they are. The impossible ideological divide, perhaps even more profound than the physical differences, would be the psychological and philosophical chasm between Tau collectivism and human individualism as practiced in the Imperium. The Tau child's mind would be wired for one type of existence but forced to navigate a reality built on completely opposite principles. This creates a form of cognitive dissonance so deep that it shapes every aspect of how they understand themselves and their place in the world. The greater good is not merely a political ideology that the Tao choose to follow. It is the fundamental organizing principle of their entire worldview, so deeply integrated into how they think that alternatives seem not just wrong, but incomprehensible. A Tao naturally thinks in terms of collective benefit, of how individual actions contribute to societal harmony, of duty and obligation to the whole. Their sense of identity is bound up with their role in the greater structure, their purpose defined by how they serve. To be cut off from this, to be forced to pretend that individual glory and personal salvation matter more than collective good, would be a form of psychological torture. The Imperial Creed, the religious doctrine that saturates every aspect of life in the Imperium, stands in almost perfect opposition to Tao values. It glorifies individual sacrifice, but in a deeply pessimistic, nihilistic way. It teaches that suffering is holy, that pain purifies, that the individual exists to be spent in the Emperor's service like ammunition in a bolter. There is no vision of collective uplift, no sense that society could be organized to reduce suffering and increase prosperity for all. Instead, there is only endless war, eternal sacrifice, and the grim satisfaction of dying in the Emperor's name. The Tao child, growing up saturated in these ideas, would find them simultaneously alien and deeply troubling. The glorification of suffering would make no sense to a mind wired for practical problem-solving and efficient resource use. Why celebrate pain when you could work to eliminate its sources? Why treat death in battle as the highest achievement when superior tactics could preserve your forces for future engagement? Why pour resources into building towering cathedrals when those same resources could be used to improve lives? But more fundamentally, the Tao child would struggle with the concept of individual spiritual salvation. The Imperial Creed teaches that each human has an immortal soul that will be judged by the Emperor. Your actions in life determine your fate in death, whether you will join the Emperor's side or be cast into damnation. This deeply individualistic spiritual framework, where each person is ultimately alone before divine judgment, would feel wrong to a Tao mind that conceives of identity as fundamentally social and relational. The Tao child would hear sermons about how each individual must prove their worth, must earn their salvation through faith and sacrifice. They would be taught that to question is to invite corruption, that doubt itself is a sin. They would learn that the Emperor watches each of them individually, judging their secret thoughts and hidden motivations, and none of it would resonate on an emotional level. They would memorize the words, repeat the phrases, but internally, they would be thinking about collective efficiency, about how these beliefs either advance or hinder societal function. This creates a terrible loneliness. The Tao child cannot share these thoughts with their human family without revealing the fundamental alienness of their thinking. They cannot question why suffering is glorified without inviting suspicion. They cannot propose more efficient, collectively oriented solutions to problems without marking themselves as strange and possibly heretical. They must pretend to care about things that make no sense to them, to find meaning in concepts that their neural architecture was not designed to process. The concept of prayer itself would seem bizarre. Tao do not have gods, do not believe in supernatural intervention. The idea of speaking to an entity that cannot respond, of asking for divine favor, of attributing outcomes to invisible forces rather than to natural cause and effect, all of this would strike a Tao mind as fundamentally irrational. Yet the child would be expected to pray, to participate in religious observances, to demonstrate proper piety. They would go through the motions, kneeling when others kneel, reciting when others recite, but internally they would be empty, unable to generate the sincere faith that their human peers seem to possess naturally. Conversely, the Tao child would hunger for the kind of social connection that the greater good promises, but that the Imperium does not provide. They would look at human society and see waste, inefficiency, people working at cross purposes because of lack of coordination. They would see resources squandered on religious displays that serve no practical function. They would see people suffering when simple organizational changes could alleviate that suffering, and they would want to fix it. to organize, to optimize, to bring order and cooperation to chaos and competition. But to openly advocate for such things would be dangerous. The Imperium is deeply suspicious of anyone who suggests alternatives to the current order. To propose organizing workers for collective benefit sounds dangerously like sedition. To question whether resources might be better allocated differently challenges the divine order supposedly established by the Emperor himself. The Tau child would have to suppress their natural instinct to optimize and cooperate, to pretend that competition and hierarchy are natural and good, when everything in their being screams that there must be a better way. The treatment of other alien species would be particularly difficult to stomach. The Tau child would hear constant rhetoric about how all Xenos are abominations that must be destroyed. They would be told stories of alien atrocities, taught to hate and fear creatures that they have never met. And they would know, with intimate certainty, that at least one species of aliens, the Tau themselves, are not mindless monsters. They would see the propaganda for what it is, recognizing the caricatures and exaggerations, but they could never say so, never defend the species they belong to, never suggest that perhaps some aliens could be reasoned with or worked with. As they grow older and more educated, learning the history of the Imperium and the galaxy, the Tau child would come to understand the Damocles Gulf Crusade and other conflicts between the Imperium and the Tau Empire. They would hear only one side of these stories, of course, the Imperial version that paints the Tau as expansionist aggressors, corrupting pure human worlds. They would hear about Guevesa human auxiliaries who serve the Tau described as traitors and heretics, and they would wonder about the other side of these stories. They would think about the Tau version of events, about what motivated those human populations to accept Tau rule, about what life might actually be like in the Tau Empire. They would develop a fascination with Tau culture that they could never safely express. Any materials about the Tau that exist in Imperial space would be propaganda or intelligence reports from the Ordo Xenos. But even these biased accounts would contain kernels of truth. The child would read between the lines, trying to understand the civilization they were born into, but can never be part of. They would imagine what it would be like to live according to the greater good, to have a defined place in society and know that you are contributing to something larger than yourself. They would romanticize a civilization they've never seen, constructing an idealized version in their mind that might bear little resemblance to reality, but which serves as a counterpoint to the daily grind of pretending to be human. The fundamental loneliness of this position cannot be overstated. The Tau child is forever trapped between two worlds, unable to fully embrace either. They cannot be Tau because they have never lived in Tau society, have never been socialized into proper understanding of the greater good, have never experienced what it means to be part of that collective harmony. But they also cannot be human, can never truly internalize the individualistic, faith-based worldview that dominates Imperial culture. They are stuck in the middle, belonging nowhere, their psychology and philosophy a strange hybrid that neither culture would recognize as legitimate. This might manifest in deep depression or existential despair as they reach adolescence and young adulthood. The realization that they can never truly belong, that they will spend their entire life as an actor playing a role, that authentic existence is impossible for them. This could be crushing. They might develop a cynical detachment, going through the motions of Imperial life while internally recognizing it all as performance. Or they might swing the other way, throwing themselves into some cause or purpose with desperate intensity, trying to find meaning in action, if not in belief. Some might try to carve out a third way, attempting to synthesize Tau and human values into a personal philosophy that takes what they see as the best from each. But this would be a lonely path, lacking any community or tradition to support it. They would be making it up as they go, trying to reconcile fundamentally incompatible worldviews into something coherent. And they could never share this philosophy with others, never build a movement or find fellow travelers, because to reveal their Tau thinking would be to reveal their Tau nature.